Jorge G. Castaneda. Companero. Jorge G. Castaneda was born and raised in Mexico City. He received his BA from Princeton University and his PhD from the University of Paris. He has been a professor of political science at the National Autonomous University of Mexico since 1978. He has also been a senior associate of the Carnegie Institute for International Peace in Washington, D.C., and a visiting professor at Princeton University and the University of California at Berkeley. In 1997 he began a long-term, half-time appointment as Professor of Political Science and Latin American Studies at New York University. He is a regular columnist for the Los Angeles Times, Newsweek International, and the Mexican weekly Preciso. For Jorge Andrés, who was born in another time, and will live a better life. Contents. Acknowledgements. Prologue. Chapter 1 Childhood, Youth, and Asthma in Argentina. Chapter 2 Years of Love and Indifference in Buenos Aires. Medical School, Perón and Chiquina. Chapter 3 First Blood, Navigating is Necessary, Living is Not. Chapter 4 Under Fire with Fidel. Chapter 5 Our Man in Havana. Chapter 6 The Brain of the Revolution, the Scion of the Soviet Union. Chapter 7 Socialism Must Live, It Isn't Worth Dying. Beautifully. Chapter 8 With Fidel, Neither Marriage nor Divorce. Chapter 9 Che Guevara's Heart of Darkness. Chapter 10 Betrayed by Whom in Bolivia? Chapter 11 Death and Resurrection 391. Acknowledgements. This book owes a great deal to many people, but most of all to Miriam Morales, who read it, reread it, and put up with it, and me, endlessly. To her my thanks, as well as to Maria Caldellari, Georgina Lagos, Casio Luis Eli, Joel Ortega, Alan Riding, and my friend and editor at Knopf, Ash Green, who all read the manuscript in its entirety and are responsible for any improvements it may have undergone. I am also particularly grateful to the Kenneth and Harl Montgomery Endowment at Dartmouth College, where I carried out part of the research for the book. Marisa Navarro, Barbara Gerstner, Lou N. Kane, and Luis Viller at the Dartmouth College Library were extremely generous with their support, time, and patience. I also wish to thank Maricela Aguilar, Lisa Antillon, Carlos Enrique Daz, Aleph Henestroza, Sylvia Croyer, Marcelo Monges, Marina Palta, Christian Roa, Tamara Rosenthal, and John Wilson at the Lyndon Baines Johnson Presidential Library at the University of Texas in Austin, for their invaluable help in researching the material for the book. Many friends in many places provided precious help in obtaining access to interviews, archives, or documents. Gerardo Bracco, Zarina Martinez Borazen, Arturo Trejo, and Abelardo Trevino in Moscow, Juan José Bremer and Adriana Valadez in Germany, Miguel Diaz Reynoso in Havana, Jorge Rocio in Mexico, Sergio Antelo and Carlos Soria in Bolivia, Alex Anderson and Dudley Ankerson in England, Rogelio Garcia Lupo and Felisa Pinto in Argentina, Leandro Katz in New York, Jules Gerard Liboy in Brussels, Anne-Marie Mergier in France, and Carlos Franqui in Puerto Rico. I am particularly indebted to Kate Doyle and Peter Kornbluth at the National Security Archive in Washington, D.C., for their constant support in obtaining documents from the U.S. government. I must also acknowledge and be thankful for Jennifer Bernstein's infinite patience and help at Knopf in getting the manuscript into shape. Finally, a special word of thanks to Homero Campa, Regis Debray, Chiquina Ferreira, Enrique Het, James Lemoyne, Dolores Moyano, Jesus Parra, Susanna Pravaz Balin, Andres Rosenthal, and Paco Ignacio Tabo too. Each in their way made a very special contribution to this book. I am deeply indebted to them. And lastly, my warmest appreciation to Marina Castaneda, who not only did a splendid job of translating and editing from the Spanish, but did so at breakneck speed and, moreover, under extreme, often irrational, and always irritating pressure from her brother the author, or the author her brother. JGC. Prologue. They uncovered his face, now clear and serene, and bared the chest racked by 40 years of asthma and months of hunger in the wilds of the Bolivian southeast. Then they laid him out in the laundry room at the hospital of Nuestra Señora de Malta, raising his head so all could look upon the fallen prey. As they placed him on the concrete slab, they undid the ropes used to tie his hands during the helicopter trip from La Higuera, and asked the nurse to wash him, comb his hair, and trim the sparse beard. By the time journalists and curious townspeople began to file past, the metamorphosis was complete. The dejected, angry, and disheveled man of the day before was now the Christ of Valle Grande, reflecting in his limpid, open eyes the tender calm of an accepted sacrifice. The Bolivian army had made its only field error after capturing its greatest war trophy. It had transformed the resigned and cornered revolutionary, the defeated fugitive from the Euro ravine, face shadowed by fury and frustration, into the magical image of life beyond death. His executioners had bestowed a human face upon the myth that would circle the world. Whoever examines these photographs will wonder how the despondent Guevara at the little school of La Higuera was transfigured into the beatific icon of Valle Grande, captured for posterity by the masterful lens of Freddy Alborta. The secret is simple, as General Gary Prado Salmon, Che's captor and the most lucid and professional of his pursuers, explains. They washed, dressed, and arranged him following instructions from the forensic physician. We had to prove his identity and show the world that we had defeated Che. There was no question of displaying him the way other guerrillas were always exhibited, as corpses on the ground, but with expressions that always had an enormous impact on me, their faces all twisted. That was one of the things that made me put the handkerchief on Che's jaw, precisely so it wouldn't be deformed. But what everyone wanted, instinctively, was to show that this was Che, to be able to say, here he is, we won. This was the feeling among the armed forces of Bolivia. There should be no doubt as to his identity, because if we had exhibited him as he was, all dirty, tattered, and uncombed, there would have been a doubt. 1. What his hunters did not foresee was that this logic would apply not only to them but also to those who would mourn him in the years to come. The emblematic impact of Escobedo Guevara is inconceivable without its dimension of sacrifice. A man who has everything, power, glory, family, and comfort, renounces it for an idea, and does so without anger or reservation. His undeniable willingness to die is not to be found in Che's speeches or writings, nor in the eulogies delivered by Fidel Castro, not even in the posthumous exaltation of his martyrdom, but rather in his mortuary gaze. It is as if the dead Guevara looks upon his killers and forgives them, and upon the world, proclaiming that he who dies for an idea is beyond suffering. The other Guevara, whose rage and dejection were not reflected in his death mask, would hardly have become an emblem of heroism and sacrifice. The vanquished Che, with dirty hair, tattered clothes, and feet wrapped in Bolivian abarcas, a stranger to friends and enemies alike, would never have aroused the sympathy and admiration awakened by the martyr of Valle Grande. 1 No wonder, then, that the 3 extant photographs of Che just after his capture did not circulate until 20 years after his execution. Neither Felix Rodriguez, the CIA operative who took one of them, nor General Arnaldo Salcedo Parada, who snapped the others, made them public until then. Again, the reason was perverse. Though it was acknowledged a few days after the Euro ambush that Che did not die in combat, it was still best to conceal the ultimate proof of his summary execution, the pictures of Che alive after his capture. The dead Che was compelling without being accusatory, and generated an inexhaustible myth. The pictures of Che alive would have aroused pity in the best of cases, but raised doubts as to his identity. They pointed to a murder unacknowledged though known to all. The Christ-like image prevailed, the other, ravaged and somber, vanished. Escobedo Guevara came to inhabit the social utopias and dreams of an entire generation through an almost mystical affinity with his era. Another person in the gentle yet angry 60s would have left but a slight trace. Che himself, in a time less idealistic and turbulent, would have passed unnoticed. Guevara has survived as a figure worthy of interest and remembrance largely because of the generation he inspired. his relevance does not stem from his works or ideas but from his almost perfect identification with an historical period. Premature death negating life's promise became a leitmotif of the era, starting with James Dean in the mid-50s, Lenny Bruce in the mid-60s, and then the icons of the decade, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and Jim Morrison, but also Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and the Kennedys. But no one symbolized it as clearly as Che Guevara. Myriad consonances helped create that crucial identification between myth and context. Another life would never have captured the spirit of its time, another historical moment would never have found itself reflected as it did in him. As with the decade that saw him live and die, a guiding principle in the life of Escobedo Guevara was the exaltation of will, bordering on willfulness or, as some might say, omnipotence. In his stark and enigmatic letter of farewell to his parents, he refers to it in no uncertain terms: a willpower that I have polished with an artist's care will carry my weak legs and tired lungs too. From his youthful rugby days in Córdoba to his execution in the jungles of Bolivia, he always started off from the premise that it was enough to want or will something for it to happen. There was no obstacle too great for willpower. Che's loves and travels, his political vision and his military and economic leadership were permeated by an indomitable will which would permit extraordinary feats and achieve outstanding victories. It would also engender recurrent, and ultimately fatal, mistakes. The origins of that almost narcissistic willfulness are many: his own determination, his lifelong struggle with asthma, and his mother's unending vigilance, full of adoration and guilt. But beyond the question of origins, there is the effect. Few figures have attained the self-confidence of Escobedo Guevara which allowed him to undertake the most inconceivable follies and conduct the most lucid and merciless bouts of self-analysis. If anyone ever believed that wanting the world was enough to have it, and have it now, that man was Che Guevara. If there was ever a time when millions thought the same thing, it was the 60s. Another thread unifying his life and the times he embodied lay in his eternal refusal of ambivalence, a trait shared by too many in the generation he personified. To a large extent, the 60s were based upon a wholesale rejection of life's contradictions. The era was writ in black and white. Many members of the first post-war cohort simply excluded from their souls the very principle of contradictory feelings, of conflicting desires, of mutually incompatible political goals. Who better than Che to incarnate that generation's inability to live at cross purposes? Che Guevara's legendary willpower was shattered by time, geopolitics, and the intractable complexities of social struggle. The fervent idealism and generational arrogance of 1968, from Berkeley to Beijing and Prague to Mexico City, led to undeniable cultural changes whose scope we are only beginning to understand. But there was no return to Eden, no storming of the Winter Palace. The political shift stemming from those heady days of student protest and intellectual ferment, unequaled in the post-war era, led to significant though highly localized victories: the end of the Vietnam War, the departure of General de Gaulle in France, a hint of liberalization in Mexico at the beginning of Luis Echeverria's presidential term, exemplary and long-lived social conquests in Italy. Not much to show for all the struggle. Still, 1968 left us a lasting legacy. And so did the one man who most closely embodied its deeper meaning. Relevance cannot be separated from context. Che's ideas, his life, and opus, even his example, belong to the past. As such, they will never be current again. Of course, history is far from over. The idea of social revolution might one day reappear. But the window of opportunity is closing. Che's aspirations died at the close of the millennium, within the prolonged agony of 19th-century socialism. The fleeting references to Guevara within a few internal debates in Cuba do not signify a rehabilitation, or even an adaptation of his ideas to contemporary history. The main theoretical and political doctrines associated with Che: the armed struggle, the Foco guerrilla movement, the creation of a new man and the primacy of moral incentives, the struggle for militant international solidarity, are virtually meaningless today. The Cuban Revolution, his greatest triumph and truest success, is now disintegrating, and lingers on thanks only to a wholesale rejection of Guevara's ideological heritage. Nostalgia endures, though. Subcommandant Marcos, the media-friendly leader of the Zapatista uprising in Chiapas, often invokes, graphically or verbally, the example and images of Che Guevara, especially those recalling betrayal and defeat. In response to a devastating offensive by the Mexican armed forces on February 9, 1995, Marcos brandished two icons, Emiliano Zapata at Chinameca, and Che at Vado del Yeso and the Euro Ravine *2. Che also lives on in the media. His ongoing appeal harks back to that final call for a modern utopia. It reflects that last convergence of our era's great and generous ideals: equality, solidarity, individual and collective liberation, with actual men and women who tried to make them reality. The values of Che Guevara are still relevant, together with those of his generation. The hopes and dreams of the 60s still resonate at the close of a century bereft of utopias, lacking in a collective project, and torn by the conflicts inherent in our monolithic ideological uniformity. Che's 15 minutes of fame have survived him. More than anyone else, he continues to shed light and meaning upon a moment of time whose memory endures, albeit faintly. His life, like the 60s, should be played in fast forward. That is how it was lived. The story should be read like that of the 60s, high-strung, eventful, and fleeting. In his childhood, youth, maturity, and death can be found the keys to deciphering the mystic encounter of a man and his world. *1 He had a full beard. And his hair was long, very long, like this. His hair was very dirty. We changed his clothes because they were very dirty. We put a pajama on him. A hospital pajama, they put on him. Susana Oviedo, interview with the author, Valle Grande, October 27, 1994. *2 Zapata was ambushed and assassinated at the Hacienda de Chinameca in 1919. The rear guard of Che's guerrilla column in Bolivia was annihilated in Vado del Yeso. Che himself was taken prisoner at La Quebrada del Euro, on the outskirts of a town called La Higuera. The communique from Marcos appeared in La Jornada, Mexico City, February 25, 1995. Chapter 1. Childhood, Youth, and Asthma. In Argentina. Argentina before the Great Depression was not a bad country to be born and raised in, especially if, like the first son of Escobedo Guevara Lynch and Celia de la Serna y Losa, one belonged to a blue-blooded aristocracy. Escobedo Guevara de la Serna was born on June 14, 1928, in Rosario, the third largest city in a country of 12.5 million inhabitants. On his father's side, the Guevara Lynch family had lived in Argentina for 12 generations, more than enough to fulfill the requirements of nobility in a land of immigrants, most washed up only recently on the shores of God's country south. On his mother's side, there was also a long and distinguished lineage, as well as extensive property, which in Argentina meant money. From his father Escobedo inherited Irish and Spanish blood. His great-grandfather, Patrick Lynch, had fled from England to Spain, and eventually to Argentina, assuming the governorship of Rio de la Plata in the second half of the 18th century. He even had Mexican-American parentage. Che's paternal grandmother, Ana Lynch, was born in California in 1868. Roberto Guevara, Che's paternal grandfather, was also originally from the United States, though only by chance. His parents had joined in the California gold rush of 1848, returning to the land of their birth a few years later. Not only by birth were the Guevaras of old Argentine stock. The Guevara Lynch branch of the family was so closely identified with the history of the local aristocracy that Gaspar Lynch was one of the 19th century founders of the Argentine Rural Society, a genuine board of directors for the country's landowning oligarchy. If Enrique Lynch was one of that oligarchy's mainstays toward the end of the 19th century, Ana Lynch, the only grandmother Che ever knew, was a liberal and iconoclast. She became a significant figure in his youth. His decision to study medicine rather than engineering was partly due to her illness and death. On his mother's side, Guevara's landed roots went back to General José de la Serna y Hinojosa, the last Spanish viceroy of Peru, whose troops were defeated by Sucre in the historic Battle of Ayacucho in 1820, when South America's independence was finally secured. *1 A daughter of Juan Martín de la Serna y Edelmira Losa, Celia was not yet 21 when she married the young former architecture student in 1927. Her parents had died years earlier, Don Juan shortly after her birth, according to one of his granddaughters, by throwing himself overboard at sea on discovering he had syphilis I, and Edelmira soon afterward. Celia was raised by her older sister, Carmen de la Serna, who in 1928 married the communist poet Cayetano Córdoba Iturburu. They were both card-carrying members of the Argentine Communist Party. The couple's affiliation lasted 14 years. 2. Celia's family had lots of money, as her husband would admit unblushingly. Her father had inherited a great fortune, and several ranches. A cultivated man, very intelligent, he was active in the ranks of the Radical Party, participating in the Revolution of 1893. Though the family fortune was divided among 7 children, it was initially large enough for all of them. The Guevara de la Serna family would live from Celia's rents and inheritance, much more than from the failed business ventures repeatedly launched by the head of the household. If Celia received, on her mother's side, a classical Catholic education at the School of the Sacred Heart, the free-thinking, radical, leftist beliefs of her sister would make her into a singular figure, a socialist, anti-clerical feminist one. She held endless meetings in her own home during the many struggles led by Argentine women during the 20s and 30s. 2 Maintaining, both before and after her marriage, an identity of her own until her death in 1965. This exceptional woman was the most important, effective and intellectual figure in the life of her eldest son, at least until he met Fidel Castro in Mexico in 1955. Nobody, not his father, his wives, or children, would play as crucial a role for Che as did Celia, his mother. A woman who lived for 20 years under the threat and stigma of cancer, a militant who spent weeks in jail shortly before her death for being the mother of her son, a mother who raised 5 children virtually on her own. She had a profound influence on Che Guevara. Only Castro would have a similar impact on him, later, during a brief interlude in both their lives. Few things illustrate the glory and tragedy of Guevara's saga as aptly as his aching lament when in the Congo, that perpetual heart of darkness, he learned of his mother's death. Personally, however, Machado Ventura brought me the saddest news of the war. In a telephone conversation with Buenos Aires, he was told my mother was very ill, in a tone which made me suppose it was but a preparatory announcement. I had to spend a month in this sad uncertainty, awaiting the results of something I could guess at but still hoping there was a mistake, until I received confirmation of my mother's death. She had wanted to see me shortly before my departure, perhaps feeling ill, but this was not possible as my trip was already far advanced. She did not receive the letter of farewell I left for my parents in Havana. It was to be delivered only in October, after my departure had been made public too. Unable to say goodbye, Che was also denied the chance to grieve in the full measure of his sorrow. The African Revolution, merciless tropical diseases, and unending tribal conflicts prevented it. Celia died in Buenos Aires, expelled from the hospital of her choice and torn from her deathbed for having given birth to Che 37 years earlier. He mourned her in the hills of Africa, driven from the successive countries he had adopted as his own. He himself would perish barely 2 years later, 2 deaths too closely related. The Argentina that saw the birth of Escobedo, soon to be nicknamed Tet, was still in 1928 a dynamic country in full swing, blessed by an economic and even political prosperity which would soon fade. During the 20s it resembled the British domains populated by white settlers, rather than the rest of Latin America. On the eve of World War I, its principal socio-demographic indicators made it more like Australia, Canada, or New Zealand than Colombia, Peru, Venezuela, or Mexico. *3 The country had already received 3 times more direct foreign investment than Mexico or Brazil. The amount of railroad track per thousand inhabitants was 3 to 10 times higher than that of its hemispheric neighbors. 4 In 1913, the southern nation's per capita income was the 13th largest in the world and slightly higher than that of France. The European conflagration and headlong growth of the 20s would not alter this ranking. Argentina's weak points: its meager industrialization, excessive foreign debt, highly vulnerable export sector would soon quash the modernizing pretensions of its local elites. But at the time of his birth, Che Guevara's country still exuded a buoyant and legitimate self-confidence. It aspired to become part of the first world avant la lettre, and was unconcerned by the ominous economic and social signs already looming on the horizon. The introduction in 1912 of secret, universal suffrage, for male Argentine citizens, led to the electoral victory, 4 years later, of the Radical Civic Union and its legendary champion, Hipólito Yrigoyen. He was re-elected for a second time a few months after Che's birth in 1928, following the uninspired interregnum of Marcelo T. de Alvear. Socially minded, democratizing, Yrigoyenism continued to challenge and constrain the old oligarchical, ranching Argentina of the rural society. But it did not fulfill the huge expectations it had aroused in the country's emerging middle sectors and the new working class of Buenos Aires, an eclectic and unstable mixture of immigrants and second-generation Argentines from the interior. Pressure from the right, the disillusionment of the middle classes, and the effects of the Depression put an end to this democratic interval. In 1930 the military took power, the first coup in this century to overthrow a democratically elected Latin American government. In place of the almost blind, ancient Yrigoyen, the armed forces imposed the first in a long series of military rulers and fraudulent elections. Escobedo was born in Rosario by accident. After their marriage in Buenos Aires a year earlier, his parents had left for Puerto Caraguate in the Upper Parana, in the territory of Misiones. There, Ernesto's father planned to cultivate some 200 hectares sown with mate, or Argentine tea leaves, the green gold so abundant in that part of the country. For when Celia was 7 months pregnant they traveled to Rosario, the closest town, both for her to give birth and to study the possibility of buying a mate mill. The farming project and mate plantation soon collapsed, as would happen with all of Guevara Lynch's business ventures. But the other project prospered. Escobedo was born in Rosario, 1 month premature. Soon after Che's birth, the family left the Misiones area, Guevara Lynch becoming a partner in a struggling shipbuilding firm in San Isidro, near Buenos Aires. This is where Ernesto's first asthma attack took place, on May 2, 1930, just weeks before his second birthday. According to Guevara Lynch, his wife, an excellent swimmer, often took the child to the nautical club at San Isidro, on the banks of the River Plate. The father leaves little doubt as to his wife's responsibility. On a cold morning in the month of May, with a strong wind, my wife went swimming in the river with our son Escobedo. I arrived at the club to look for them and take them to lunch, and found a little boy shivering in his wet bathing suit. Celia was inexperienced and did not realize that the change in weather at that time of year could be dangerous for. In fact, the infant suffered his first pulmonary crisis from pneumonia 40 days after birth, from which he almost died, according to his aunt Celia Guevara Lynch. 5 This early illness casts some doubt on the father's explanation. An earlier history of lung ailment preceded the cold. In any case, through June 1933 Ernestito's asthma attacks were an almost daily occurrence. They caused terrible anxiety for both parents, but especially Celia, who besides tending to the child was overburdened by guilt. To that, instilled by her husband over the river incident, she piled on hereditary factors, which at the time were only suspected, though they are now known to be the single most significant cause of asthma. Celia herself had suffered from this respiratory ailment as a child. The probabilities of one of her offspring contracting the disease were nearly 1 in 3, and everything indicates that that is what occurred with Che. The early episodes of pneumonia and colds were only triggers for a high-risk candidate, they did not provoke Che's asthma. The 3 years between the first appearance of the illness and its stabilization seem to have left a profound mark on parents and child alike. Accounts by relatives, friends, and the parents themselves are deeply moving. For it was doubtless during this time that Celia built with her son a relationship infused with obsessiveness, guilt, and adoration. This bond soon translated into a home-based education, which would instill in Che Guevara a lifelong love of books and an insatiable intellectual curiosity. The family wandered throughout Argentina for 5 years, seeking a site that would help, or at least not aggravate, the boy's condition. They finally found it in Altagracia, a summer resort town 40 kilometers from the city of Córdoba, at the foot of the Sierra Chica and almost 600 meters above sea level. A neat, clean, well-laid-out town of white middle-class Argentines, it catered to vacationers and the infirm, not unlike the mountain or hot springs health spas of Western and Central Europe. The thin, dry air, which attracted tourists and tuberculosis patients, attenuated Tet's asthma attacks, though it did not eliminate or even space them to any significant degree. The illness gradually became more manageable, thanks to the better climate, medical care, the child's personality, and his mother's exceptional devotion. Escobedo Guevara was raised, then, on this magic mountain at the foot of the Córdoba Sierra. His father built houses in the small town, while his mother devoted herself to raising and educating Escobedo, his 2 sisters, Celia and Ana Maria, and a brother, Roberto, born in those years. Another brother, Juan Martín, would arrive in 1943. The Guevara home was an oasis of security in a country that was fast leaving its golden years behind. Like the rest of the world, Argentina was entering the hardships of the Depression and its unexpected political consequences. The crash of 1929 not only ruined the made hopes of Che's father, it also shattered in a few short years the myth of a peaceful and prosperous Argentina. The 1930 coup ushered in a long period of political instability. A collapse in prices and in international demand for the country's major exports brought about an unending economic slowdown, interrupted only by a brief boom in raw materials during the immediate post-war period. But the crisis also led to social mobilization, ideological polarization, and cultural changes affecting even Altagracia and the sheltered, enlightened elites of Córdoba. Because its main exports, beef and wheat, were less vulnerable to European demand, Argentina was initially less affected by falling international prices than were other Latin American nations. Still, Argentina's export revenues fell by almost 50% between 1929 and 1932, a plunge ultimately as devastating and laden with consequence as it was for other countries in the region. It had a twofold effect on Argentine society. First, there was a steep rise in agricultural unemployment, as myriad foreclosures hit the Pampas. Second, import restrictions due to a lack of hard currency and foreign credit promoted the development of domestic manufactures, in both consumer and some capital sectors. This in turn caused an accelerated growth in the Argentine working class. By 1947, 1.4 million immigrants from rural areas had relocated to Buenos Aires, and 500,000 workers found jobs in industry, doubling the ranks of labor in barely a decade. These migrants would become the famous Cabecitas Negras, literally, dark heads. A new working class was emerging, darker-skinned and less immigrant-based, and located more in domestic industry than in processing goods for export. The gap between the middle class, educated, and traditional sectors on the one hand, and the new industrial class on the other, would be reflected 10 years later in the distance between a socialist, intellectual, and petit bourgeois left and a populist, irreverent Peronism. But other concerns were more important for Escobedo during those years. The habits of his personal and family life were becoming more clearly defined. The first was his parents' continual roving, now limited to the perimeter of Altagracia. According to Che's younger brother, after living 6 months in the Grutas Hotel in Altagracia, they drifted from Villa Xixita in 1933 to Villa Nidia, then to the Fuentes Chalet in 1937, the Forte Chalet, the Ripamonte and Doce Chalets between that year and 1940, and, in 1940-41, Back to Villanidia. Each time the lease ran out, a frequent occurrence, the family had to move. 6. It would be far-fetched to attribute the roaming spirit of Che Guevara to this endless wandering by his family. But the constant comings and goings of his childhood years could not help but become a sort of second nature. From city to city until the age of 5, and house to house until he turned 15, the Guevara's norm was movement. It also served to spice an otherwise monotonous existence, and to rekindle the illusion of starting anew and overcoming the family tensions, affective and financial, which were hardly lacking in the growing household of Escobedo and Celia. It was during this period that the relationship between Celia and Tet became central to both their lives. It extended far beyond the intensity and closeness of Ernestito's link with his father, or that of the other children with their mother. Che's illness largely explains this. There is nothing like a mother's anguish and guilt to create in her a boundless devotion to her child. The symbiosis between Celia and her son, which would nourish their correspondence, their emotional bond, and their very lives for more than 30 years, began during that placid time in Cordoba when Escobedo learned, on his mother's lap, to read and write, to see her and, above all, be seen by her. Celia's gaze distinguished and constituted him to such an extent that those who knew Escobedo in his youth were astonished by the physical contrast between him and his siblings. It was notorious long before the eldest son became famous, inevitably casting a shadow over the other members of the family. Why was there such a difference? One may assume that it derived largely from Ernesto's relationship with his mother. The other children probably received a simpler kind of maternal affection. 7. Another distinctive sign became apparent in this prelude to adolescence, a certain definition, and confirmation, of the head of the household's role in the family. Guevara Lynch was simultaneously a bon vivant, a marvelous friend to his children, a mediocre provider, and a distant father. He did devote hours to his son, swimming, playing golf, and talking with him. But he remained aloof and remote the rest of the time, often indifferent to the needs of his child and family. While the mother served as teacher, household organizer, and nurse, Guevara Lynch was sporadically building houses in partnership with his brother and lingering at the Sierras Hotel, a haven of rest and relaxation for the wealthy society of Altagracia. 6. His illness continued to afflict Ernestito, preventing him from having a normal primary education. Celia took up the slack. I taught my son his first letters, but Escobedo was unable to go to school because of his asthma. He only attended the 2nd and 3rd grades on a regular basis. The 5th and 6th grades, he attended as much as possible. His siblings copied the schoolwork and he studied at home. 8. Ernesto's father played a central role, however, in transmitting to the asthmatic child a voracious love of sports and exercise, and the conviction that through willpower alone he could overcome the limitations and hardships imposed by his illness. 7. Both Ernesto's father and mother were athletic, they loved nature and the countryside, and instilled that inclination in their son. Since any enjoyment of exercise or the outdoors implied enormous effort for him, Escobedo developed uncommon willpower from his earliest years. It was Che's parents who discovered the only possible remedy for what became a chronic affliction. They quickly concluded that the only reasonable solution for their son's bronchial asthma was to continue medicating him and to strengthen him through tonics and swimming, climbing hills, and horseback riding. 9. Ernesto's fierce determination to overcome his physical shortcomings was thus a major factor in the development of his personality from early years. Another was his easy contact with a broad range of people. The children's circle was varied and gregarious. They were in constant touch with friends from different social classes, including caddies from the Altagracia Golf Club, serving boys from hotels, the children of construction workers from the sites run by Ernesto's father, and poor families from the emerging slums near the family's rented villas. Some of Che's little friends were middle class, others of low income, some were white like him and his siblings, others, dark-skinned morochas like Rosendo Zacharias, who sold candy in the streets of Altagracia. Half a century later, Zacharias still remembers, perhaps aided by the mythical idea that Che was a perfect child, without any defect. 10. how they all played together without distinctions or hierarchy, and how easily Escobedo related to people from different social and cultural milieu. The asthmatic boy also spent long hours in bed, developing an intense love of books and literature. He devoured the children's classics of the time, the adventure novels of Dumas Père, Robert Louis Stevenson, Jack London, Jules Verne, and Emilio Salgari. But he also explored Cervantes and Anatole France, Pablo Neruda and Horacio Quiroga, and the Spanish poets Machado and Garcia Lorca. Both his parents transmitted to him their passion for reading during this period of home education. Escobedo gave Guevara Lynch his penchant for adventure novels, and Celia for poetry and the French language. At school, Escobedo was a good student but nothing more, one of his teachers recalls, as intelligent as his younger sisters, but not as hard-working. Perhaps the greatest impact of the two schools he attended in Altagracia had to do with the fact of receiving a public education during the waning years of an oligarchical Argentina. According to his teacher El Barassi Oviedo Zelaya, Escobedo had two different family links to education, one through Celia, ever present and attentive to her son's instruction, and the other, much more lax, through his father. In the words of Che's teacher, "I only knew the mother. She was really very democratic, a lady who didn't mind picking up any child and taking him home, and helping the school. She had a lovely temperament. She came every day and to all the parents' meetings, with all her kids in the little car and then other kids joining in." The father was a very distinguished man who spent a lot of time at the Sierras Hotel because he came from a distinguished family. I might have seen him once by chance. He didn't speak with the teachers. I only knew he went a lot to the Sierras because at that time the Sierras was the best hotel in Altagracia. With her I talked many times, about school and other things. I never met him at the school, though I might have seen him on some occasion. Someone might have said, "That senior." Guevara. 11. The fact that Escobedo attended public school was typical, yet highly significant. Although Argentine society was still relatively homogeneous, its growing diversity was already coming into conflict with the standardizing pressures of public, lay, compulsory education. When his asthma kept Escobedo at home, his mother actually received notices from the truant officer, inquiring as to the reasons for his absence. The compulsory character of primary education was not just a matter of principle but a strictly enforced reality. The two schools Che attended in Altagracia received pupils from the destitute homes on the city outskirts, poor infants from El Campo, or else urban morochas. Either way, children from modest families, for whom this was the first generation going to school. The enormous difference between Argentina and the rest of Latin America in those years, with the exception of Uruguay and possibly Chile, lay precisely in the existence of public education. Established before universal suffrage, it was, together with military conscription, the equalizing institution par excellence. The immense gap between the adult Che and many of his companions from Cuba and the rest of Latin America, in his relations with different classes, races, ethnic groups, and educational levels, stemmed from this early experience of equality. Che's experience was not at all typical in a continent whose elites rarely encounter people different from themselves. However, to strive for equality is not the same as achieving it. The brutal emergence in the 30s of new working classes, including second-generation immigrants and laborers from the old agricultural sector of gauchos and cattle ranches, did not spare any level of Argentine society. Ernesto's schools were attended by poor children of Italian, Spanish, and rural origins. Thanks to his teachers and the exceptional cultural heritage he received from Celia, Che was blessed with unique and obvious opportunities for confronting the contours of equality. But these schools also bestowed upon him, paradoxically, the distinction of being a precocious primus inter pares. The culture and, relative, prosperity of his parents, as well as the self-confidence generated by a stable if not peaceful home, provided Escobedo with the privilege of standing out from a very young age. He was a ringleader at school and among his friends. The early vocation for leadership that many of Che's admirers have traced back to his childhood may indeed have stemmed from innate talents, but it also involved his privileged social position *8. Last but not least, these languid years in Altagracia also saw Ernesto's incipient politicization. The Spanish Civil War had a major impact on him, as it did on millions of young people and adults throughout the world. His interest in the triumphs and tragedies of Madrid, Teruel, and Guernica did not center on the conflict's ideological, international, or even political aspects. Rather, as befitted a boy between the ages of 8 and 11, he was inspired by its military and heroic aspects. In 1937, he hung a map of Spain on the wall of his room, using it to follow the movements of the Republican and Francoist forces. He also built a miniature battlefield in the garden, complete with trenches and mountains. 12. In 1937, Ernesto's uncle, the poet Cayetano Córdoba Iterburu, left for Spain. A journalist and committed member of Argentina's Communist Party, Córdoba was hired as a foreign correspondent. Aunt Carmen and the two children went to live at the Guevara home in Altagracia during his absence. So all the dispatches, notes, and articles that Córdoba Iterburu sent from the front passed through the villa in Altagracia. The arrival of news from overseas was a major event. The poet-turned-reporter occasionally sent Spanish books and magazines. This continual stream of detailed information flowed straight into the imagination of the boy, where it would remain. Another important factor in Che's growing politicization was the subsequent arrival in Córdoba and then Altagracia of several refugee families fleeing from Spain. The one closest to the Guevaras was that of the physician Juan González Aguilar, who had previously dispatched his wife and children to Buenos Aires and then Altagracia. Paco, Juan, and Pepe, the three sons of the González Aguilar family, enrolled at the same school in Córdoba that Che began attending while still living in Altagracia. For a year, they often traveled together the 35 kilometers to school. As the Republican front collapsed, González Aguilar fled to Argentina, joining his family in Altagracia. The friendship between the two families would last for decades. The stories told by the González Aguilars and other refugees like General Jurado and the composer Manuel de Falla would help inspire in Escobedo a deep sympathy toward the Republican cause. The Spanish Civil War, perhaps the last civil conflict until the Cuban Revolution to be broadly, almost unanimously, perceived as a battle between good and evil, was the decisive political event in Che's childhood and adolescence. Nothing else in those years would mark him as profoundly as the Loyalist struggle and defeat, not the French Popular Front or Mexico's oil expropriation, not Roosevelt's New Deal or the Argentine coup of 1943, nor even the rise of Perón on October 17, 1945, would have such an impact on the young Guevara. Ernesto's parents also transmitted their own political views to him. After the Republican defeat in Spain, the father of the 11-year-old boy founded a local section of Acción Argentina and enrolled him in its youth section. A typical anti-fascist organization, Acción Argentina did a bit of everything during those years. It organized meetings, collected funds for the Allies, opposed Nazi penetration in Argentina, uncovered cases of infiltration by former crew members of the German battleship Graf Spee, sunk in Montevideo Bay in 1940, and disseminated information about Allied advances during the war. As Guevara Lynch recalls, every time an event was organized by Acción Argentina or we had a serious investigation to do, Escobedo went with me. 13. The Spanish War coincided with the emergence in Argentina of a nationalistic, Catholic, and virtually fascist right. The nation's intellectuals, especially those with radical, socialist, or communist sympathies and aristocratic, Italian, or Spanish roots, rallied against it, denouncing all forms of xenophobia and conservatism. They were particularly opposed to the views expressed by writers like Leopoldo Lugones, or publications like Crisol, Crucible, La Bandera Argentina, The Argentine Flag, and La Voz Nacionalista, The Nationalist Voice, as well as to their political expression among mid-level army officers. Argentine nationalism during the 30s embraced anti-Semitism, racism and eugenics, fascism, and Nazism. It quite naturally sided with Franco when the Spanish Civil War broke out in 1936. Xenophobia was especially dear to it, given the emergence of a new working class from the interior made up of blacks or redskins. *9 That this nationalism also had its social and anti-imperialist aspects, its developmentalist components, did not prevent the traditional Argentine left from regarding it with dread, and justifiably so. The final outcome of these trends confounded all expectations. The advent of Perón in 1945 would leave the nationalists unsatisfied, and the left disoriented and bereft of popular support. The growth of that conservative, Catholic nationalism provides an at least partial, and tentative, answer to the riddle of Argentina's left and Che's attitude toward the chief political event of his youth, Perón's rise to power. As we shall see, Escobedo followed in his parents' footsteps. To the extent that he cared at all, his youthful anti-Peronism was as visceral as his family's, as wholehearted as that of his fellow university students, and as unrealistic as that of the left in general. Che would complete the circle only 20 years later, when he became friends with Perón's representatives in Havana, especially John William Cook. He even served as Perón's contact with Algerian President Ahmed Ben Bella, requesting his help to arrange a meeting between Perón and Gamal Abdel Nasser. 14. On the eve of the Guevara's departure for Córdoba in 1943, the patterns of Che's family life were set. The house was always open. There was an endless procession of children, visitors, friends, and travelers, all within a great disorder governed only by two rules: hospitality for guests and freedom for the children. Bicycles and tricycles circulated indoors, meals were served at all times, and there were scores of guests. Money was always short. The couple's financial problems, the father's chronic absenteeism, and the mother's indifference to household matters doubtless helped perpetuate the chaos. The children's enormous freedom had as its counterpart a certain lack of structure. When the Guevara's marriage began to show strains, the disorder became even more apparent. In 1942, a year before moving to the city, Ernesto's parents enrolled him at the Colegio Nacional de Funes of Córdoba, an excellent public secondary school belonging to the Ministry of Education. It was not precisely intended for poor students, but was less exclusive than the Colegio Montserrat. The latter was the institution usually attended by Córdoban members of the regional elite to which Escobedo belonged as a matter of course, while those from the emerging middle classes tended to enroll at Dean Funes. The parents' choice was a fortunate one. Escobedo spent 5 years among young people of different social and professional origins. One should not, however, exaggerate their diversity. In the 40s, Córdoba was still a fairly homogeneous, white, bureaucratic center within a prosperous agricultural province. The social differences that did exist were increasingly concealed by geographical segregation. Things were changing, however. The population skyrocketed, surging from 250,000 inhabitants in 1930 to 386,000 in 1947. Lower-income residents, recently arrived from the countryside and working in the services sector, began settling in the city's outskirts. In some areas, slums appeared directly alongside fashionable neighborhoods. With the arrival of the automobile industry in the late 40s, industrialization was just around the corner. A new phase had begun for Escobedo in school and in his eternal struggle against asthma. He began to compete in team sports, especially rugby. Both rough and cerebral, it was the favorite sport of Anglophile Argentina. Many of the matches took place at Córdoba's lawn tennis club, where Escobedo also swam and played tennis or golf. There and then the secondary school student became friends with two brothers, Tomás and Alberto Granado, the former his own age, the latter 6 years older. Tomás was the closest friend of his adolescent years, Alberto, of his youth, travels, and first forays into the world. They attended the same high school, suffered through their first love side by side, and witnessed together the political ferment that shook Argentina beginning on October 17, 1945, when Perón, borne by a tidal wave of both Capesitas Negras and Catholic, conservative, and authoritarian elites, erupted into the life of his country. Rugby had two implications for the young asthma patient, already marked by the disease's classically deformed chest. First of all, it entailed an exceptional challenge. It was already known then, and even more so now, that strenuous exercise is the single most frequent trigger for asthma attacks. *10 Overcoming the crises and controlling them through willpower, an inhaler, and even epinephrine injections, soon became a routine that Guevara would endure until the end of his life. Secondly, rugby assigns players different roles and functions, some more strenuous than others. The position of half scrum held for Escobedo the great advantage of being more static and strategic, less mobile and tactical. 6 It benefited him in two ways, offering him an opportunity to develop his skills as a leader and strategist, and allowing him to play without running from one end of the field to the other throughout a match, thus preventing him from tiring too early. But he was not entirely spared. The attacks came on during the game sometimes, driving him off the field and to the bleachers, where he would inject himself with adrenaline right through his clothes, perhaps in some cases to call attention to himself. 15 The challenge was enormous, but manageable under certain conditions, a combination which would persist throughout Guevara's life, as did the asthma. For Ernesto's ailment was not totally typical. Unlike many cases of childhood asthma, it did not disappear with age. Psychoanalytic views on the origins of asthma are in general no longer viewed favorably by physicians. 1. The widely accepted etiology is hereditary. Interpretations based upon a patient's anxiety, his incapacity to externalize it and to cope with the ambivalence triggering that anxiety, are perhaps better suited to explain the disorder's lasting nature in cases like Che's than its origin. They are particularly suggestive given his obvious difficulty in facing and accepting conflicting emotions or desires, whether in his family, at school, in love, or, years later, in politics. In this view, asthma was Ernesto's response to a primary, recurring anxiety which caused him to suffocate. This anxiety was in turn exacerbated by his frequent exposure to ambivalence, intolerable to him precisely because of the anxiety it generated. The only possible cure was to avoid ambivalence through distance, travel, and death. There are several known triggers for asthmatic episodes: viral infections, exercise, dust or other allergies, and climate changes. Attacks can also be brought on by emotional catalysts, a sense of imminent or expected danger, or highly conflictive situations with no apparent way out, and for which any alternative entails an exorbitant cost. The known connection between the dilation of contracted bronchia and a surge of adrenaline implies that situations devoid of ambivalence, such as combat, for instance, produce an endogenous discharge of adrenaline and thus can deter asthmatic attacks. Conversely, other situations, for example, those requiring long deliberations and tortuous decisions, can actually provoke them, precisely owing to the absence of endogenous discharges of adrenaline. *11 If this interpretation is correct, it may explain Che's subsequent incapacity to accept the simultaneous presence of opposites, his parents' problems and equivocal estrangement, the intrinsic contradictions of Peronism, the ambiguities of his relationship with Chiquina Ferreira, and later, the need to reconcile the pragmatic imperatives of the Cuban Revolution's survival with his own formidable social and humanistic values. 7. What with his asthma and problems at home, Escobedo was, as his report cards indicate, only an average student, with occasional high marks in the humanities. Thus, in 1945, in his fourth year of middle school, he received excellent grades in literature and philosophy, barely passing marks in mathematics, history, and chemistry, and truly disastrous ones in music and physics. 16 His complete tone deafness became legendary. He simply could not distinguish among rhythms or melodies, never learning to dance or play any musical instrument. As Alberto Granado would recount years later, "We had agreed that I would give him a kick every time there was a dance he could do. The only dance he had learned was the tango, which is the only thing you can dance if you don't have any ear." The day of his birthday he made a fantastic speech, which proved to me that the boy was not crazy, that there was something to him. He was dancing with an Indian girl, a nurse from the leper colony in the Amazon region. Suddenly the band played Delicado, a bayan that was very much in fashion, a favorite of the girlfriend he had left in Córdoba. When I gave him a little kick to remind him, he started dancing the tango. He was the only one doing it. I couldn't stop laughing. When he realized what was happening, he got terribly angry. 17. Che's English was also appalling. He achieved an average of 3 out of 10 in his fourth year. 18. In contrast, his French, learned at home with Celia, eventually became cultivated and fluent to some extent. And his general level of culture and education was higher than that of his peers, according to his classmates. He bought and read the books of all the winners of the Nobel Prize for Literature, and held intensive discussions with his history and literature professors. As his friends recall, he was much more knowledgeable than they in many subjects they didn't even approach. 19. His barely adequate performance in school *12 was perhaps due to his many extracurricular activities, sports, chess, always a favorite pastime, in which he acquired a certain mastery, his first job with the Provincial Highway Department, initially in Córdoba and then, after he completed high school, at Villa Maria, halfway between Córdoba and Rosario. All in all, as his father said, he was a wizard in his use of time. 20. An anecdote from this period reveals Ernesto's stubborn and generous efforts to bridge the gap separating him from the poorer sectors of Córdoba society, and to oppose blatant cases of oppression and injustice. The Guevara Street, Calle Chile, bordered on one of the city's poorest neighborhoods. There, as in all Latin America, marginalized and dispossessed immigrants from the countryside lived in houses made of cardboard and zinc. This was also the territory of a Dantesque personage known as the Man of the Dogs, a legless cripple who hauled himself along on a little cart pulled by a brace of dogs, upon which he vented all his rage at his hapless fate. Every morning as he dragged himself out of the hole in the ground that was his home, he would whip the dogs as they struggled to pull him onto the pavement. The dog's whimpers always preceded his appearance, a major event in the neighborhood. One day, the local children started taunting the Man of the Dogs and throwing stones at him. Escobedo and his friends witnessed this spectacle and tried to stop it, Escobedo pleading with the children. But instead of thanking him, the Man of the Dogs mocked him, his icy stare filled with an ageless, irreparable class hatred. In the words of Dolores Moyano Martin, a friend of young Ernesto's and Xixina's cousin, who tells the story, the tramp illustrated an important distinction: his enemies were not the poor children throwing stones at him but the rich children trying to defend him. 13. A lesson that Escobedo would learn only in part. His parents were drawing further and further apart, and the disorder and money problems already present in Altagracia became more acute in Córdoba. These years witnessed the romance more or less public in the small world of a mid-sized provincial town between Escobedo Guevara Lynch and Raquel Javia, a Cuban of exceptional beauty widely known in the city as a seductive, cheerful woman. 8. This was neither the first nor the last of the elder Ernesto's affairs, as Carmen Córdoba, Che's cousin, recalls. Everyone knew he was a ladies' man. Celia knew 21. Raquel's mother, an actress of some talent, had moved to Córdoba with her daughter for health reasons. The daughter's liaison with Escobedo Sr. began during the war. 22. Despite the widely publicized nature of the affair, it was a scandal in Córdoba. 23. Escobedo Sr. once brought Raquel home for a visit, which can hardly have pleased Che and his mother. The entire relationship marked Che so strongly that when his girlfriend Chiquina Ferreira happened to recall the woman's name a few years later, he snapped, "Never mention that name in my presence." 2. The Guevara's marital difficulties were becoming more serious and now affected 5 children, 3 of them nearly adult. As described by Betty Fegan, a contemporary of Guevara's and the wife of Gustavo Roca, a lawyer from Córdoba who became a friend of Che's later in life. Family life was complicated. I remember when Juan Martín, the smallest of Ernesto's brothers, was born, and I went to see him. I remember the house where they lived, in such disorder. It gave an impression of poverty, neglect. Celia was a very intelligent woman, very attractive as a person, one could speak with her very easily, but one did not feel that things were going well. And then there were those things the kids talked about, that Escobedo was separated. There were many periods of great marital disagreement, with financial problems as well. They even lived poorly, all right from a socio-cultural point of view, but with very serious economic limitations. 14. Dolores Moyano Martin has her own theory about the Guevara's home life during this time. In her loneliness, the adored and adoring mother may well have yielded to the temptation of casting her eldest son in a father's role, as she tried to raise the younger children in an atmosphere of chaos, financial hardship, and marital tension. The couple's estrangement and first separation, temporary, ambiguous, incomplete, did not actually occur until 1947 in Buenos Aires, though some place it earlier. In Córdoba 9, the entire situation left a mark on Carmen Córdoba, Che's young cousin. It was as if Escobedo Sr. just left, because he decided to leave, but then he would return. It was not a full break for the couple, or as if the marriage had ended. 24. In any case, the process that led to these tensions and worse ones was already well underway. In 1943 the couple's final child, Juan Martín, was born in Córdoba. His relationship with Escobedo would be a crucial part of Che's adolescence and youth and, of course, of the life of the younger Guevara. I was a sort of brother-son. Escobedo was both my father and my brother. He would take me out for walks, carry me on his shoulders, play with me, and I saw him as my father. 25. In regard to other domestic responsibilities and obviously not just household chores, Celia was perhaps beginning to place unconscious but compelling demands on her oldest and favorite son. According to a cousin of Che's, he would always hand to his mother part of the wages he obtained from the many odd jobs he held during those years. I had the impression he sort of replaced his father. 26. These demands were probably never verbalized or made explicit. The communication between mother and son had plenty of room for insinuation and double entendres. Perhaps in response, Che gradually drew away, not in his love for his family but in his physical presence. This might help explain the beginning of his travels and his perpetual movement. 15. It also partly clarifies his initial inclination to study engineering in Córdoba, though his parents and siblings had already left for Buenos Aires. The moment of his final leave-taking from them had not yet arrived, however. For several reasons, Escobedo changed his mind. He followed his family to the capital to study, but soon took off, overtaken by his aversion for immobility. As it turned out, he never really put down roots in Buenos Aires. His encounter with Maria del Carmen, Chiquina, Ferreira also dates from his time in high school, though the relationship would not really blossom until later, when Guevara was already studying medicine at the University of Buenos Aires. But Che's friends during that period were already converging with Chiquina's. Many of her cousins from the Roca and Moyano families were also close to the Guevaras, Granados, and other acquaintances. Convergence but not assimilation. Che was beginning to stand out from his friends. He dressed differently, in a careless, almost slovenly way, had contrasting tastes, and was by now far more cultivated. There also began to appear in some hidden niche of his psyche a glimmer of politicization, though still on a purely emotional level. It consisted in a certain sympathy and generosity toward those less fortunate than himself, and a willingness to fight by whatever means but without knowing very well why or to what end. One of the most repeated anecdotes in Che's biography, which appears in almost every account, is that told by Alberto Granado concerning his own detention in Córdoba in 1943 for having attended a student anti-military demonstration. 27. When Escobedo went to visit him at the police station, Granado suggested that he and other friends organize demonstrations with the secondary school students. Che answered, "Demonstrate in order to have the shit beaten out of us? No way. I won't march if I'm not carrying a piece of gun. More than a portent of Che's revolutionary vocation, or even of any violent proclivities in him at age 16, the incident suggests an indeterminate combativeness and a certain idea of power relations. Don't fight if you can't win." He would, repeatedly, This incipient political awareness was marked by the influence of his parents, the intellectual atmosphere of Córdoba at the time, and Che's scant familiarity with politics. No one recalls any special interest in politics on his part, or his holding any clear stance. 16 Though he already showed some signs of anti-Americanism, not untypical of learned Córdoba intellectuals at the time. Che also had definite anti-Peronist feelings, but they derived more from the anti-authoritarian cycle of the war in Spain, the struggle against Nazism in Europe, and opposition to the rise of Perón by the traditional middle class and intellectual left. Yet Escobedo seems to have been largely indifferent to the most important socio-political event of his lifetime thus far, the demonstrations of October 17, 1945, when the working class of Buenos Aires took to the streets to rescue Perón from his island prison, carrying him, physically and metaphorically, to the presidency of Argentina. Escobedo completed his high school studies toward the end of 1946. He spent the summer working with the roads department of the province of Córdoba. Many factors induced him to study engineering in Córdoba, among them the fact that his family had already left for Buenos Aires, settling down in the house of Guevara Lynch's mother on Arenal Street. But in 1947 she fell ill, and Escobedo moved to the capital to help care for her. When Ana Lynch died, Escobedo made a far-reaching decision. He enrolled at the Faculty of Medicine of Buenos Aires, and went to stay with his parents on Arenal Street, which, however, was no longer quite the family home. As Roberto Guevara euphemistically expresses it, Escobedo often went to a studio my old man had on Paraguay Street, number 2034, apartment A on the first floor 28, or, as one of their cousins closer to Roberto than to Che by age and vocation recalls, toward the end of Ernesto's years in Buenos Aires, their parents were practically separated. Ernesto's father rarely slept at home. While the rest of the family lived in Arenal Street, he had his architect's office in Paraguay Street, where he stayed most of the time. 29 Escobedo lived in the house on Arenal Street until he left Argentina in 1953. Che thus arrived in Buenos Aires barely a year after Perón's enthronement. He would depart from his native country forever a year after Evita Perón died on February 26, 1952, as Peronism entered its prolonged twilight. Chapter 2. Years of Love and Indifference in Buenos Aires, Medical School. Perón, and Chiquina. He Buenos Aires period was both formative in itself and a prelude to what awaited Che as a young man. It encompassed Che's first loves, travels, and the making of his failed profession, as well as a further glimmer of political awakening. And it took place in an exceptional context. The profound transformation of Argentina began in 1946, with the inauguration of Juan Domingo Perón as President of the Republic. Three explanations are frequently given for Escobedo Guevara's decision to enroll at the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Buenos Aires. The first was the death of his grandmother Ana Lynch. Because her passing coincided with Ernesto's decision to become a physician, when he was already registered at the School of Engineering, this interpretation has many advocates. 1 Escobedo, grieving at the loss of his only living grandmother, with whom he had had a close and loving relationship, reacted like the impulsive and willful youth he had now become. To prevent others from dying of the same illness, he decided to seek a cure for what killed her, a stroke, according to Che's sister. 2 And the only way to do this was to study medicine. The second explanation is Celia Guevara de la Serna's breast cancer, one according to the information made available to the author by Roberto Guevara, Che's younger brother, and by Roberto Nicholson, a cousin of the surgeon who operated on Celia. She underwent surgery the first time on September 12, 1945, when a large portion of one breast was resected. It had been invaded by a malignant and highly invasive tumor. The operation was a success, and for the moment was devoid of any further consequences. The surgery took place, then, 2 years before Che's choice of medicine as a career, and was undoubtedly a decisive consideration. In October 1949, Che's mother complained of discomfort near the scars of the previous operation, In early 1950 she was operated on again, this time her entire breast and her reproductive organs were removed, a highly aggressive, terribly traumatic procedure. Celia took much longer to recover from this surgery. She would die of cancer 17 years later, possibly as a sequel to the initial tumor. One can guess the shattering impact on a boy so attached to his mother to learn that she had cancer, even if physicians described her condition as curable. *3 If Escobedo studied medicine to prevent others from dying like his grandmother, it is even more likely that he would do so to avert a relapse in his mother's health too. In addition to the repression of information about Che's parents' estrangement, the official silence on Celia's sickness is the first of myriad attempts by the Cuban government and its partisans to rewrite the story of the hero's life. None of the official Cuban sources even mention Celia's illness, much less its effects on her son's life, studies, or personality too. It would appear that revolutionary heroes cannot have embarrassing or painful episodes in their biographies. Perhaps one day it will become clear why Stalinism, in either its polar or its tropical version, acknowledges the existence only of villains or saints. It seems to have no room for ordinary human beings who go on to become extraordinary figures owing to the confluence of their talents and their historical context. Lastly, there is the thesis that Escobedo studied medicine basically in quest of relief for his own respiratory ailment. Aside from the weight of the testimony supporting this interpretation, it is intrinsically convincing. Che's medical specialization was precisely in allergies, as was his research, under Dr. Salvador Pisani at the Faculty of Medicine, for even during the couple of years he spent in Mexico before embarking on the expedition to Cuba, Che's scant medical research focused on problems in allergology and dermatology. 3. Thus, the young Che probably registered at the Faculty of Medicine for a wide variety of reasons, but all of them had to do with external circumstances rather than with any inherent interest. Escobedo chose medicine as a means to an end, to help people, to help his mother, to help himself, not because of any innate passion or early vocation. One should certainly not seek any ideological motivation. As Che would acknowledge years later, "When I started out to be a doctor, when I began to study medicine, most of the ideas I now have as a revolutionary were absent from the storehouse of my ideals. I wanted to succeed, like everybody. I dreamed of being a famous researcher, but at that time it was a personal victory." 1. His rapid disenchantment with medicine was not unrelated to this tangle of external, indirect, and somewhat confusing reasons, for in contrast with the official story circulated years later and consecrated by Che himself in an account dating from his time in the Sierra Maestra, he lost interest in medicine long before his first exposure to enemy fire. 2. In this version, the still beardless guerrilla fighter made his choice between medicine and revolution during the first combat after the Granmas. Landing in Alegria de Pio. Forced to decide between carrying a box of munitions and a first aid kit, he opted for the munitions. But already in 1952, after 4 years of medical studies but before completing his degree, he was writing to his girlfriend, Chiquina Ferreira, that he had no intention of being trapped in the ridiculous medical profession. *5 And his friends recall that as a medical student, he did not really achieve good grades. He liked some subjects better than others, and he studied more for them, but rarely worked hard on any courses except research, which he had a feeling for too. Indeed, Che would never be a practicing physician in the way one is, for instance, a courtroom lawyer. Almost from the beginning of his university studies, he leaned toward clinical research. In Mexico, the only country in which he even sporadically practiced his profession, he also focused on allergies. His grades in the different areas of study reflect this inclination. The few with distinction marks he received, in 4 out of 30 subjects, along with 8 good marks and 18 passing ones. 3 And his failing grades, acknowledged without much shame to Chiquina, in neurology and surgical technique. 4 As a fellow student would later comment, I don't think he attended regularly, rather, he presented many free subjects, that is, he did not attend classes but instead passed exams at the end of each term. 5. Certainly, Guevara reflected upon various aspects of the medical profession, ranging from the treatment of stigmatized patients lepers in Argentina and then Peru to socialized medicine. Alberto Granado relates a visit to the San Francisco del Chinar leper colony, during which Che repeatedly insisted on the need for a more humane approach to patients, and especially on the importance for the lepers' psyches of the friendly way in which we treated them. 5. Granado also describes how, shortly before they left on their trip through South America, they went to the fashionable beach resort at Miramar. A heated discussion arose among the friends of Sheikh Hina Ferreira, Escobedo, and Granado regarding the measures adopted by the British Labour government of Clement Attlee, particularly the socialization of medicine. The arrogant and abrasive young Escobedo took the floor for almost an hour, defending the abolition of commercial medicine and arguing against inequality in the distribution of doctors between cities and countryside, and the isolation of rural practitioners. Needless to say, he shocked most of his interlocutors. 6. During these university years in Buenos Aires, Ernesto's life and personality continued to be as multifaceted as ever. Whereas his studies had previously been combined with sports, reading, and his illness, now he spread his time even more thinly. He added new pastimes, girlfriends, and trips, a more diligent study of philosophy, and his job. He hitchhiked constantly back to Cordoba, a 72-hour trek to visit his novia, fiancé, and friends. He also continued to play rugby at the Atalaia Rugby Club of San Isidro and, if we believe his acquaintances, a great deal of golf. He began working as an employee in the supplies section of the city government, where he continued to take notes for a projected philosophical dictionary or notebook he had begun earlier. Finally, he was at least somewhat involved in the turbulent political events which shook Argentina during that period. Perhaps the first time Che's path crossed that of Perón was when he turned 18 in 1946 and had to register for compulsory military service. His asthma should have been enough to exempt him from the draft. In any case, rather than spending 2 years in the army, both for academic and ideological reasons, the young man was quite happy to be deferred until he concluded his studies. The army was the Peronist stronghold par excellence. The workers had not yet achieved their great conquests, nor had the spectacular though corporativist strengthening of the labor movement yet occurred, as it would in the golden age of Peronism. For a young man from an anti-Peronist family, as well as for an intellectually alert university student, the very idea of military service was anathema. Perhaps the best way to approach the crucial topic of Che Guevara's Peronism, as it might be called, during his youth, and the convoluted debate over his anti- or pro-Peronism, is to quote the strange account that Perón himself provided, 25 years later, about Ernesto's failure to fulfill his military service. They say that Che was among those who opposed us. This is not true. Che was a man close to our positions. His story is quite simple: he had broken the military service law. If he fell into the hands of the police, he would be pressed into service for 4 years in the Navy or 2 years in the Army. When they were about to catch him, we ourselves tipped him off. He bought a motorcycle and went to Chile. Che was a revolutionary, like us. The one who was not with us was the mother. The mother was the one responsible for everything that happened to the poor guy. Che did not leave the country because we were after him. *6. The general was obviously not the only person who has attempted to attribute a posthumous Peronism to Che Guevara in his youth, so have his father and several Cuban compilers of anecdotes and chronologies. All these efforts, however, come up against the same inescapable obstacle. There are no traces of any position or even interest on Che's part regarding political and social events in his country at that time. 6. In fact, Che was neither pro nor anti-Peronist. Rather, the entire subject seemed to be a matter of indifference to him. In the letters which survived Chilena's enraged burning of most of their correspondence, there are few references to Perón, and comments on current events are notoriously absent. Che mentions him once, saying only, "A narrow margin of victory is not convincing to me, in this I am like Perón." 7. Another time, shortly after the romance between the two aristocratic offspring began, he mentions to her, in reference to a cancelled trip together to Paris, that he prefers Peronists to monks. 7. The general's biographers would probably dispute the first statement. There is no evidence that Perón moved only when he was certain of the outcome, or that his margins of victory were as broad as was assumed by the demanding, but apparently frustrated, suitor. Che's parents were viscerally anti-Peronist. Escobedo himself, like most students, was strongly opposed to the ideological, academic, and authoritarian stances of the new regime. Even before the advent of Perón, the students had adopted a class-oriented slogan: yes to books, no to alpargatas, rope-soled shoes worn by the lower classes. For many members of the intelligentsia, the victory of the general with oily hair on February 12, 1946, recalled the rise of Hitler or Mussolini. The entire Argentine left united to support Perón's principal opponent, the Democratic Union candidate José P. Tamburina. The latter also received support from the United States Embassy and a large part of the Argentine oligarchy. The university, especially, became a stronghold for anti-Peronism, mainly due to the regime's growing authoritarianism and anti-intellectualism. The left was devastated by Peronism. Never again would the socialist and communist parties regain the working class base, small, but real, that they had consolidated before and during the Depression. Certainly, the emergence of working and previously marginalized masses was not the only factor that alienated intellectuals and the traditional middle class. The main reason was that they identified their opposition to rightist nationalism with the struggle against Franco, the Nazis, fascism, and local authoritarianism. Conversely, Peronism inspired great sympathy among workers and large parts of the industrial business sector owing to its promotion of social demands on the one hand, and its economic nationalism on the other. This led to a severe polarization of public opinion. The regime had the strong support of nationalists, encouraged by the expropriation of the British-owned railroads, and of Evita Perón's descamisados, shirtless ones, organized in the General Confederation of Workers. Thanks to reforms that were both symbolic and substantive: minimum wage, pension system, women's suffrage, social security, paid holidays, the government was highly popular with workers. Thus its strength and the lasting, often implausible memories it left in millions of Argentines. As long as the post-war export boom continued to generate revenue, most social demands could be satisfied without lashing out at all power groups at once. The virtual schism between the country's intelligentsia and the industrial working class, between the left and its supposed mass base, between the middle class and the neediest sectors of society, would govern the fate of Argentina for the next half-century. The surprising thing about Escobedo Guevara's passage through this period is not his presumed anti-Peronism. Everything impelled him in that direction. Nor would historians be disconcerted if he had reacted against his family, opting for Peronism simply out of rebelliousness, or because of his empathy for the poor. This would have coincided with his character and growing sensitivity. What is striking is his apparent lack of interest, either for or against Peronism, in the most exciting events of his country's modern history. *7. As a critical biographer has aptly stated, an exhaustive search of all the assorted records of groups active at that time has not turned up Guevara's name as a member of any student organization, nor of the official center, i.e., the Medical Students Center, which hewed to official guidelines from the time of its infiltration by the military regime during the 30s. In dozens of letters to his parents beginning with his first trip in early 1952 and until 1955, when he expresses his reaction to the fall of Perón, in the diary covering his travels through South America, and in accounts collected by Cuban or Argentine researchers from friends, family, and fellow university students, there is no comment of any sort regarding these moments in history. 9 There are no negative or positive views either concerning current events, the Peronist reforms, women's suffrage, the rise of Evita, the general's re-election, the death of Evita, or more abstract political processes. Only several years later, in a letter sent his mother from Mexico in 1955, does he ask for information: "Send me all the news you can, as we are completely misinformed here since newspapers cover only Perón's problems with the clergy and we know nothing about the real situation. 10. As his sister Ana Maria said, in relation to Peronism, he did not take sides one way or the other. He sort of stayed on the sidelines. 11. His membership in the University Federation of Buenos Aires, FUBA, was more administrative than political. Che was not a student activist. Ernesto's political participation was circumstantial. He was not a militant, though he shared the FUBA's ideology. 12. And the same applies to his exchanges with friends, girlfriends, and others. Politics in general, and Peronism in particular, were simply not topics of conversation for him, at least with me. He never talked politics. 13. This attitude is completely at odds with the image often provided of Che Guevara's youth, stemming from an effort to salvage him for Peronism. The rescue operation has relied mainly on a letter Che wrote from Mexico in 1955, when a military coup toppled Perón and sent him into exile for almost 20 years. Che's father himself indulges in this rewriting of history, claiming that his son was no anti-Peronist militant. When he was a boy, the father argues, he adopted the stance as a game, but when he was 26 and had acquired greater political maturity, Guevara Lynch claims that his son did not hesitate to support the Peronist working masses against the military coup. 14. Indeed, by the time Che was in Mexico, 10 years after the rise of Perón and long after Perón's moments of greatest strength and popularity, his moderate distaste for the regime had evolved into a more politicized rejection of the coup d'état that ended the supposed idyll of the Descamisados. In a 1955 letter to Tita Infante, a friend from the Faculty of Medicine, Guevara outlines his contradictory reflections on the fall of Perón. With all due respect to Arbenz, the reformist president of Guatemala, recently overthrown in a CIA-sponsored coup, who was totally different from Perón from an ideological viewpoint, the fall of the Argentine government is following in the footsteps of Guatemala in a strangely faithful way, and you will see how the complete handing over of the country, and making a political and diplomatic break with the popular democracies, will be a sad but familiar corollary. 15. A convoluted and contradictory commentary, to say the least. It posits both a parallelism between Perón and Arbenz and an ideological and personal contrast. As became clear in later years, the Guatemalan phase of Che's political and ideological thinking was the beginning of his anti-imperialism, which would be permanent, and of his pure communist phase, which would last until his first travels through Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union in the early 60s. The importance Che attributes to this break with the popular democracies already points to the direction his growing politicization would take. This brief comment on the overthrow of Perón reveals neither a marked interest in nor a particularly profound analysis of events. There are few significant similarities between the military pronunciamientos that respectively toppled Arbenz and Perón. The latter's nationalist period had already come to an end. And if the Guatemalan masses did not defend the Arbenz government because nobody gave them the weapons to do so, a view questioned by some, but ultimately adopted by Che, the Argentine people did not even try to fight for a regime that had already abandoned them. Finally, Che's allusion to a strange parallelism between both covertly organized coups, based upon a supposed United States involvement, poses several problems. Though Washington's participation in the overthrow of Arbenz has been amply documented, the same cannot be said of Argentina's liberating revolution of 1955. In the previously quoted letter to Celia, Escobedo does indeed take a clearer position with regard to the recently toppled regime. He reiterates several arguments from the letter to Tita, though more forcefully perhaps because he is addressing his mother. He mentions to her, with some indignation, that he followed the fate of the Peronist government with some anxiety, naturally. 16 And that the fall of Perón embittered me profoundly, not for his sake but because of its meaning for all of Latin America. 17 He writes pointedly to his mother, an impassioned anti-Peronist, you must be glad, you'll be able to say whatever you please, with the absolute impunity granted you as a member of the ruling class. 18 In contrast, he confesses almost timidly to his Aunt Beatriz, I don't really know what will happen, but I was somewhat affected by the fall of Perón 19. Che's later comments about Perón and his misadventures cannot anachronistically be projected into the past. Furthermore, they are not particularly clear opinions, and they have strong emotional overtones. They certainly do not contradict the indisputable fact that the young university student was politically indifferent during Perón's stellar years in power. We can only speculate as to Guevara's a-Peronism during his youth. Obviously, his bond with his parents, especially Celia, whose animosity toward the populist regime was far more pronounced than that of her husband, played a crucial role. It is possible that his reluctance or incapacity to coexist with conflicting emotions or viewpoints was also critical in Che's aloofness from university politics. For a youth whose social awareness was growing exponentially, to side with the white, oligarchical Catholic elites against the uprisings of the disadvantaged Morocco multitudes would have been an aberration. To find himself on the same side of the barricades as his ranch-owning cousins and uncles, as people like you who are hoping for the dawn of a new day, as he reproached his mother at the height of the pronunciamento, 20 would have been a terrible blow to his ego, his cult of eccentricity, and his passion for social justice. Someone like Che, intent on knowing his country in all its vastness, in daily contact with the poverty and marginalization evident in public health and medicine, at once affronted and fascinated by the opulence and rank aristocracy of Shishina's family and friends, could not help but see the obvious, the social revolution that was Peronism. 21 In the words of the fiercely anti-Peronist historian Tulio Halperin Donghai, under the aegis of the Peronist regime, relations among social groups were suddenly redefined, and to see this, it sufficed merely to walk the streets or take the tram. 22 Che was, precisely, a person who walked the streets and took the tram. But breaking with Celia and the entire family in the midst of a highly polarized situation was equally unacceptable. Even more so when his mother was laboring under an uncertain prognosis, estranged from Guevara Lynch, and burdened by the financial hardship of raising 4 children, without any great inclination for the task. A quarrel with her was inconceivable for Che. But any hint of sympathy for Peronism would have implied a break. His mother's passionate opinions, and the conflicts smoldering within society, allowed for no compromise solutions. The only way to reconcile Che's love for his mother with his social and political sensibilities was to take refuge in his studies *8 and, increasingly, to travel. The only exit was flight, whether in unexpected, banal, or heroic ways, now and for the rest of his life. The recurrent trips he began at such an early age were largely motivated by his insatiable curiosity about and fascination with anything that was different, strange, alien, and mysterious. The webs of contradictions that enveloped him also contributed chiefly, his mother's uncertain health and his parents' on-again, off-again marriage. The father spent nights more frequently at his study on Paraguay Street, but would return often, sometimes daily, to the family home at Arrayas for lunch with the children. Only later did he meet his second wife, Ana Maria Era, a teacher who performed secretarial tasks for the architect. During this period in Buenos Aires, Che could easily have referred to the ambiguity and irresolution of his parents' bond in the same way he would describe his relationship with Fidel Castro 15 years later, neither marriage nor divorce. A brief text of his that remained unpublished until 1992, Anguish, reflects the young man's state of mind in those difficult years. It was part of one of his first travel journals, written as he steamed through the Caribbean. The habit of writing them would accompany him to his death. But this time the sea is my salvation. As the hours and days go by, anguish bites me, takes me by the throat, by the chest, strikes my stomach, grips my gut. I no longer like the dawn, I don't want to know where the wind blows from, nor the height of the waves. My nerves rattle, my sight clouds over, my disposition sours. 23. His friends of the opposite sex grasped his uneasiness and ill-defined yearning for a different life. In the words of Tita Infante, Escobedo knew that he would find there at the university very little of what he saw. 24 Or, as Shikina expressed it, I think he saw me as a person who was going to be a burden in his life. As if I were an obstacle to the life he wanted, the adventurer's life. He saw himself as trapped, in a way, and probably wanted to free himself from it all. To be free, to leave, and I must have been an obstacle at that moment. I don't know where he wanted to go. He wanted to travel, explore the world, look around. Point 25. The same impulses and passions as with his parents and Perón configured his relationships with women. 5 years passed between his youth and early adulthood, culminating in his relationship with Chiquina Ferreira, his only known lasting love relationship before his Guatemala meeting with Hilda Guidi, whom he would marry in Mexico. There were plenty of brief romances, however. According to his brother, he always had a girlfriend around. He was as strong as any of us, but he probably lived his amorous adventures more intensely. 26 And his cousin Fernando Cordova recalls how the doctor-to-be could not keep his hands off the women around him at the time. He was after the whole world. 27 He was good-looking, sure of himself, and, according to his friends, fairly forward with women. He was fun, the most fun of the group. 28 There were possibly a few passions between 1947 and 1950, the one supposedly with Carmen Cordova de la Serna, La Negrita, a first cousin on his mother's side, who had fallen in love with Escobedo during their childhood in Córdoba, never went anywhere, though the affection was mutual. 9 There may also have been a relationship with a fellow student who was in any case a close friend, Tita Infante, a constant correspondent of Che's until the 60s. She died sometime after Che's execution in Bolivia. According to Guevara's younger sister, Tita Infante was very much in love with him. 29 Though she did not know the degree of intimacy in their relationship. 30 Neither Che's father nor Tita Infante's brother ever dared to say publicly that the bond between them was anything other than friendly, but this may be due to the same kind of puritanical discretion that also surrounded the separation between Che's parents. What is known is that Tita Infante was a member of the Communist Youth and a fellow student of Che's at the Faculty of Medicine. They addressed each other with the formal usted, at least in their letters. It is also clear from surviving descriptions and photographs that she had a strong, if homely, personality. She was a couple of years older than Che, and when they met in 1948, politics clearly played a central role in their relationship, in contrast to Che's other liaisons at the time. The published correspondence between them contains almost no affectionate words or phrases. Che's epistolary tone, over and beyond the use of usted, contrasts strongly with that of his letters to Chiquina Ferreira. In addition, the fact that Che repeatedly asks Tita to do things for him suggests a bond that, while tender and trustful, has a practical tinge to it. 10 Everything indicates that their connection never went beyond a platonic friendship. Those of Che's friends who still recall his way of relating the delights and torments of his love affair with Chiquina do not remember him ever speaking of Tita Infante in the same terms. Che's correspondence with his faraway friend represents an invaluable record of the young expatriate's political journey, but it cannot be read as love letters, revealing the passions or growing pains of a young man whose inner torments are just beginning to take shape. Conversely, the importance of Escobedo Guevara's relationship with Maria del Carmen Ferreira is justified not only by the many references to it but also by the fact that his liaison with Chiquina is the only one of Che's love affairs on which his own writings are available today. Escobedo and Chiquina had met previously, but their romance did not blossom until a night in early October 1950 in Córdoba, at the wedding of Carmen Aguilar. 31 In Chiquina's words, she was completely enraptured. 32 I saw him in that house, he was coming down the stairs and I was thunderstruck. He had an impact on me, a tremendous impact. This man was coming down the stairs and then we started talking and we spent the whole night talking about books. 33 For Escobedo it was also love at first sight, if we are to judge by the letter he wrote Chiquina a few days later from Buenos Aires. She was then, and remains now, a remarkably attractive and captivating woman, several years younger than he, a teenager really, thin and fair, who very nearly lost control of her aristocratic passion in her encounters with the unkempt but irresistible student. The letter begins with a verse both hesitant and obvious in its intent, for those green eyes, whose paradoxical light announces to me the danger of losing myself in them. 34 There was indeed danger, but also light and rapture. According to Sheikh Hina, Guevara wrote her several times in Malagueño during the ensuing months. Then, early in the following year, he arrived and proposed that we be novios, a relationship more formal than going steady, but less so than an engagement, which Sheikh Hina tremblingly accepted and which led to the first fleeting kiss. 35 From then on, through 1951, Ernesto's pilgrimages to Malagueño became more frequent, not as regular as Sheikh Hina would have liked, but with a growing involvement on Che's part. The courtship was interrupted for a short time due to Ernesto's stint as a nurse in the Argentine merchant marine. He had originally meant to travel to Europe, because Europe attracts me enormously. 36. By the end of that year, the long-distance suitor was forced to acknowledge that he was deeply in love with Sheikh Hina, but that love was countered by his thirst for travel and freedom. He would soon take off for the first of his trips abroad, across Latin America with his friend Alberto Granado. It is not entirely clear from the correspondence or Shishina's memories whether Escobedo left because the relationship did not fulfill his expectations, or if he merely presented the fait accompli of his departure as a consequence of problems in the relationship, while actually undertaking his voyage with no return. 37 For very different, unrelated reasons. Separating the two motives is difficult, not least because Che's letter of farewell begins with a protest over Shishina's flirtation with somebody else. On the one hand, Che admits to his girlfriend, "I know how I love you and how much I love you, but I cannot sacrifice my inner freedom for you. It means sacrificing myself, and I am the most important thing in the world, as I have already told you." 38. Obviously, the young man already had an elevated conception of himself and the destiny he was embarking on, and he saw his girlfriend as an obstacle on his path. But his grievance was abstract. The separation was due to Che's own personality, not to the relationship itself. To some extent, we are faced with the Cid Cornet-type dilemma, slightly presumptuous and naively romantic. When fate and love come into conflict, the former must always win, for love will fade if it rests upon indignity or abdication. Rodrigo would not be worthy of Jimena's love if he did not first avenge her father's affront to his father's honor. On the other hand, Escobedo immediately proceeded to beleaguer the object of his desire with a radically different set of demands, now passionate and uninhibited, from which the idea of his own destiny has completely disappeared. Indeed, he passed shamelessly from one register to the other. Furthermore, a conquest based on my continual presence would eliminate a large part of my attraction to you. You would be the prey captured after a struggle. Our first copulation would be a triumphal procession in honor of the victor, but there would always be the phantom of our union in and of itself, because it was the right or the exotic thing to do. 39. The wide gap separating Che from Sheikh Hina might help solve the mystery. The light-mindedness of Shishina's circle, however cultivated it may have been, was legendary, while Ernesto's seriousness and devotion to reading and study were increasing with each month. The gaping difference was obviously part of their attraction. The girl's family was, by Cordoba standards, fabulously wealthy, while Che's déclassé status and his economic straits were common knowledge in the community. Nothing in the young Guevara's dress, habits, strut, or friendships could account for the bond between the two young people, unless it was the passionate allure exerted by Shishina's radical contrasts with Che's own self-image. Shishina's love for him would prove short-lived. Little in her later life would rival that early infatuation. In contrast, Che's attachment was only the beginning of a long journey. From Malagueño to La Higuera, he would always be drawn to the strange and the different. Shishina's description of her boyfriend's constant provocations reinforces the view that theirs was an attraction of opposites. Che repeatedly alienated his novia's family and friends, deliberately and even maliciously. Obviously, he did not dress in a sloppy, distasteful way merely to provoke others or call attention to himself. But, lacking the resources *11 to compete with the elegance of Shishina's other suitors or her friends and cousins, he also made a virtue of necessity and proudly wore clothes that would shame or even enrage his refined and gracious companion. In her words, "It was not out of malice, but there were things that irritated me. I remember one time in Miramar, I was very irritated when we went to the casino. I don't know how they arranged it, but Granado was very well dressed, and Escobedo was more or less dressed, I think. In the beginning it didn't bother me, but this time it did. A friend, or I myself, lent him a dress jacket, and then I think there was an admission fee, and he did something so as not to pay, to get the three of us in without paying, and that led to us being insulted. Then we went to various places where he didn't get along with people, and when groups of people don't get along it's terrible. Our group in Miramar was not very chic or sophisticated, they were normal, ordinary people from the Buenos Aires bourgeoisie, and he hated that kind of people. 40. Che's messy, slovenly appearance would prove permanent. The man whose personal charm, smile, and gestures captivated millions never cared about the way he dressed. His unpressed clothing, untied shoes, and uncombed hair were a trademark from his early youth, and would be notorious until his death. Later, of course, they became a mere habit, but in the elegant circles frequented by Chiquina and himself, they implied a certain defiance. Moreover, his provocations were not limited to his clothes. José González Aguilar recalls a scene characteristic not because of the topic at hand, Winston Churchill's attitude towards socialized medicine shortly after his return to power in 1950, but because of Che's attitude. In the course of an argument with Che during dinner at Malagueño, Chiquina's father, Don Horacio Ferreira, stood up from the table exclaiming, "I cannot tolerate this any longer." Escobedo sat silently in his seat. Even his friend was outraged. I looked at Escobedo thinking that we were the ones who should leave, but he simply grinned like a naughty child and started eating a lemon with deliberate little bites, peel and all. 41. Che's eccentricity was destructive in other ways. The chasm separating him from Chiquina, which so fascinated him, also doomed him to withdraw and eventually flee. To maintain and develop the relationship, Che would have had to reconcile opposites, negotiate the family's hostility, and smooth over many rough edges. 12 The courtship would founder on the shoals of Che's travels, much the same would occur with his two marriages. In early 1949, Guevara had already traveled through the northern part of his country on a sort of motorized bicycle that he himself had designed and built. His itinerary included the San Francisco de Chinar leper colony, where he had what was probably his first encounter with extreme suffering. He passed through Santiago del Estero, Tucumán, and Salta, where his glimpse of the bountiful, exuberant tropics fascinated him as the exotic always would, throughout his life. The trip also allowed him to break with orthodox forms of tourism. He developed what we would now call the backpacker's approach to travel. I do not cultivate the same tastes as tourists, the altar of the fatherland, the cathedral, the gem of a pulpit and the miraculous little Virgin, the hall of the revolution. This is no way to learn about a people, its manner of living or interpretation of life, that is a luxurious cover-up. Its soul is reflected in the hospital-bound sick, the prison inmates, the anxious pedestrian one talks with, watching the Rio Grande's turbulent flow at one's feet. 42. He returned to Buenos Aires at the end of the summer holidays to continue his medical studies, but became restless again by the end of the year. He undertook a new voyage, this time for work. With the hyperbole he would never relinquish, he noted in his travel journal how he was changing. "I realize now that something in me has flowered some time ago, a hatred of civilization." 43. Beginning in December 1950, he enrolled as a nurse for the Ministry of Public Health in Argentina's Merchant Marine. His trips on cargo ships and oil tankers would take him to Brazil, Trinidad, and Venezuela, and more often to Comodoro Rivadavia and southern Argentina. He did not enjoy it very much. In a letter to his mother he complained that too much time was spent on board, while there was not enough to visit the ports of call. 13 But these voyages opened new horizons for him, confirming his taste for everything new and foreign, as well as his boredom with the familiar. As he wrote to his Aunt Beatriz, first from Porto Alegre and then Trinidad. From this land of fair and passionate women I send you a loving, compassionate hug to Buenos Aires, which seems more and more boring to me. After overcoming 1,000 hardships, combating typhoons, fires, sirens with their melodious songs, here they are brown sirens, I am taking away as a souvenir of this marvelous island, a heart saturated with beauties. 44. Sheikh Hina had already had time to lament these repeated departures, added to Che's unavoidable absences due to his studies in Buenos Aires. Just weeks after they formally became novios, Escobedo announced to his beloved that my trip is a fact and I will probably leave in the first days of the month, so we will see each other again when I return. As was to be expected, Sheikh Hina did not take to the idea of her new fiancé's leaving at the first opportunity. You can imagine how sad I was after this. 45. The faraway gleam of other realities was irresistible for Che. He adored Sheikh Hina because he was a misfit in her milieu, and because she clashed with his fantasies. But he was also fascinated by the tropics with their mulatto and black exoticism, so starkly different from his white, middle-class Buenos Aires. He was slowly becoming immersed in the vicissitudes of human suffering, in contrast to his life of ease as an aristocratic university student. Once again, he would take flight. Though he hurt Sheikh Hina by casually insinuating that his trip through Latin America with Granado would be one with no return, at the same time he promised to come back. His letters and the travel journal he kept from the beach resort of Miramar, where he said goodbye to Sheikh Hina, to Venezuela, suggest that distance, in his mind at least, did not cancel his bond with her. Just as he thought he would return to finish his studies, he imagined a future life with Sheikh Hina with some skepticism and reservations, but without entirely rejecting the possibility. He named the puppy he gave her when he left Miramar "Come Back," in English, indicating clearly enough under what flag he would sail in the months ahead. His return was not impossible, after all. 14. As would happen so frequently in the years to come, his own thoughts about his destiny and future clashed with the wishes and decisions of others. Sheikh Hina finally broke off their formal relationship as novios, and, in a sense, his link with his country of origin was also sundered. Just 1 month after his departure from Miramar, Sheikh Hina made a heart-wrenching decision under pressure from her mother, but her own nonetheless. I had to write Ernst Tito a letter, practically forced by my mother. I remember shutting myself into the library at Chacabuco and crying my eyes out as I wrote it. 46. In the letter, she ended their relationship. Escobedo received her announcement, on the faraway lakes of Bariloche, as a wound to the heart. I read and reread the incredible letter. Just like that, all the dreams of my return, linked to those eyes that saw me leave Miramar, were crumbling without any apparent reason. It was useless to insist. 47. 45 years later, Alberto Granado confided to Sheikh Hina that he had never seen Che so upset and consternate as when he received the fateful letter. 48. In his reply, the next to the last letter he would ever write her, he verbalized a reason which he doubtless already knew, at least unconsciously. The pilgrim Escobedo Guevara described that unique moment in their lives as the present in which we both live, one fluctuating between a superficial admiration and deeper links binding her to other worlds, the other caught between an affection which he believes profound and a thirst for adventure, for new knowledge, which invalidates that love. 49. Thus did Che embark upon his long cycle of separations and farewells. From now on, his life would be a series of emotional, geographic, and political fractures. They explain his perpetual flight, first manifested on the beach at Miramar and then in the classrooms of Buenos Aires. Our man not only flees contradiction, his is a role in search of a tragedy. Chapter 3. First Blood. Navigating is necessary. Living is not. C. Guevara began his first trip abroad in early January 1952, 5 countries in almost 8 months in the company of his friend from Córdoba, Alberto Granado. An extended spring break, in a way. He discovered a continent still unknown to him, the exoticism he craved, and a certain maturity, all in one sweep. This trip would represent something more than an initiation rite, and something less than a definitive break with his country, family, and profession. The journey was a sort of advance preview. The main feature would screen only a year later, after he kept his promise to Celia, his mother, to return and finish his studies before taking off again. He departed from Córdoba, stopping briefly at Miramar at the peak of the summer high season to take his leave from Sheikh Hina. The week at the beach was idyllic, if we believe the lovelorn traveler's journal, the first of many he would write. It was all a continual honeymoon with that slightly bitter taste of an impending departure, stretching out day after day until reaching 8 days. Every day I like or love my other half even more. Our leave-taking was long, as it lasted 2 days and was close to ideal *1. Che's initial intention was to carry out the entire trip on a Norton motorcycle baptized La Poderosa II, the powerful one too, a feat similar though more ambitious to the one he had accomplished in the northern provinces of Argentina. The itinerary involved crossing over into Chile through the southern part of the Andes, via the Lakes region and San Carlos Bariloche, then Temuco and finally Santiago. Things did not go quite as planned. From the first approach to the mountain range, the Norton showed unmistakable signs of fatigue and a reluctance to push forward. After repeated mishaps and repairs, it had to be hauled onto a truck in the southern Chilean village of Los Angeles, and was finally abandoned in Santiago. So the trip on motorbike, immortalized in the motorcycle diary, did not really happen. Only a small part of the journey was done on the Norton one. Thanks to the journal Che kept throughout his odyssey and the countless descriptions published by Granado, there is a wealth of accounts, memories, and notes from the two young explorers. Their adventures, ranging from Che's alcohol-induced attempt to seduce the wife of a Chilean mechanic in Lautaro, to the Argonaut's brave defense against bandits, tigers, and assorted evildoers roaming the Andean heights, tell a story of initiation and commencement, of awakening and freedom. The tales of adventure and tribulation that fill the pages of their diaries contain a central element of the later Guevara myth, the fulfillment of fantasy. The two young men did virtually everything they set out to do. They visited the ruins of Machu Picchu and the leper colonies of Peru. They watched the sun set on the banks of Lake Titicaca, rafted down the Amazon, crossed the Atacama Desert at night, gazed upon the eternal snows of the Peruvian highlands. They talked with communist miners in Chuquicamata and with ageless and enigmatic Indians on buses crawling along the Andean crests. Such a trip was the stuff of dreams for the youth of Che's world, the post-war, middle-class, college-educated Americas. It was a world of distances and adventure, and nearly half a century later it hasn't changed that much. It is no coincidence that Che's most popular works, 30 years after his death, are the two journals describing his travels in South America and Bolivia. One somewhere in the psyche of the 60s and the 90s, Guevara's saga became a road book, or road movie, Jack Kerouac in the Amazon, Easy Rider on the Andes. Che's text was transcribed from his notes more than a year after the actual experience. 2 He would follow this pattern until Bolivia, writing everything twice, a first draft during the actual event being described, and then a later revision. He would do the same in the Sierra Maestra, with Paseos de la Guerra Revolucionaria, and in the Congo, where he drafted a journal, Still Lost, which served as the basis for another text. Thus the anecdotes and reflections recorded by Che on his trip are neither spontaneous notes nor accurate memories. As documents, they are priceless. As sources, they must be scrutinized to correct for the stylistic care of an author fascinated by writing, the descriptive reelaborations of a potentially great narrator, and the shifts of emphasis onto other events or memories as they reappear. They are useful, but only if one does not lose their thread. To judge by these accounts, Che's politicization had grown by leaps and bounds, but it fell far short of that of an aspiring revolutionary. The essential quality of Che's first political awakening in Buenos Aires persisted. He still had a moral, one might say youthful, vision of politics. His sensitivity to poverty, injustice, and arbitrariness weighed far more than culture or abstract knowledge. His approach remained naive and incomplete. indignation and common sense made up for serious deficiencies in analysis. The wrenching description he gives of an old asthmatic woman he met in a Valparaiso tavern says as much about him as it does about Latin America's ancestral plight. There, in those last moments of people whose furthest horizon has always been tomorrow, is where we can capture the profound tragedy in the life of the proletariat around the world. There is in those dying eyes a humble begging for forgiveness and also, very often, a desperate appeal for consolation which is lost in the void, just as their bodies will soon be lost in the magnitude of the mystery surrounding us. How long this order of things, based on an absurd sense of caste, will endure is not something I can answer, but it is time for the government to spend less time propagating its bounties as a regime and more money, much more money, on works that are socially useful. Point 3. Che clearly wishes to help others, usually patients, and concurrently sketches a broader vision of the order of things. He is appalled by the poverty and desperation stemming from the inequality and helplessness of the poor, but has reached a level of sophistication where he establishes a causal link between the deplorable destiny of the proletariat around the world and an absurd sense of caste, that is, the economic, social, and political status quo. Yet the remedy he proposes is still quite limited. It is a typically middle-class lamentation, within the most simplistic common-sense approach. Governments must stop spending on their own exaltation, like Perón, and pay more attention to the poor. Little is said of why governments act as they do, or what can be done beyond the ritual incantation that they should stop acting as they habitually do. Che's appeal is moral, not really political, arising from an individual, ethical stance against the way things are. With time, his political acumen would become more focused and complex, as befits a leader. But it would never entirely lose that original innocence, springing from the young medical student's encounter with pain and suffering, and strangely but also lastingly, from a certain distance, a deliberately assumed marginal position. Che's lucid self-analysis helped to center his judgment. It always would, except at moments of feverish or asthmatic delirium in the Congo or Bolivia. The poor, the proletarians, and communists might be brothers, but they were essentially foreign to him. There was no possible assimilation between him and the workers, the Indians of the high plateaus, the blacks of Caracas. They were, and always would be, different, and in this difference lay both their attraction for him and the limits to his identification with them. This is clear in Che's description of a communist couple the travelers encountered in Chuquicamata, the world's largest open-cut copper mine and a bastion of the Communist Party in Chile. Guevara evokes the cold of the night and the warmth he feels in their company. The couple, freezing in the desert night, nestling together, were a living representation of the proletariat anywhere in the world. That was one of the coldest times I've ever lived, but also the closest to this strange, to me, human species. Leaving aside the danger that the communist worm might represent, or not, to the healthy life of a group, it had flourished here simply out of a natural desire for something better, as a protest against unceasing hunger, translated into love for that strange doctrine whose essence they might never understand, but whose translation into the words bread for the poor was within their reach, indeed, filled their existence. Point 4. Che was disturbed by the chasm between the mine foremen, the masters, the blonde and efficient, insolent administrators, the Yankee masters and the miners. He related it to the political battle which even then was raging around the nationalization of Chile's copper. *2 The approximation to politics shows a perspicacious interest in Chilean issues, but, again, also that certain distance, the entire matter is still fundamentally alien to him. Guevara's text, then, is not a journalistic report or even a series of political reflections, but rather a travel journal. His summary of the struggle over Chile's copper mines reflects this attitude. An economic and political battle is going on in this country between those who support nationalizing the mines, including leftist and nationalist groups, and those who, parting from the ideal of free enterprise, think it better to have a mine that is well managed, even if it is in foreign hands, rather than subject to a dubious administration by the state. Whatever the result of the battle, it would be wise not to forget the lesson taught by the miners' cemeteries, which contain only a few of the enormous quantities of people devoured by cave-ins, silica, and the infernal mountain climate. 5. The emphasis on people and an apparent indifference to the outcome of the political battle pervade the otherwise rigorous presentation of the issue, which in turn reflects most of the descriptions of Che's travels through Chile. His approach to social and political processes remains clinical. The general state of sanitation in Chile leaves much to be desired, Guevara notes, though he immediately admits, I learned later that it was much better than in other countries I've come to know. 6. The bathrooms are dirty, sanitary awareness is limited, people also have the habit of throwing used toilet paper outside, on the ground or in boxes, instead of in the latrine. 7. Che peers out at life as a medical student, not necessarily thinking things through politically or socially. The sanitary difference between Argentina and the rest of Latin America in fact does not derive from a lower social state of the Chilean people, but from a more general and substantive gap between his country and others. The problem is that most Latin American nations, unlike Argentina, do not have sewage networks, thus the ecologically sound, though unsanitary, practices he describes. Che shows greater lucidity in evaluating the central political dilemma of a country like Chile. Though it has exceptionally abundant resources, it must get its uncomfortable Yankee friend off its back, and that task is, for the moment at least, Herculean, given the amount of dollars they have invested and the ease with which they can exert effective economic pressure the moment their interests are threatened. 8. Salvador Allende would feel the effectiveness of that pressure and the sensitivity of those interests 20 years later. There are few strictly political passages in this early work. Che is surprised by the admiration his Chilean and Peruvian interlocutors have for Perón and his wife. 3 And expresses some penetrating though abstract thoughts on the fair city of Lima, as opposed to the country's mestizo heritage. 2 It is on the margins of politics, in his encounter and fascination with the indigenous world of Latin America, that one may appreciate the real impact of the trip on Escobedo. Guevara. Except for his nautical junkets to the Caribbean and Brazil, Guevara's ethnic and social horizons had never extended beyond the white middle-class urban centers of Córdoba and Buenos Aires. These were among the most prosperous cities of Latin America. For their inhabitants, the idea of an indigenous population belonged more to epic poems and history books than to daily life. Even a person with the exceptional social awareness of Escobedo, familiar with poverty and marginalization, knew nothing of the great indigenous tragedy of Latin America and that bewitching combination of resignation and mystery that permeates the region's Indian landscape. Guevara was spellbound by the richness of the ancient Indian cultures, and upset by the poverty in the living and labor conditions of contemporary native communities. If some of his comments and reactions seem politically incorrect, they should be evaluated as part of Che's introduction to hallucinatory exoticism and to its seduction. Perhaps the most interesting text in this phase of the young writer's life is an essay on Machu Picchu, which was published in Panama in December 1953. The travelers had already covered most of their itinerary: Chile, Lake Titicaca, the winding paths at 15,000 feet above sea level between Cuzco and the border. They had already had their first encounter with that race of the defeated, who watch us pass along the village streets. Their expressions are tame, almost fearful, and completely indifferent to the external world. 9 They had taken the train from Cuzco to the ruins, with its third class reserved for Indians, and noted the Indian slightly animal conception of modesty and hygiene, which makes them relieve themselves on the roadside, the women wiping themselves with their skirts and casually walking on. 10 Che had already personally experienced the paradoxes of discrimination. Caught in a rainstorm between Juliaca and Puno, their two white majesties were invited into the cab of a truck to the exclusion of several Indian women, old people, and children. Despite their embarrassed protests, the two Argentines completed the journey sheltered from the storm, while the natives were exposed to the elements. 11. From his arrival in Peru, Che was captivated by the architectural and cultural syncretism of colonial architecture, though the term was probably unknown to him. He lamented the sad fate of the mestizo trapped in the bitterness of his double existence. 12 He sensed the terrible, magical symbiosis between syncretism and mestization, on the one hand, and the fact of conquest on the other, as Paul Valéry would say, the one is nothing without the other. He developed a Vasconcelos-style mestizo pride, leading him to evoke a fictional homogeneousness. "For my race the spirit shall speak," proclaimed Mexico's writer and first post-revolutionary minister of education. As Che lyrically and incorrectly stated in one of his first public addresses, on thanking the inhabitants of an Amazonian village for his birthday party, "We constitute a single mestizo race with remarkable ethnographic similarities from Mexico to the Straits of Magellan." 13. Guevara was entranced by the mystery of the hidden city of Machu Picchu, and celebrated its discovery by explorer Hiram Bingham. He also expressed his sadness at the consequences of the find. "All the ruins were completely stripped of anything that fell into the researcher's hands." 14. He easily distinguished between buildings of different quality, commenting on the magnificent temples of the religious area, the extraordinary artistic value of the nobles' residential areas, and the lack of care in polishing the stone characteristic of ordinary homes. Che noted that the site had survived thanks to its topographical location and defendability. He summarized the extraordinary circumstances of Machu Picchu: its civilization, its survival on the margins of the Spanish conquest of the New World, and its location. "We find ourselves here before a pure expression of the most powerful indigenous civilization of America, untouched by any contact with the victorious armies and full of evocative treasures amidst its dead walls, or in the marvelous landscape surrounding it and giving it a frame that will drive any dreamer to ecstasy." 15. The spell cast by archaeology and exploration allowed Che to understand phenomena that later enthusiasts would put to good use decades later, among them Steven Spielberg, who unknowingly owes a great deal to Guevara. 30 years before the eruption of Indiana Jones onto movie screens and into children's imaginations around the world, Guevara discovered the U.S. filmmaker's secret in the fantasies of Hiram Bingham. Machu Picchu was to Bingham the crowning of all his purest dreams as an adult child, which is what most enthusiasts of these sciences are. 16. Che grasped that the attraction of archaeology for Bingham, Harrison Ford, and himself derived from their own special status as adult children. Spielberg would later translate into film this perception that children love nothing better than to see grown-ups acting like them. A last passage from this noteworthy chronicle also deserves mention. It is the first article that Guevara ever published under his name, and reflects both his objectivity and his passionate feelings toward the United States. His anti-Americanism was growing week by week. His comment about the Yankee tourist's incapacity to perceive the subtleties that only a Latin American spirit can appreciate is highly revealing. But common sense prevented him from taking his hostility to the extreme. He did not allow it to distort his vision of the inescapable facts inherent in any scientific investigation. Writing about the undeniable tragedy of Machu Picchu's archaeological plunder, he remarked, "Bingham is not guilty, objectively speaking, nor are the Americans guilty, and a government unable to finance an expedition like that led by the discoverer of Machu Picchu is not guilty either. Is no one guilty then? Let us accept that. But where can one admire or study the treasures of the indigenous city? The answer is obvious, in the museums of the United States." 17. From the Andean highlands the explorers roamed on to Lima and then the Peruvian Amazon. Their stay in the old capital of the viceroys made but a faint impression on the anti-tourists, except for Che's brief romance with Zoraida Bolyart, a social worker at the leper colony run by the communist physician Hugo Pesci. 18. Bolyart obtained lodging for the travelers at the nun-administered colony, and invited them to her house for dinner almost daily. The correspondence between Zoraida and Escobedo would extend through 1955. Ernesto's inscription to her on a photograph taken months later reveals his attachment to her, and his view of his own wanderings, to Zoraida with the intention that she will always be ready to receive a couple of vagabonds floating in from anywhere and going anywhere else, always adrift with neither past nor future, and in the hope that she will never lose her compulsion to feed idlers. 19. The letters between them always use the formal usted already underlined in the correspondence with Tita Infante, and the tone does not suggest a very intimate relationship. but both during that trip and following Ernesto's return to Lima at the end of 1953, there may have been some romantic involvement. *4. The two rovers then traveled up the Ucayali River to the leper colony of San Pablo, in the heart of the region where the Amazon begins its long, languid trip to the sea. Now deep in the humid and pestilent jungle, Escobedo suffered asthma attacks so withering he recounted them in unsparing detail. The tale is even more poignant when one realizes that they took place in rapid succession, a series of violent episodes in the river port of Iquitos, where the young man had to spend the days in bed and inject himself with adrenaline up to 4 times a day. 20 If, in general, Che devoted little space to these bouts with asthma, Granado's more mundane account reflects an almost daily series of attacks. Virtually every 2 pages he describes how his companion falls prey to respiratory crises, obliging the travelers to seek water and fire so as to sterilize the syringes and inject him with adrenaline or whatever was available. 21 Che's courage and tenacity during these episodes were equaled only by their frequency. Forced to bear the exhaustion and desperation they inflicted on him and the eternal difficulty of obtaining medicines, Che asked himself the question that would haunt him for the next 15 years, and which he would always answer in the same way, except perhaps on the eve of his death, which would finally bring relief. The immense vault my eyes could see in the star-filled sky twinkled joyously, as if replying affirmatively to the question rising from my lungs, is this worth it? 22. The fortnight spent at the leper colony helped re-establish Guevara's health, if only in contrast to the plight around him. Che was both repulsed and fascinated by the terrifying features of the centuries-old illness and stigma, one of the most interesting spectacles we have seen thus far, an accordion player who had no fingers on his right hand, replacing them with some sticks tied to his wrist. The singer was blind and almost all of them had monstrous faces due to the nervous form of the disease. A spectacle from a horror movie. 23. The two friends then rafted down the Amazon toward Colombia, entering at the sleepy, sultry village of Leticia. Their 2 weeks in Colombia passed without any major adventures except for a small run-in with the Bogotá police, who mistreated them when Escobedo thoughtlessly pulled a knife out of his pocket to draw a map on the ground. He was not sorry to leave for Venezuela, regretting the repressive nature of the local dictatorship and the omnipresence of the police. Too bad about the suffocating climate, he pined, but if the Colombians want to put up with it, that's their privilege, we're getting out as soon as possible. 24. Caracas seems to have been a stopover lacking in any great attraction. Still, Che's continuing encounters with worlds, societies, races, and cultures totally alien to him until then kept producing strong reactions, as reflected in his comments on the population of African origin in Venezuela. This is not necessarily his first contact with the blacks. During his naval trips to Trinidad and Porto Alegre, in southern Brazil, he had probably met descendants of the slaves kidnapped off the western coast of Africa centuries earlier. The impact of otherness is obvious, but his reaction, which might seem racist today, in a different cultural context is surprising. The blacks, the same magnificent examples of the African race who have maintained their racial purity thanks to their scant affection for bathing, have seen their territory invaded by a new type of slave, the Portuguese. Contempt and poverty unite them in their daily struggle, but their different ways of facing life set them completely apart. The indolent and dreamy black spends his few cents on any frivolity or amusement, while the European has a tradition of hard work and thrift. 25. The voyagers were delayed in Caracas while obtaining a visa for the United States. Though Granado decided to stay on in Venezuela, an Argentine friend offered Escobedo the chance to fly back to his country in a plane carrying race horses. But there was a small problem: he would have to go via Miami, and incur a month-long stopover. An Argentine journalist with United Press offered his good offices to obtain the visa from the United States Embassy, while bragging over dinner about his close ties to the U.S. mission. The journalist proceeded to sing the praises of the Northern Colossus, and lamented the way Latin Americans and especially Argentine criollos had wasted their opportunity. Unable to accept their defeat of 1806, they had lost their chance to become part of the United States. The patriotic and increasingly anti-American young tourists, offended in their newfound Latin American identity, immediately rose to the occasion. Granado retorted indignantly that they might just as well have been undernourished, illiterate Indians and subjects of the British Crown. Guevara exclaimed, "Well, I'd rather be an illiterate Indian than an American millionaire." 26 The protest was both sincere and symptomatic. The greatness and the tragedy of his life may have lain in Che's belief that all Latin Americans agreed with him, while in reality most probably shared the simplistic views of the United Press journalist, and would have preferred to be American millionaires than illiterate Indians. Che's stay in Miami gave rise to scant comment in his diary. Except for a week in New York in 1964 attending the United Nations General Assembly, it would be his only exposure to life in the United States. Only the memories of Jimmy Roca, Shishina's cousin, remain. She had given Che his address and $15 to buy her a bathing suit. According to Roca, with whom Che spent those weeks, during that time we shared the limitations of the student life I was living. We passed the time drinking beer and eating French fries, we didn't have enough for anything else. 27 As Che confessed to his friend Tita Infante when he returned to Buenos Aires, those were the hardest and most bitter days of my life. 28 There were many reasons, financial, ideological, personal, for this lament. Che's South American trip was a personal and political epiphany for him. But his own evaluation of the nature and magnitude of the change in his character and worldview should not be taken at face value. Undoubtedly, Che believed that the person who wrote these notes died when he set foot on Argentine soil once again. He who is organizing and polishing them, myself, is not me. 29 And it was doubtless during the trip that he decided to continue traveling, returning to Buenos Aires only to finish his studies and fulfill his promise to his mother. He planned to reunite with Granado in Venezuela as soon as he graduated, and work at the leper colony where his friend already had a job. While waiting in Miami for Shishina's cousin's plane to be repaired, Che reflected intensely upon his future. It did not lie in Argentina. 8 months and an eternity after having left, he returned to Buenos Aires on August 31, 1952, with his mind fully set on leaving again as soon as possible. Several biographies and accounts of Che's youth have constructed a legend describing his politicization and militancy to the South American trip. This does not quite coincide with Che's own notes, however. His powerful attraction to things and people different or novel is undeniable, but it goes no further than that. The young wayfarer's reactions to the indigenous population and culture of Latin America are still poor in political content and knowledge, as befits a 25-year-old medical student without any political education or experience. He still misses many things. Just as he is formulating his thoughts and doubts about the Peruvian Indians' apathy and misfortune, for example, revolution breaks out in Bolivia. The first rebellion of indigenous peasants in Latin America since the Zapatista uprising in Mexico, half a century before, is not mentioned in Che's travel journal. 30. His reflections on himself, his goals, his likes and dislikes throughout the trip are more perceptive and meaningful than his political and cultural analyses. He has decided to leave his country, family, career, and ex-girlfriend, but he has not yet found his destiny, nor does he even know where to look for it. The making of the hero and his myth has not yet begun. When Che pledges on his return to Buenos Aires that I will be with the people, I will dip my weapons in blood and, crazed with fury, I will cut the throats of my defeated enemies. I can already feel my dilated nostrils savoring the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood, of death to the enemy. 31 He is simply ranting and raving. He has not yet heard the animal howl of the victorious proletariat. 32 Or met the people, events, and passions that will transform him. Two central ingredients which will lead to his metamorphosis and glory are still missing: Fidel Castro and the advent of rebellion and revolution. Che's homecoming was facilitated by his certainty that he would soon be leaving again. His parents and siblings received him with all the love and enthusiasm merited by this return of the prodigal son. But they soon realized that something had changed in the manner and bearing of the young man. The boyish face and thin frame were still there, but his expression showed his age. Escobedo moved into the house of his Aunt Beatrice to study hard and pass the mountain of leftover courses still lacking for his degree. Aside from his impatience to set out once more, another incentive was driving him. Peronism, now in its declining years, had become more personalized and authoritarian. Beginning in 1954, university students would have to study justicialismo, the official name of Peronist doctrine, and receive political education in order to graduate. The Peronist Che had no intention of doing so. Furthermore, he experienced new problems with his military service, which might explain Perón's incomprehensible comments quoted in the previous chapter. He knew that his deferment would run out upon graduation. He would have to appear once again before the conscription board. This time he took no chances. According to Granado, he showered in freezing water before being examined by the medical commission, triggering an asthma attack, thanks to which he was declared unfit for military service 33, as his mother would say years later. If Comandante Che Guevara had had to spend a year doing the shopping for a first lieutenant's wife or polishing the cartridge belt that his superior would never use, it would have been a shameful absurdity. But he was declared unfit. There is justice after all. 34. Escobedo devoted himself to his studies, working 14 hours a day, and presented his exams in 4 series, 1 subject in October, 3 in November, and 10 in December. On July 12, 1953, he received his MD from the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Buenos Aires. Less than a month later, and barely a year after his return home, he boarded a train at the Retiro station with his childhood friend Carlos Calica. The first stop would be Bolivia, on his way back to Venezuela. Not much is known about the 10 months of Escobedo Guevara's last stay in Buenos Aires. In October he spoke with Chiquina 35 and he saw her in November or December in Buenos Aires after learning that she was in town. The meeting seems to have brought no regrets or consequences. Chiquina's attitude was cold and distant. 36 They last saw each other in Malagueño in early 1953. Some of the old passion was still there, as Chiquina describes it. More than once, we gazed at each other for a long time. 37. During those months, Che worked as an allergist at the laboratory of Dr. Salvador Pisani. His talent and dedication were such that the professor asked him to stay on as a researcher, even offering to pay him, a rare privilege, according to his colleagues. 38 He brought as much intensity to his laboratory work as to his studies at home or the library. At the same time, according to his friends, he was already speaking with great passion of Yankee imperialism and Latin American subjection, and the need for liberation. 39 He wrote few letters and hardly saw his childhood and university friends during this period. Most of his spare time was spent composing his travel journal, transforming it into the text that would later be published. As Jose Aguilar recalls, describing a long walk with his friend on the eve of his departure, he was already very interested in politics, but his intention when he left for Venezuela was still to work as a doctor. 40. Why did Che leave his country shortly after his 25th birthday, never really to return? There is no single reason, but rather a series of factors, some attracting, others repulsing him. Some were momentary and only skin-deep, others long-term and profoundly psychological. He himself says, "The only thing I did was to flee from all the things that were bothering me." 41. Another explanation is provided by Isaias Nugues, whose father received Escobedo and Calica in La Paz. He said his departure from Argentina was due to the Peronist dictatorship, which disgusted him, and that he preferred to leave than live with it. However, his companion Ferrer thought the true motive was his situation at home, where the strong and unpleasant character of his mother diluted and frustrated the personality of his father. * 5. For Jorge Ferrer, Calica's brother, the main reason for Che's new and definitive semi-exile was not any need to escape, but rather his desire to explore the world, understand the problems and realities of Latin America, and continue discovering the mysteries and enchantments of foreign cultures. 42 Then there was his promise to Granado to work together in the leper colony. Further, Che's fascination with the unknown continued to draw him afar, together with the constantly conflicting sentiments awakened by his life in the capital, his parents' stop-and-go marriage and endless bickering, the political, existential, and family quandary that Peronism represented for him, his interest and distance vis-a-vis his profession, and his boredom with the lingering, placid monotony of Buenos Aires in mid-1953. Leaving his family was painful for all, but especially for his mother. According to her daughter-in-law, when he left, I remember that his mother Celia was sitting in an armchair. She took my hand and said to me, "Manuka, I am losing him forever, I will never see my son Escobedo again." Then we went to the train station. Celia was there. I remember that when the train pulled out, Celia ran along the platform, next to the train. 43. Che was leaving behind an Argentina upended by 7 years of Peronist rule and an entire decade under the general's influence. There had been great changes in the country, a growing sense of dignity among workers, the rise of an industrial bourgeoisie, a new international preeminence no longer based upon polo players or the tangos of Gardel, but upon its, ultimately unsuccessful, attempt to find an intermediate position in the bipolarity of the Cold War. But things were drifting in a new direction. After Evita's death, Perón's alignment with sectors that had previously opposed his views and policies, foreign capital, the ranching oligarchy, the United States, bought him more time, but certainly not the sympathy of his old enemies. And it undermined his grassroots backing. This new focus of the government also impelled it toward greater rigidity and desperation. The personality cult of Perón and his dead wife became more exacerbated. The regime tried to retain the support it had originally gained by making real, though now pallid, changes through mere propaganda. After the Korean War, the economy no longer generated the resources needed to bankroll the social generosity of the Argentine state. The society Che left behind in 1953 was as disheartened as he by the lack of options. There was nothing to be done, either against Perón, because of what he had accomplished, or with him, because of what he had become. The first stopover for Escobedo, Guevara and Calica Ferrer was Bolivia. It was not chosen as a result of any inherent interest or social or political considerations, but simply because it was the cheapest way to reach Venezuela by rail. After an eternity in a train packed with people of very humble condition, laborers from northern Argentina or Bolivia who were going home after earning a few pesos in Buenos Aires, and a violent asthma attack during the ascent up the mountain range 44, the new pair of travelers finally arrived in La Paz on July 11, 1953. The Nationalist Revolutionary Movement, MNR, led by Victor Paz Estenssoro, had taken power just a year earlier, and the country was still in the midst of an effervescent period of reform. They spent 5 weeks in Bolivia. Biographies and analyses of Che's life would later focus on this visit in great detail, as still another formative moment, particularly from a political standpoint. This is how Calica Ferrer saw the time spent in Bolivia with Che. Having known Escobedo since Altagracia, having seen him often in Buenos Aires after his trip with Granado, Ferrer believes today that his friend's political coming of age occurred in Bolivia, together with the development of a powerful anti-American anger. The latter stemmed especially from a visit they undertook to a mine in the mountains outside La Paz, where they witnessed the abuses committed by U.S. supervisors against the local workers. 45 However, Che's stay in Bolivia can hardly have contained all the meetings, analyses, and events that have been mentioned ever since. *6 There are huge numbers of people with Che anecdotes from Bolivia. Even the president in 1996, Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada, remembers meeting him at a social gathering in Cochabamba. And Mario Monge, former leader of the Bolivian Communist Party, describes how Che visited the tin mines during his stay. Che Guevara gets a job in a mine called Bolsa Negra, near La Paz, a rather cold place. Of course the miners' group is small, but to be its leader one had to spend time there, and it was best to work inside the mine, not as a doctor. He is a doctor, his link is only circumstantial. That is how, I would say, he arrives in Bolivia like a kind of orchid seed, looking for a place to settle. 46. Che was rapidly and somewhat naively captivated by the Bolivian Revolution, though he was irritated soon enough by its obvious shortcomings. In his letters, he initially emphasized its positive aspects: the revolutionary government's creation of armed militias, the agrarian reform, the nationalization of the tin and antimony mines. Thus, on July 24, barely 10 days after his arrival in the capital city, he wrote to his father that the country is living a particularly interesting moment and that he had seen incredible marches of people armed with Mausers and noisemakers. 47. In a letter to Tita Infante dated in Lima in early September, he noted, "Bolivia is a country which has given a really important example to America. Here revolutions are not done as they are in Buenos Aires. The government is supported by the armed people, so there is no possibility of its being overthrown by an armed movement from abroad. It can only succumb to its own internal struggles." 48. Che's disenchantment with the MNR's revolution stemmed mainly from one incident. In the now consecrated version, the two travelers seek a meeting with Nuflo Chafles, the Minister of Campesino Affairs. In his waiting room there are throngs of Indian campesinos. They have come for the land promised by the regime's agrarian reform. As they wait to be received, a ministry employee passes among them, spraying them with insecticide. Escobedo and Calica are understandably horrified at the humiliation inflicted on the authors of the revolution. As Escobedo writes, "I wonder what the future of this revolution will be. The people in power fumigate the Indians with DDT to rid them temporarily of the fleas they carry, but do not resolve the essential problem of the insect's proliferation." 49. In Furrer's later account, he merely notes more impersonally that when the Coyos Indians go into town to present a request to the authorities, the government employees quite openly disinfect them with DDT. 50. Ricardo Rojo, a young lawyer and political refugee from Argentina who had become friends with Che in La Paz and accompanied him to the minister's office, provides the most complete account of Che Guevara's misadventure with the Bolivian fleas. His book narrates the incident in a more complete and abstract manner. The two Argentines witness the Indians' fumigation and then complain to the minister about this degrading practice. The official answers that it is indeed unfortunate, but necessary. Indians are not familiar with soap and it will take years for the new educational policy to change their habits. The focus of the story is Che's emblematic reaction. This revolution will fail unless it succeeds in breaking through the Indians' spiritual isolation, touching them to the core, shaking them to their very bones, giving them back their stature as human beings. Otherwise, what good is it? 51. An iconoclastic comment indeed, but one that does not necessarily imply a political position. Guevara's stance is still fundamentally ethical, devoid of political depth. He is appalled by these successive signs of the Indians' humiliation. He is upset at the hardship visited upon cultures, ethnic groups, and individuals that he admires more and more. He cannot separate the Coyos waiting outside the government offices in La Paz, with their millenarian patience, from the splendor of the ruins at Tiahuanaco, at the top of the world. His sense of justice is outraged at the contempt and arrogance implicit in society's attitude toward the supposed beneficiaries of the 1952 revolution. So-called decent, cultivated people are amazed at the course of events and curse the importance given the Indians and Cholos. 52. Che's moral musings are doubtless welcome and indispensable in understanding a continent torn by inequality. To give the eternally oppressed a fraction of the pride and respect they have lacked for centuries is one of the highest goals and potential accomplishments of any political undertaking in Latin America and especially of any revolution worthy of the name. Guevara does not yet see this idea in strictly political terms. His intuitive, momentary reaction is still inscribed within a context of relative confusion concerning the MNR's merits and defects. But he is beginning to develop a different political approach. In this sense, his passage through Bolivia was much more than just ground time. Escobedo Guevara did not work in the tin or antimony mines of Bolivia, though he visited the mining basins of Oruro and Katavi*7, nor did he see all the valleys and peaks of the country which would bury him 14 years later, though he did explore the semi-tropical region of Los Yungas. He did talk at great length with the thinkers and politicians involved in the vast reform movement led by Paz Estenssoro. He devoted long hours to conversation, discussion, and learning in the bars and cafes of Avenida 16 de Julio and the Sucre Palace Hotel. This was his first genuine experience of the complex and contradictory world of politics, whether traditional or revolutionary. His insightful intuitions concerning indigenous and social problems led to serious disagreements with many of his interlocutors. Because of them, and his emotional reaction to the ignominy he witnessed every day in the city streets and countryside, he grew increasingly skeptical and intransigent. This eventually blinded him to the limited, but real, successes of the 1952 revolution. This blind spot, this reservation doubtless justified, but still extreme due to his scant political training, would be stored in Guevara's widening political memory. 13 years later he would retrieve it, only to have it wreak havoc on his perception of the historical moment in Bolivia. It would lead him to underestimate the miners' combativeness and to disregard the campesinos' appreciation of an agrarian reform which, however thwarted, distributed land to thousands of rural dwellers. It was a picturesque but hardly virile demonstration. The weary pace and lack of enthusiasm among all of them drained it of vital energy. The determined faces of the miners were missing. 53. The same distortion led him to misjudge the scope of the negotiations between the new regime in La Paz, represented by Paz, Juan Lechin, and Hernan Siles Suazo on the one hand, and U.S. envoy Milton Eisenhower on the other, when the brother of Normandy's hero visited Bolivia in mid-July 1953. The agreement they reached, just as Che was passing through Bolivia, was successful against all odds. It avoided a confrontation with the United States, while preserving a significant proportion of the regime's conquests and reforms. It bestowed self-confidence on Bolivia's army and political class, as well as a willingness to ask for external help, in a combination rare among the ruling classes of Latin America. 14 years later, Che Guevara would confront and die at the hands of the army's blend of nationalism, limited but deeply rooted, and its close ties with the U.S. armed forces, suffering the consequences of his perceptive, but finally erroneous, reading of Bolivian history. Neither Che nor his friends of the time left any available record of their views on the agreement between the revolutionary regime and the Eisenhower administration. As in the case of Lázaro Cárdenas in Mexico in 1938, and in contrast to Cuba in 1959-60 and then Chile in 1970, 73, the MNR revolution was able to wrest from the U.S. government a reluctant but resigned acceptance of its agrarian reform and expropriation of mostly locally owned natural resources. Obviously, there was a price. Other aspects of the reform process were sacrificed, nationalized companies had to be compensated, and the regime was forced to submit to a rigid ideological alliance with a foreign country. Whatever the final assessment, it is surprising that one of the most idiosyncratic features of the 1952 revolution in Bolivia should not have evoked any reaction in young Escobedo. Either his political curiosity was still immature, or else he was prey to a more profound underestimation of the importance of external influence in a revolutionary process like that of Bolivia. A change in his thinking or maturity would soon appear. Guatemala would be the next stop on Guevara's journey. There was no reason to dawdle in Bolivia, no matter how interesting the political panorama. Che and Calica left in mid-August and, upon the former's insistence, retraced his earlier steps with Alberto Granado. The newly graduated physician returned to Cuzco, Machu Picchu, and then Lima to meet again with Zoraida Bolyart and Dr. Pesci. There they were joined by Ricardo Rojo and, after a couple of weeks in the Peruvian capital, left for Guayaquil, a tropical and infernal hothouse if there ever was one. Marooned in the banana port for almost 3 weeks, along with other friends from Argentina, Guevara suffered constant, wrenching distress, both financially and health-wise. Finally, the ragged and destitute vagabonds secured free passage to Panama on a white fleet ship of the United Fruit Company. By then Che had learned that if the altitude of high plateaus was physically harmful to him, the heat and damp of the tropics were devastating. In the stifling, sweltering heat of Guayaquil, Ricardo Rojo and the others led Che to make a decision that would prove pivotal. He abandoned his plans to meet with Granado in Venezuela and opted instead to travel to Guatemala with his companions. *8 The call of the exotic and new reasserted its priority. In Guatemala, an unfamiliar, indigenous country, Guevara sought and found a reform process similar to that in Bolivia but perhaps more radical and, in any case, fresher and more defiant toward the United States. The trip to Guatemala proved arduous, though. Ernesto's asthma, the Ramblers' lack of funds, and the constant changes in their group Calica Ferrer stayed in Quito, later heading for Venezuela made the journey longer and more difficult. It took them 2 full months to reach Guatemala City after a series of more or less planned stops, mainly in San Jose, Costa Rica, and Panama, where Che was published for the first time. He toured the canal and noted the contrast, greater than now, between Panamanian neighborhoods and the canal zone. The latter was tidy, clean, and prosperous, Anglo-Saxon and white, a classic colonial enclave in a supposedly free country. During those months, Guevara also saw the immense plantations of the United Fruit Company in Costa Rica, which evoked from him a caustic comment, almost caricatural in its rhetoric. I had the opportunity of traveling through the domains of United Fruit, confirming once again the terrible nature of these capitalist octopuses. I have sworn before a picture of our old, much lamented comrade Stalin, who had died 9 months earlier, that I will not rest until I see these capitalist octopuses annihilated. 54. In San Jose, Guevara had his first and perhaps last politically neutral encounter with the newly born social democracy of Latin America. He met several times with Romulo Betancourt, who would later be president of Venezuela precisely when Escobedo Guevara, by then a Cuban minister, was conspiring with Venezuelan guerrilla forces. He also encountered his first Latin American communist leader, Manuel Mora Valverde. The contrast between his accounts of the 2 meetings points unmistakably to the direction Che was to follow. We met with Manuel Mora Valverde. He is a quiet man, very serene. He gave us a splendid explanation of current politics in Costa Rica. Our meeting with Romulo Betancourt did not resemble the history lesson taught us by Mora. Betancourt gave us the impression of a politician with a few solid social ideas in his head and the rest wavering and easily shifting whichever way the wind blows. 55. He had a spat with Betancourt, suggestive of his emerging political inclinations and the path he would travel for the next 9 years, until his experience with the USSR finally disabused him. While discussing the presence of the United States throughout Latin America, Escobedo asked the Venezuelan outright, in case of war between the United States and the USSR, whose side would you take? Betancourt replied he would support Washington, enough for Guevara to brand him a traitor on the spot. 56. Che also recognized both the potential and the limitations of the government of José Figueres, who since 1948 had tried to build an extensive, anti-communist welfare state in Costa Rica. But his brief stay in San Jose mainly served another crucial purpose. It was there that he had his first contact with Cubans, meeting 2 exiled survivors of the so-called Moncada assault that took place in the eastern city of Santiago on July 26, 1953. Calixto Garcia and Severino Rosell were the first to tell him the incredible story of Fidel Castro's attempt to overthrow the regime of Fulgencio Batista by storming the military garrison of Cuba's second-largest city. Guevara was initially skeptical. 57 But gradually the Cubans' natural charm, the greatness and tragedy of their epoch, and their contrast with the moderation of Costa Rican politics persuaded him. The friendship begun in San Jose was reinforced in Guatemala, where he met other Moncada veterans. Among them was Nico Lopez, who arrived in the Guatemalan capital at around the same time as Escobedo, bringing more and fresher news from the island. Che arrived in Guatemala on New Year's Eve, 1953. He would remain there until he obtained safe conduct to Mexico from the Argentine embassy, where he had requested asylum after the June 1954 coup against the regime of Colonel Jacobo Arbenz. Guatemala was then a country of 3 million inhabitants, mostly poor, marginalized Indians. The largest and most populous Central American nation, it had and still has a typical plantation economy based on coffee, bananas, and cotton, with atrocious social conditions. Almost all its indicators placed it in the third place from the bottom of the Latin American scale in 1950, followed only by Haiti and Bolivia. In that year, Guatemala had the worst, with the exception of Bolivia, rates of urban and rural unemployment and underemployment in all of Latin America. 58 Even in 1960, the life expectancy of its population at birth was the lowest in the region. 59. Before Guatemala, the Argentines' journey had been important, but only in an emotional and cultural sense. Now Escobedo Che Guevara would experience his true political rite of passage during those troubled months when the futile attempt of a decent Guatemalan officer to improve the dreadful state of his fellow citizens shattered against the inescapable polarity of the Cold War and the intransigence of the banana companies. Doubtless, Guevara had arrived with an already heavy ideological load in his worn knapsack, but he would leave Guatemala with entire trunks full of ideas, affinities, hatreds, and judgments. He stayed in Guatemala for 8.5 months, a short time chronologically, but forever in ideological terms. His days were filled with various occupations, politics, as he followed closely the outcome of the Guatemalan drama, his unceasing, unsuccessful search for a job as a doctor, nurse, or anything related to his profession, his perennial struggle against illness, and the beginning of his relationship with the Peruvian Hilda, who would later become his first wife. He planned to stay in Guatemala for a longer stretch, 2 years if possible, before heading for Mexico, Europe, and China. 9 He intended to make a living in his profession, but was soon frustrated by a contradiction common to most of Latin America. On the one hand, there were not enough doctors, and too many diseases; on the other, the barriers placed before a foreign physician were insurmountable. The best he could obtain was a small salary at a laboratory in the Ministry of Sanitation, after a period of selling encyclopedias. At first his complaints about his failure to find a job were full of humor. I went to see the Minister of Public Health and asked him for a post, but I demanded a clear-cut response, either yes or no. The minister did not disappoint me. He gave me a clear-cut response, no. 60 Soon his good-natured lamentations gave way to bitter frustration. The xenophobe who was supposed to hire me made me wait for a month, only to have me informed that he couldn't. 61 Che confronted many obstacles in his attempt to work as a doctor. One of them, according to a recurring anecdote, was the fact that he was not a card-carrying member of the Communist Party, officially called the Guatemalan Labor Party, or PGT by its initials in Spanish. However, in his correspondence Escobedo placed greater emphasis on the reactionary medical profession. In any case, his motivations were increasingly financial, and Escobedo was quickly losing whatever interest he still had in medicine as such. Politics and archaeology were rapidly taking its place as his favorite fields of endeavor. Che repeatedly complained about not being able to visit Patan and Tikal. He only traveled to the villages of the Guatemalan highlands near Lake Atitlan. 10 He had to renounce his dream of exploring the Mayan culture of the jungle for several reasons: his interminable political discussions, the ravaging effect of Guatemala City's climate on his illness, and his increasing intimacy with Hilda. Only a couple of years later, during a sort of honeymoon with Hilda, was he able to visit the archaeological sites of Palenque and the Yucatan Peninsula, in southern Mexico. Moreover, Guatemala's political and conspiratorial ferment certainly merited long hours of intense debate with revolutionaries and curious observers from many places: Rojo and the Argentines, the recently arrived Cubans, leftist or undefined academic figures from the United States, Harold White of Utah or Robert Alexander of New Jersey, and quasi-communist Central American sociologists like Edilberto Torres and his daughter Myrna. He met Myrna, and many other friends in Guatemala and later in Mexico, thanks to Hilda. Hilda was a decisive figure in his life, but their ties remained devoid of intensity. The bond was more fraternal and ideological than romantic or erotic. Che's illness and his fascination with the alien nature of her Indian features and background help explain the initial attraction. Fixed up on a blind date with Escobedo by friends, she found him in the midst of one of his asthmatic episodes, broke, bedridden, cold, and hungry. He asked for help, she gave it. Finding him in these desperate straits, Hilda immediately vouched for his rent in a pension, obtained medicines and books for him, and in a few short days reorganized his life. Aside from her generosity and support, she possessed other charms. She had marked Indian traits, and was 3.5 years older than Che. Their short-lived marriage would produce one daughter who, when asked years later in Havana for a token or memento of her father's attraction to her mother, answered with one word full of sadness and pride, myself 62. Che first mentioned Hilda in a letter to his mother dated April 1954. He spoke of her in an affectionate tone, reflecting the tenor of their relationship. She has a heart of platinum, to say the least. I feel her support in all the actions of my daily life, beginning with the rent. 63 The two stormers of Winter Palaces forged a link based upon their ideological affinities and her medical, financial, and spiritual support for the undocumented Argentine. Like many Peruvians, Hilda had strong Chinese and indigenous traces in her genetic configuration. According to several friends and photographs, she was rather short and plump. 11. Obviously, Ernesto's enchantment with the experienced opera militant was not based upon any orthodox ideal of beauty. It had more to do with her archetypical Indian traits and the way in which she took charge of many facets of Che's life, including his asthma, his employment concerns, his ideological development. She also helped him to broaden his circle of friends. The couple would marry a year later in Mexico, where their daughter was born. By then, the course of the relationship would be clear in terms of its intensity, meaning, and future. Hilda was different enough from Che to seduce him. But she was too different from Chiquina, almost her polar opposite, to awaken in him the passion he had felt in Malagueño. Hilda recalls that Escobedo declared his love and proposed marriage to her at a party. She suggested they wait, more for political than for emotional reasons. 64 Much of Ernesto's life in Guatemala revolved around her. She took care of him, introduced him to friends, lent him books, and talked endlessly with him about psychoanalysis, the Soviet Union, the Bolivian Revolution, and, of course, daily events in the country. The relative importance in their relationship of love, his attraction to difference, camaraderie, and ideological affinity is difficult to establish. What is certain is that Hilda had a powerful influence on the young revolutionary, and that his long-lasting respect and affection derived in large part from his feeling of indebtedness. Everything, including Hilda's own memoirs, suggests that the romance was platonic for a long time. It was consummated only in mid-May, a year later, in Cuernavaca, Mexico, when the couple spent a weekend in Malcolm Lowry's adopted hometown. 12 They had already decided to marry, but had been unable to do so because of the Mexican authorities' bureaucratic and immigration requirements. 65 In Hilda's account, it was Che who made the decision. He insisted on marriage, while she accepted his demands in fulfillment of earlier promises. Indeed, the tone in her book points to a certain reluctance on her part. More mature than he, she sensed that the relationship would be difficult if not impossible in the long term, and that Escobedo would not withstand the rigors and obligations of a bourgeois marriage. The wedding took place on August 18, 1955, in the colonial town of Tepoztlán, barely a few days after she discovered she was pregnant. The causal connection is suggested by Hilda herself. She attributes to Escobedo the following statement: when he learned of her pregnancy, "Now we must hurry and have a legal ceremony and inform our parents." 66 One of Che's biographers states that they were forced to marry. 67 Oleg Dorosenkov, a Soviet official who eventually forged a close friendship with Guevara, recalls a conversation with him in Murmansk in the early 60s. After downing a few vodkas to offset the Arctic cold, Che confessed that he had wed because Hilda was expecting a child. 68 He had had too many tequilas one night and made a foolish attempt at chivalry. Regardless of the version one subscribes to, Che's encounter with Hilda derives its meaning from later consequences in Mexico, from her intellectual and political impact on Guevara's evolution, and from the fraternal affection they shared in Guatemala, Mexico, and then Cuba, though under different circumstances. Its significance does not stem from any great emotional intensity inherent in the rapport. Che's stay in the Mayan nation was not a period of passionate sentiments, but of political awakening. Indeed, Guatemala marked a crucial time in Che's life and in the history of the entire region, inaugurating the Cold War in Latin America. It became a stereotypical example of flagrant, heavy-handed aggression by a hegemonic power, in the vernacular of the time. The caricature of a banana republic, Guatemala had, for perhaps the only moment in its history, an honest, well-intentioned regime, though it was also weak, divided, and mediocre. The whole episode began in 1950 when, for only the second time since its independence a century and a half earlier, Guatemala held democratic presidential elections. The winner was Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, who took office on March 15, 1951. Upon assuming the presidency, Arbenz promoted a series of social and economic reforms in a country where 2% of the population held 70% of the land. The new government launched an ambitious public works program, including a port on the Atlantic coast, a highway to the coast, and a hydroelectric plant. These projects interfered with monopolies owned by the United Fruit Company, which also controlled most of the land and politicians in the country. On June 27, 1952, Arbenz signed into law an agrarian reform which included the expropriation of uncultivated latifundia, large landed estates, with compensation on the basis of their declared value. Quite logically, this did not please the Banana Company. The decree also established an income tax for the first time in the nation's history and consolidated a series of workers' rights, including collective bargaining, the right to strike, and a minimum wage. Washington launched a policy of harassment against the Arbenz regime, for both economic reasons the interests of United Fruit and ideological ones the increasingly active participation in government and the reform process of the Communist Guatemalan Labor Party, PGT. Despite its small size, the PGT wielded a disproportionate influence, thanks to the competence and dedication of its cadres. In addition, Arbenz had begun to draw closer to the socialist bloc. So, in 1954, Washington launched an explicit campaign to overthrow the government, if possible with inter-American support. Thus an Organization of American States conference was convened in Caracas in March 1954, at which the U.S. delegation, led by Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, openly demanded a condemnation of the Arbenz government. The motion was supported by every regime in Latin America save those of Mexico and Argentina, which led Che to revise some of his previous opinions about Perón *13. The combination of external pressures, disenchantment within the ranks of Arbenz supporters, dissension within the army, and the president's indecisiveness climaxed in a coup in June 1954. A column commanded by Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas, directed and financed by the Central Intelligence Agency, entered Guatemala from Honduras. Using a sophisticated propaganda campaign, it forced Arbenz to resign even though the military balance of power was not conclusively unfavorable to him. 5. Guatemala's impact on the life of Che Guevara can be measured along two vectors: his analysis of events and his actual participation in them. Beto was initially enthusiastic about the reform process launched by Arbenz. He wrote, "There is no country in all America as democratic as Guatemala." 69 He also perceived the intrinsic weaknesses in the process: there are arbitrary abuses of power and thefts, and the contradictions in the military's policy. The newspapers run by United Fruit are such that if I were Arbenz, I'd shut them down in 5 minutes. He soon understood the dilemmas faced by the regime. On the one hand, it needed the PGT's support to implement urgently needed reforms, beginning with land distribution *14, on the other, it had to protect itself from U.S. attacks, all based on a supposed communist and Soviet conspiracy in Guatemala. Che realized that the PGT was at once the staunchest and most dangerous of all Arbenz's allies, due to the effects it was generating abroad. At first he considered that the risks to the regime were very real, but only in the medium term. I believe the most difficult moment for Guatemala will be in 3 years, when it has to elect a new president. 3 months before the overthrow of Arbenz. He did detect the seriousness of the threat looming over the beleaguered government, though in April 1954 he still misjudged the reasons for it. The fruit company is howling with rage, and of course Dulles & Co. want to intervene in Guatemala for the terrible crime it has committed in buying arms wherever it can, as the United States hasn't sold a single cartridge in a long time. 71. In his letters to Buenos Aires, Che revealed great lucidity as to the nature of the imminent aggression, but overestimated the forces available to deter it. On June 20, just a week before Arbenz's resignation and on the very day of the pseudo-invasion from Honduras led by Castillo Armas, Che wrote to his mother that the danger is not in the total number of troops currently entering Guatemalan territory, as it is quite small, nor in the airplanes which are only bombing civilian homes and machine gunning a few people. The danger lies in how the gringos are running their stooges at the United Nations. 72, which was true, as our apprentice field strategist perceived. At the same time, however, he assured his mother that Colonel Arbenz is very brave, without a doubt, and is willing to die at his post if necessary. If things reach the extreme of having to fight the modern planes and troops sent by the Fruit Company or the United States, people will fight. 73. He could not have been more mistaken. A week later, Arbenz would be forced to resign by the combined pressures of the United States, the invading column approaching the capital, and the demands of his colleagues in the army. Though historians and witnesses are still arguing over what might have happened if the PGT's worker and campesino militias had been given arms and Arbenz had led the struggle from the countryside, the fact is that the people did not really defend their government. Che grasped this perfectly 2 weeks later, when he wrote to his mother that Arbenz did not know how to rise to the occasion. Treason continues to be the vocation of the army, and once again we see confirmed that saying which dictates the elimination of the army as the true beginning of democracy. If the saying does not exist, I have now invented it. 74. Finally, Guevara bitterly concluded that we are like the Spanish Republic, betrayed from within and without, but we did not fall with the same dignity. 75. Ricardo Rojo relates that Che mistrusted the nationalist and reformist potential of the regime. In Guevara's view, the government should have formed people's militias to defend the capital, thus preventing the debacle. 76. According to Hildegard, in an article Che wrote entitled I Saw the Fall of Jacobo Arbenz, which was lost when he left Guatemala, he argued that the regime would have survived if the people had been armed. 77. Gadi states. He was certain that if the people were told the truth and given arms, the revolution could be saved. Even if the capital had fallen, the struggle could have continued in the countryside. In Guatemala there are suitable mountainous areas. 15. Perhaps Che still believed, in this youthful, radical, and still relatively innocent stage, that one could have everything: first, an army promoting reform, and then a military institution which would suddenly become revolutionary and give up its monopoly on weapons, handing rifles to workers and farmers. 6. He was obviously inspired in this by the example of Bolivia's popular militias, which had very much impressed him just a few months earlier. Guevara rightly attributed Arbenz's defeat to disunity among the country's progressive forces, as well as their lack of leadership and decisiveness, and the duplicity of the armed forces before the U.S. onslaught. In fact, the real cause for the failure of the Guatemalan Revolution was to be found in the United States, both in Che's mind and in reality. The great lesson for the young Argentine revolutionary concerned Washington's presumed a priori and ruthless opposition to any attempt at social and economic reform in Latin America. One must be prepared to fight U.S. interference, rather than try to avoid or neutralize it. The other moral of the story, in Che's view, was that Arbenz had erred in giving his enemies too much freedom, especially in the press. 16. Che would have needed far vaster political experience, a more solid knowledge of history, and doubtless greater maturity to assimilate the hard lessons of Guatemala with greater discernment. He still knew next to nothing about the 3 largest countries of Latin America. He had never set foot in Mexico, In his passage through Brazil he had mainly focused on the beauty of the muletas, and his experience of Argentina had been largely apolitical or disdainful. The two countries he knew best were the poorest and least developed on the mainland of the Americas, Bolivia and Guatemala. The rest of America was summed up for him in Machu Picchu and Chuquicamata, the indigenous cultures and the United Fruit Company in Central America. His knowledge of the region's armies was limited to Arbans and border troops posted in the Andes and the tropics. The very real confrontation between the Fruit Company and the Banana Republic becomes a caricature when extrapolated to the rest of the hemisphere, with its complex and multifarious history. The specificity of Guatemala was diluted in Che's emotional, sometimes brilliant approach. Undeniable particulars became questionable generalizations. As long as this transposition involved similar situations as in the case of Cuba, it produced valid conclusions. But when it was extended to quite dissimilar situations, it led to sweeping truisms and fatal mistakes. In Guatemala, Escobedo Guevara was still searching. His attitude toward his parents: "I think you should know that even if I am dying I won't ask you for any gita money." 78. His comments after the coup on June 26: "I'm a bit ashamed to admit that I enjoyed myself immensely those days. That magical sense of invulnerability made me smack my lips with glee when I saw people running like crazy when they saw the planes. It was all a lot of fun, what with the shooting, bombs, speeches, and other distractions to break the monotony I was living in." 79, and the explanation given by his mother: he asks to be allowed to help in the defense. He is told that there will be no defense. He offers to organize it. But who is he? What experience does he have, after all? 80, all point to an increasing politicization. He is still rebelling against his parents, though less than before, and his political persona is becoming more clearly defined. At age 26, Che Guevara was an ardent defender and admirer of the Soviet Union. He intended to give his son, if he had one, a Russian name, Vladimir, in honor of the fatherland of socialism. 81. His wife Hilda also reports, Guevara displayed great sympathy for the achievements of the Soviet Revolution. I had some reservations. 82. The young man had an obvious inclination for communism, for both the Guatemalan Party *17 and the general concept, and had decided to join the ranks of the party, with a capital P, somewhere in the world. 7. Once the number of asylum seekers and hangers-on in the Argentine embassy swelled, a communist contingent was organized. Led by Victor Manuel Gutierrez, the second most important leader of the PGT, it was soon separated from its companions and locked into the embassy garage. Che was recruited along with the others, according to Rolando Moran, a Guatemalan guerrilla leader who became friends with him at that time, and logically so. His closest affinity at the embassy was with the communists. 83. Guevara was a person of insatiable political curiosity, yet persistently lacking in any militant spirit. He held leftist political views, yet had little knowledge of Marxism. He had witnessed a tragic defeat which could have been expected and avoided. He would extrapolate its lessons in the terms in which he lived and suffered them. His convictions about the need for the armed struggle, the implacable hostility of the United States and the impossibility of any negotiation with Washington, his affinity for communist parties and the Soviet Union, and the imperative need to forestall one's enemies before they could take advantage of existing liberties all formed a collection of beliefs that would be further consolidated during his early years in Mexico. They would accompany him to the Sierra Maestra and throughout his first period in Havana, tempered only gradually by his exceptional intelligence and realism, and by the ravaging lessons of experience. During the debacle, Che did not help defend the regime, arms in hand. He had no way to do so. Accounts of his frantic attempts to organize a militia in Guatemala City are simply false. 18. In several interviews attributed to her after Che's death, Hilda Guidi asserts that he did participate in anti-aircraft defense groups and in transporting weapons from one side of the city to the other. 84. But in her book she describes only his frustrated intentions. In an interview in the Sierra Maestra, Che was indulging in poetic license when he stated, I tried to organize a group of young men like myself to confront the adventurers of United Fruit. In Guatemala, it was necessary that we fight and almost nobody fought. It was urgent that we resist but almost nobody wanted to do so. 85 The official Cuban biographers, or chronologists, as they sometimes call themselves, took up this idea of Che transporting weapons and his attempt to organize young men for combat, but without providing any sources or proof. 86 The most Che himself ever says in his letters, and he surely would have mentioned it to one of his many correspondents if he had done anything else, is that he enrolled at an emergency medical ward and registered with the youth brigades to receive military instruction and do whatever. I don't think this will come to anything. 87 This was a week before the coup which toppled Arbenz. A few days after the president's resignation, Escobedo requested asylum at the Argentine embassy, after a friend who worked there warned him that he was in danger. Though the actual risk was relative, there are indications that his activities had been detected. David Atlee Phillips, the CIA station chief in Guatemala during those days in June, recalls in his memoirs. A company analyst gave me a sheet of paper a few days after the coup. It contained biographical information about an Argentinian doctor, age 25, who had requested asylum at the Mexican embassy sick. I suppose we had better open a file, I said. Though his name meant little to me at the time, the file on Escobedo Guevara would one day be one of the thickest in the CIA. 19. His status at the embassy was more that of a guest than a political refugee, which allowed him to enter and exit quite frequently. 9 He spent approximately a month there, along with many other Argentines, but also radical youths from other countries and Guatemala itself. These included the future founder and leader of the Guatemalan Army of the Poor, EGP, Rolando Moran, Tula Alvarenga, already the companion of the Secretary General of El Salvador's Communist Party, Salvador Cayetano Carpio, later the legendary Marshal of the Frente Farabundo Martí de Liberación Nacional, or FMLN. Che refused to return home in an airplane sent by Perón to repatriate the Argentine exiles. Instead, he decided to travel to Mexico as soon as the danger subsided. In the meantime, he helped his colleagues sheltered at the embassy, and established friendships that would last for years. He particularly treasured the sympathy and camaraderie he had built with the Cuban exiles and the admiration they inspired in him. When I heard the Cubans make their grandiloquent statements with absolute serenity, I felt tiny. I can make a speech 10 times more objective and without commonplaces, I can read it better and I can convince a public that I am telling the truth, but I don't convince myself and the Cubans do. Nico would leave his soul in the microphone, and thanks to that could fill even skeptics like me with enthusiasm. 88. Nico Lopez, his first real friend from Cuba, had participated in the assault on the Bayamo barracks, aimed at preventing reinforcements from reaching Santiago de Cuba and the Moncada headquarters in the 1953 uprising. He not only told Che the details of the operation, but also described the virtues of its leader, Fidel Castro. Che first met Nico, Mario Dalmo, and Dario Lopez in cafes and social meetings during the intense months leading up to the fall of Arbenz, and then at the Argentine embassy. There, he provided them some medical care, read his texts on Guatemala, and put them in contact with his family in Buenos Aires when they left on the Constellation sent by Perón. The Cubans recalled 3 of Che's traits in particular: his solidarity with them, whenever he could help, his eternal financial difficulties, and his conversation and writings, now lost, in which he expounded his anti-imperialist views and arguments for the armed defense of the capital. 89 In his luggage he carried one last souvenir of Guatemala, the nickname Che, bestowed upon him by his Cuban friends because of his Argentine nationality and his countrymen's habit of endlessly repeating this expression. Finally, when things quieted down at the end of August, he left the diplomatic mission, mainly to see Hilda, who was still in Guatemala and had been briefly detained. They made plans to meet soon in Mexico. While awaiting his visa, Che left for Atitlan with his sleeping bag, spending a few days hiking and contemplating one of the most beautiful lake sites in the world. There really was nothing else to do. By mid-September he arrived in Mexico City, the world capital of corruption, as he wrote his Aunt Beatriz. 90. The first months in Mexico, in late 1954, were not easy. Guevara had no money, work, or friends. He carried only the address of several of his father's acquaintances. One of them, a screenwriter named Ulysses Petit de Murat, received him warmly. He bought a camera and, together with a friend he had met on the train from Guatemala, started to make his living taking pictures of U.S. tourists on the streets of Mexico City. He also got a poorly paid job as an allergy researcher at the General Hospital under Dr. Mario Salazar Molin, but admitted, "I am doing nothing new." * 20. He also mentioned that he had begun to put his life in order. "I cook for myself, and bathe every day, but do my laundry rarely and badly." He intended to spend about 6 months in Mexico before leaving for the United States, Europe, and then the socialist countries of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. He thought of applying for a scholarship to do postgraduate studies in some European university, based upon his scientific publications and his experience as a researcher under Dr. Pisani in Buenos Aires. His first impressions of Mexico were far from pleasant. Mexico is entirely given over to the Yankees. The press says nothing at all. The economic situation is terrible, prices are going up at an alarming rate, and the disintegration is such that all the labor leaders have been bought off and sign unfair contracts with the Yankee companies, in return for suppressing strikes. There is no independent industry, much less any free trade. 91. In March 1955, an Argentine news agency hired him as a photographer to cover the Pan American Games. In his free time, he wrote scientific research papers on allergies and attended a congress in Veracruz. Thanks to these activities, he finally got a grant from the General Hospital, which made life easier. He went on exotic expeditions that were madness for an asthma sufferer, such as climbing the Popocatépetl and the Pico de Orizaba. "I took the Popo by assault, but despite much heroism, I was unable to reach the top. I was ready to die for it, but my Cuban climbing companion scared me because 2 of his toes froze. We spent 6 hours fighting the snow that buried us to our waist, and with our feet totally drenched since we lacked the proper equipment. The guide got lost in the fog skirting a crevasse, and we were all exhausted from the soft and unending snow. The Cubans won't climb again, but as for me, as soon as I have some money, I will challenge the Popo again, and the Orizaba in September. 92. He also explored the outskirts of Mexico City, but in those months he did not undertake any of the journeys that would normally have attracted him, as they do so many other foreigners. His dispiritedness was such that he ignored the dazzling beauties of a country that has bewitched so many travelers, dwelling only on its defects indisputable, but trivial for a person as sophisticated as he now was. In November 1954, Che had started seeing Hilda again. Thanks to her, he began making contact with militants and politicians from other countries, including Laura de Albizu Campos, the wife of the Puerto Rican nationalist jailed by the U.S. government. Che's courtship of Hilda was complex and ambivalent. As already noted, his affection and loyalty for the Peruvian exile were balanced by a certain aloofness. Hilda was not part of his plans, she did not appear in his projected travels, adventures, or occupations. Escobedo Guevara was at that time essentially a tramp, a wandering photographer, an underpaid medical researcher, a permanent exile, and an insignificant husband, a weekend adventurer. 93. Then one day he ran into Nico Lopez at the hospital. The Cuban was now a refugee in Mexico, after a long journey in exile, and had come to the hospital for treatment. In the midst of this languid, drifting though expectant existence came the chance encounter that would make the difference between epic and simple tedium. Fortune alone does not explain it, there also had to be a willingness to seize the opportunity. In June, Nico Lopez introduced the wandering Argentine doctor to Raúl Castro, a Cuban student leader recently released from a Havana jail. A few days later, Raúl's brother arrived in Mexico, and Raúl took Che to speak with him. And so, in the summer of 1955, Escobedo Guevara met Fidel Castro and discovered the path that would lead him to glory and death. Chapter 4. Under Fire with Fidel. Fidel Castro arrived in Mexico City by bus on July 8, 1955, via Veracruz, Havana, and the jail on Isla de Pinos in Cuba. He carried a single suit, no money, and a head full of harebrained ideas that would catapult him into history in 3 brief years. He had spent 22 months in prison for masterminding the assault on the Moncada Army barracks in Santiago on July 26, 1953. His release resulted from a foolhardy amnesty decreed by dictator Fulgencio Batista. He immediately headed for Mexico, with a single goal in mind: to launch an insurrection against the Batista regime. A former university student leader and young politician belonging to the traditional, corrupt Partido Ortodoxo, Castro came of age in an enchanting and cursed country of barely 6 million inhabitants, ravaged by half a century of late, troubled, and incompletely achieved independence. On March 10, 1952, Batista led a classic coup d'état on the eve of the scheduled presidential elections. Facing a dismal showing of his own, the former sergeant cut short the only period of democratic rule the country had ever known. The elections were suspended, and the constitutional government, in office since 1940, was ousted. Despite huge demonstrations and protests, just 3 years later the regime felt strong enough to pardon its principal opponents a fatal mistake. A virtual semicolony of the United States, the largest island of the Antilles, had benefited greatly from the U.S. boom of the 50s. The price of sugar, the only Caribbean crop since time immemorial, had been stable over the entire decade, allowing for modest but sustained per capita growth. The Cuban sugar harvest, stagnant between 1925 and 1940, had begun to grow again, a significant factor, given that half of Cuba's arable land was given over to cane. The sugar sector represented 50% of Cuba's agricultural production, a third of its industrial output, and 80% of its exports. It employed 23% of the labor force and generated 28% of GDP. 1 Almost half the sugar produced was exported to the United States. The single crop amounted, in fact, to a single destiny. Tourists from the U.S. East Coast made Cuba their playground. Hotel construction boomed, countless cabarets, summer villas, and brothels sprouted across the island's beaches and coves. A middle class devoted to the service and pleasure of tourists grew apace. The fun capital of the Caribbean enjoyed a rush of consumption and prosperity that was misleadingly identified with the rest of the country. U.S. nationals, who had owned most of the sugar mills until the 50s, continued to dominate everything else: the economy, politics, and above all the collective psychology of Cubans, to the joy and fortune of some, the misfortune and humiliation of others. Rates for per capita income, literacy, urbanization, and overall standard of living were among the highest in Latin America. They concealed, however, an abysmal inequality between the capital and a few eastern cities and the rest of the country, between city and countryside, and, especially, between whites and blacks. Cuba's exact ranking within Latin America would be hotly debated for years to come, but in 1950, its per capita income was surpassed only by that of Argentina and Uruguay, logically, as well as Venezuela and Colombia. 2 Life expectancy reached almost 60 years in 1960, the highest in the hemisphere after the 2 republics bordering the River Plate. 3 Figures for doctors and hospital beds per inhabitant were among the best in the region, and the principal causes of death among adults were those typical of rich countries: malignant tumors and cardiovascular disorders. Educational levels were also high, placing Cuba 4th in Latin America toward the end of the decade, after Argentina, Uruguay, and Costa Rica. 4. However, income distribution was among the most inequitable in the Americas, due to sugar monocultivation and the resulting unemployment during 9 months of each year. In the late 50s, the share of national income going to the poorest 20% of the population was only 2.1% of the total, that is, a third of the equivalent in Argentina, and less than in Peru, Mexico, or Brazil. 5 Almost all social and economic indicators registered huge discrepancies between town and country, between whites and blacks, and especially between Havana and the rest of the nation. With 26% of the country's population, the capital province garnered 64% of national income in 1958. Thus, on the eve of the Castro conspiracy hatched in Mexico City, Cuba had a relatively broad middle class, about a third of the population, which was rather prosperous by Latin American standards. But it was also a terribly unequal country, deeply divided in terms of race, geography, and class. Understandably, then, Cuban politics were somewhat Byzantine. Like the Cubans themselves, they were violent and passionate, intricate, and personalized. The Moncada assault was exceptional because of the cruel reprisals exacted by Batista's new dictatorship, but it was not an uncommon occurrence. Nobody was surprised that a group of agitators should attempt to overthrow the government in a spectacular coup de main. Nor was it unusual that Fidel Castro's struggle should initially focus on restoring the constitutional order of 1940, as became clear during the epic defense he presented at his own trial. Certainly, by the time of the coup, the constitutional regime installed in 1940 had few supporters in Cuba. However, within a generalized climate of corruption, violence, and disorder, the 1940 Constitution was a symbol of hope for broad sectors of the population. But the distinctive feature of Cuban culture and politics was without a doubt the interminable birth pangs of the Republic. Since the 1898 Spanish-American War and the Platt Amendment of 1902 granting the United States the right to intervene in Cuba's internal affairs whenever public order was threatened, the island had experienced a sort of national purgatory. It had emerged from the hell of colonial rule without reaching the presumed paradise of independence. Cuba's aspiration to become independent was frustrated. The United States won the war, and Cuba lost its bid for emancipation. In 1902 the survivors of the long struggle, its main heroes José Martí and Antonio Maceo were already dead, and Máximo Gómez was exhausted and isolated, were forced to choose between nominal independence under the terms of the Platt Amendment or a de jure colonial status. Cuba's national sovereignty was thus severely curtailed at birth. The resulting trauma would last over half a century, and its sequels would extend to the end of the millennium. It is no wonder that the Cuban people should maintain to this day an obdurate and often disconcerting brand of nationalism. Political life in Cuba between the Platt Amendment and its abrogation in 1934 reflected the original sin at the heart of the Republic. From the end of Spanish rule until 1933, politics on the island were characterized by electoral fraud, corruption, and constant meddling by the United States to restore order, protect its interests, and mediate among the different factions of the Cuban elite. Widespread discontent among the people, the Criollo ruling classes, and lower-ranking army officers finally reached a head in 1933. An inevitable uprising, led by Antonio Guterres, ended this tragic phase of Cuba's independent history. But the reformist coalition that emerged from the revolution proved short-lived. It barely had time to rescind the Platt Amendment before being overthrown by the so-called Sergeant's Rebellion headed by Fulgencio Batista. The mulatto sergeant was the power behind the throne until 1940, when he was elected president under a new constitution. The advent of the military shifted the basic boundaries of political life in Cuba. The repeal of the Platt Amendment and consolidation of the economy's domestic sector were accompanied by the emergence of a powerful labor force and Communist Party. Through the Workers' Confederation of Cuba, CTC, the organized working class played a distinctive role in the coalition supporting Batista and Ramón Grau San Martín, who succeeded him as president in 1944*1. Though it never won more than 7% of the vote, mainly concentrated in Havana, the Communist Party, called the Popular Socialist Party, or PSP, after 1944, had a prominent place on the island. Its influence extended far beyond its numbers, thanks to the honesty and dedication of its cadres and militants and its sway over the labor unions. The Communists were also active in the Congress and within the governments of Batista and Grau. Their leader, Juan Maranello, was named minister without portfolio in February 1942. Shortly afterward, a 31-year-old economist from the party, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, joined the cabinet. The PSP and working class sectors under its aegis were thus key actors in Cuban politics until their expulsion from the labor unions in 1947, at the beginning of the Cold War. When they reappeared in 1958, just before the fall of Batista, and especially after the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, they were not springing from a void. Their re-emergence derived from a long tradition and a significant, if not always glorious, history. Corruption, gangsterism, and social unrest marked the successive four-year administrations of Batista, Grau, and Carlos Prio Socarrás, culminating in the coup of 1952. Cuba's political parties and Congress were suspended, the posts of president and vice president were abolished. A new constitutional code was enacted, which included the automatic repeal of individual rights and freedoms under certain conditions. Nobody stood up for the outgoing regime of Prio Socarrás, standard-bearer of the Auténtico Party and enemy of its Ortodoxo competitor. The two traditional parties had long since worn out their welcome with the citizenry. Their endless rivalry and internal divisions, garrulous but often groundless or irrelevant, had helped disillusion the population. Batista's 1952 coup lacked popular support, but so did the status quo. Very soon, mid-level officers, old-time politicians, and young university students joined the struggle against the dictatorship, following different paths and with varying hopes of success. One of them, Fidel Castro, an Ortodoxo lawyer of Galician origin known for his fiery speech-making and muscular tactics from his student days, ran for Congress in 1952. When the elections were cancelled, Castro promptly proceeded to organize over 150 angry opponents to the regime, in a desperate attempt to overthrow it by force of arms. They failed, were violently repressed and thrown in jail, but assumed a privileged place in Cuba's popular imagination and among the middle classes of Havana and Santiago. The Moncada assault consecrated Fidel Castro as a central figure in Cuba's turbulent politics. Once in Mexico, through his incipient 26th of July movement, named after the date of the Moncada assault, he became the champion of the most principled and intransigent faction in the opposition, rejecting any compromise with Batista, marking a break from both the traditional parties and the Popular Socialist Party, PSP. *2. In a country where corruption and institutional collapse had been endemic since independence, where personal loyalties counted far more than party affiliation, an acute hunger for honest, bold, and radical leadership prevailed. In an unformed nation, where U.S. intervention was an inescapable and congenital fact of life, there was enormous potential for a personality who could capture the people's need to heal their wounded self-respect. Only some theoretical details, and a bit of luck, were missing. Fidel Castro's meeting with Che Guevara would supply the former with both, it would provide the latter with the deep conviction that it is worth dying on a foreign beach for such a noble ideal. 6. Neither Fidel's nor Che's biographers are precise as to the exact date of their first meeting, usually placed in July, August, or September 1955. What is certain is that Raúl Castro met Che thanks to Nico López, the Cuban exile friend from his Guatemalan days. Raúl was already an experienced militant in the international communist movement, espousing communist ideas, in the words of Hilda Gatti 7, and attending the Vienna Youth Festival of 1951. During his return to Cuba by boat, he encountered a figure central to the story, Nikolai Leonov, then a young Soviet diplomat on his way to Mexico to study Spanish. Leonov would later work as a translator to the Soviet leadership and would be one of the first links between Moscow and the Cuban Revolution, before retiring as a KGB general in the 80s. In his funeral oration for Che on October 18, 1967, Fidel Castro placed their first meeting in July or August 1955. 8 It seems somewhat unlikely that they would have met so soon after the Cubans' arrival, though in a speech in Chile in 1971 Castro mentions that he met Che a few days after his arrival in Mexico. Hildegard states in her memoirs that Che recounted meeting Fidel in early July 10, but the Cuban Armed Forces semi-official account asserts that the friendship began in September. 11. Neither Che's biographies nor the more recent ones of Fidel Castro give any additional information, though several of them point out that Che and Fidel were together at the small group of exiles commemorating July 26.12. The exact date is important only if the consecrated description of an instantaneous mutual fascination is seen as exaggerated. Why wouldn't the two young men have met or even exchanged a few words before the subsequently famous all-night conversation at the home of Maria Antonia that led to a decade of unflagging loyalty and respect? In any case, their alliance would add conceptual structure to Castro's brilliant political intuition, and give meaning to Che's life. Che recalled that evening shortly afterward. I met him during one of those cold Mexican nights, and remember that our first discussion was about world politics. After a few hours by dawn I had already embarked on the future expedition. Actually, after the experience I had had walking through all Latin America and the finishing touch in Guatemala, it wasn't hard to talk me into joining any revolution against a tyrant, but Fidel impressed me as an extraordinary man. He faced and resolved the most impossible things. I shared in his optimism. There was a lot to do, to fight for, to plan. We had to stop crying and start fighting. 13. In his travel journal, written on the spur of the moment, Guevara noted, "It is a political event to have met Fidel Castro, the Cuban revolutionary, a young man who is intelligent, very sure of himself and remarkably bold. I think there was a mutual liking." 14. This comment, more spontaneous and immediate than the previous one, confirms the impact Castro had on the Argentine, and the admiration he awakened in him. It also reveals that Che detected Castro's outstanding traits, both good and bad, from the outset. For his part, Fidel Castro kept a precise memory of the evening when they became friends and colleagues. In one night he became a member of the future Granma expedition. 15. Castro also noted, in a confession all the more interesting because he made it 10 years later, that Che's revolutionary development was more advanced than mine, ideologically speaking. From a theoretical point of view he had a better background, he was more advanced as a revolutionary. 16. One of Fidel's girlfriends, who was also a friend of Che and his wife, corroborated Castro's retrospective opinion. Fidel's passion for Cuba and Guevara's revolutionary ideas ignited each other like wildfire, in an intense flare of light. One was impulsive, the other thoughtful, one emotional and optimistic, the other cold and skeptical. One was attached only to Cuba, the other, linked to a framework of social and economic concepts. Without Escobedo Guevara, Fidel Castro might never have become a communist. Without Fidel Castro, Escobedo Guevara might never have been more than a Marxist theoretician, an idealistic intellectual. 17. In fact, Che was not quite a well-rounded theoretician. Despite his reading of Marx and Lenin in Mexico *3, he had only an unstructured, autodidactic background in Marxist theory, and a mere smattering of history, philosophy, and economics. His political experience in Guatemala and his approach to events resembled that of a passionate and perceptive spectator, but a distant one, nonetheless. The explanation presented by Castro's biographers, or those who knew the two men at that time, is indeed tempting. It posits a friendship based upon matching talents and personalities. But the intellectual or theoretical eminence attributed to Che by Fidel and others must be qualified. In 1955, Che was a sporadic reader of Marxist texts, a man interested in world events within a broad humanistic culture. He came from a family of readers, had had excellent schooling and an adequate university education, and was immensely curious about everything. But, as he himself confessed a year later, "Before, I more or less devoted myself to medicine and spent my free time studying Saint Karl Marx in an informal manner. This new phase in my life requires a change in priorities. Now Saint Karl comes first, he is the axis." 18. Escobedo Guevara was not yet a man of letters, or of endless theoretical speculation. That much is suggested by an exchange attributed to the two men by one of Che's biographers, concerning the 26th of July movement's program. F. Idel. So hey, aren't you interested in all of this? G. Guevara. Yes, I'm interested. But I really don't know. First I would create a good army, and after winning the war, we'd have to see. For more than a theorist or thinker, Che at this time was seeking an exit from a dependent existence in Mexico and the unpleasant prospect of a premature return to Argentina. He projected conceptual serenity, a humanistic culture, and a historical and international framework capable of embracing a political program. Castro, in contrast, was eminently a man of action. He may have been dazzled by Che's sophistication and cosmopolitan approach, one that Castro would always admire but never quite achieve, but he did not then, or later, fall under Che's spell. The trust and respect Fidel developed for him, for these reasons as well as the Argentine's natural charm, were but a starting point. A couple of years later, the líder Máximo would pay a great deal of attention to Che, due to his bravery and dedication to the cause but not to any political and theoretical expertise. Che's reaction to the overthrow of Perón in September 1955, already touched on in Chapter 3, reflected the by now well-known stance of the newly recruited revolutionary. His comments to his family in Buenos Aires were acidly ironical, but not particularly lucid or penetrating. His emphasis on Washington's supposed interference was logical and understandable but, by all accounts, totally off the mark. Guevara had just arrived from Guatemala, and his anti-US views were typical of that highly polarized period in the Cold War I, but they had little basis in the reality of Argentina. His defense of the Communist Party and the importance he gave it, for instance, in an account to his mother of a lecture debate he attended in November 1955, were characteristic of the time, but hardly relevant to his country's political situation. In the final analysis, Escobedo Guevara was a brilliant and well-intentioned fellow traveler in the international communist movement, as were millions of other young people throughout the world during those heady, innocent years of the Stockholm Appeal, the peace movement of Louis Aragon and Joliot Curie, of Pablo Neruda and Jorge Amado, Palmiro Togliatti and Maurice Thorez, Mao and Ho Chi Minh, and the Viet Minh victory at Dien Bien Phu. The Soviet Communist Party's 20th Congress and its denunciation of Stalinism had not yet taken place, nor had the 1956 invasion of Hungary. 5 It was perfectly normal for a highly politicized and sensitive young man to believe in the infinite evils of imperialism and the countless virtues of the socialist fatherland, and to see communist activists as the harbingers of world revolution. None of this, however, made Che a Marxist theoretician. It would take him another 5 years to attain this, self-taught, distinction. Escobedo Guevara's life changed after his meeting with Fidel Castro. He married in August, as already noted. In November, while Castro was away on a visit to the United States, he celebrated his honeymoon with Hildegard in southeastern Mexico, at Castro's insistence, according to her. There he finally came around to exploring Palenque, Uxmal, and Chichen Itza, whose Mayan ruins cannot but have dazzled him, though he wrote nothing about them in his letters home. The only remark to his mother, in slightly derogatory terms, referred to his little trip to the Mayan region. 19 At the end of his voyage he wrote a fair to middling poem entitled Palenque, which, aside from its obligatory anti-American swipe, the insolent offense of the gringo tourist stupido, is a slap in your face, its invocation of the mourned Incas, long dead, and a sagacious observation about the eternal youth of King Pakal City, deserves no further mention. 20 Was this curious omission a sign of his ongoing Mexican depression, or of his concentration on the struggle ahead? Either way, the skillful, affectionate descriptions he devoted to the rest of Latin America are missing in the case of Mexico, a country that has enthralled far less sophisticated travelers than Che, and that should have fascinated him much more than the other stops in his Latin American wanderings. Either these pages were never written, or else they lie buried in the Cuban archives. Training for the armed struggle in Cuba soon began. At first it was rudimentary and rather frivolous, consisting of walks along Avenida Insurgents in Mexico City, rowing on the lake in Chapultepec Park, diet and exercise under the supervision of a Mexican wrestler, Arsacio Venegas. Then it turned serious, extending to a camp outside of Mexico City in Santa Rosa, a ranch near the town of Chalco. As Fidel Castro related during his first return to Mexico City in 1988, Che would try to scale the Popocatépetl every weekend, without ever making it to the top. *6 Once his association with the Cubans was underway, Che probably kept trying more as a training exercise than, as previously, as an individual challenge for. It is clear, however, that Che did not really decide to join the Cuban Revolutionary Group on the night he met Fidel Castro. There are too many letters to his parents and other correspondence between July 1955 and early 1956 describing new, far-fetched plans for trips, scholarships, and life projects. In September he announced his intention to die fighting in the Caribbean but also to continue traveling as long as necessary to complete my education and give myself the pleasures I have allotted myself in my life project. 21 As late as March 1, 1956, he mentioned to Tita Infante that he was still trying to obtain a scholarship to study in France. 22. His entrancement with the project of revolution was tempered by the lucidity he had already displayed on several occasions. He had several good reasons for keeping his distance: his proverbial, sound Argentine skepticism and cynicism, his down-to-earth appraisal of the chances for a heterogeneous, inconsistent, and powerless group of Cubans adrift in Mexico City to overthrow a U.S.-supported military dictatorship enjoying an economic mini-boom, and, finally, his own tendency always to seek another option. Che must also have reflected on the possibility that a foreigner in the expedition could be a political liability for Fidel, and indeed, several problems related to his nationality did spring up. The most important was the generalized discontent that Castro provoked when he named Che head of personnel at the Chalco training camp in April 1956. At least one other foreigner who wished to embark with the group in December 1956 was turned down by Fidel precisely because of his nationality. *7 Che himself, a couple of years later, would recall his initial reservations. My almost immediate impression, when I attended the first classes, was about the possibilities of victory. I considered it very doubtful when I enlisted as a rebel commander. 23. A handful of factors determined his commitment between July-August 1955, when he first signed up for the adventure, and the end of 1956, when the Granma actually sailed from the Mexican port of Tuxpan. His growing affinity with Cuban leaders traveling to Mexico to talk and forge alliances with Castro must have influenced the still skeptical Guevara. They included Frank Paez, the young urban leader of the 26th of July movement, José Antonio Echeverría, head of the revolutionary student movement, and later, the communist leader Flavio Bravo, as well as, according to the English historian Hugh Thomas, Joaquim Ordoquai, Lázaro Pina, and Blas Roca, also of the PSR. 24 Che got to know most of them during their visits, though not Paez, whom he would meet only in the Sierra Maestra, and soon grasped that the outcome of the imminent Cuban Revolution did not rest only on the broad shoulders of Fidel Castro and his band of daredevil conspirators. It hinged upon a vast network of opponents to the regime, including labor and student activists, communists, and even a few business leaders. Che's growing affection and admiration for Fidel Castro also played an important role. Castro's loyalty and solidarity with his men, his increasing trust in Che giving him ever greater and more complex responsibilities, like renting the ranch for the training camp as well as naming him head of personnel, also helped dissipate the Argentines' doubts, bolstering his decision to join the expedition. And a decisive element was Fidel's behavior when the Cubans were apprehended by the Mexican police on June 24, 1956. At the urging of Batista's intelligence services, and thanks to a betrayal within the ranks as well as the infinite corruption of most of the Mexican security apparatus, the authorities finally arrested Fidel Castro in Mexico City. After contemplating resistance, he decided with the same daunting political instinct that has kept him in power for almost 40 years to surrender, avoid confrontation, and then secure his release through a combination of bribes, rhetoric, and the help of Mexican supporters. Fernando Gutiérrez Barrios, then a young official at the Federal Security Directorate and a pillar of the Mexican government's security and intelligence services for more than a quarter century, remembers his first conversation with Fidel Castro: "We found weapons in your Packard and some documents. What's going on?" Castro remained silent for a few hours, but the police quickly discovered documents, a diagram of the highway exits, and the location of the Santa Rosa Ranch in Chalco. Gutiérrez Barrios immediately dispatched his subordinates to the scene. They called back not long after: "Sir, there's a little store near the hacienda of Santa Rosa they say has been rented, that's where they are training. The people at the little store say they are Cubans, because of their way of speaking and habits." The security official hauled in Fidel for a friendly conversation, confronting him with the evidence and enjoining him to stop wasting time and avoid a firefight that would be neither in their individual interests nor in that of their respective nations. Fidel agreed. Gutiérrez Barrios suggested they travel together to Chalco, where Fidel could order his men to surrender peacefully. They did, and Castro and Gutiérrez Barrios have remained close friends ever since. 25. Fidel gave in, negotiating with the Mexican authorities the surrender of the other revolutionaries at the Chalco camp, and began to discuss the terms for their freedom. He soon had them all back on the street, except for himself, Calixto Garcia, and Che. Finally only Garcia and the Argentine remained in jail, both in an immigration and political situation more delicate than that of their companions. Che recorded his feelings in his diary. "Fidel did a few things which we could almost say compromised his revolutionary attitude, for the sake of friendship. I remember that I specifically presented my case to him. I was a foreigner, in Mexico illegally, with a series of charges against me. I told him the revolution should not in any way be impeded on my account and that he could leave me, that I understood the situation and would try to fight from wherever I was sent, and that he should only try to have me sent to a neighboring country and not Argentina. I also remember Fidel's response: 'I will not abandon you.' And that's how it was, because valuable time and money had to be diverted to get us out of the Mexican jail." Those personal attitudes of Fidel, with the people he appreciates, are the key to that fanaticism he awakens in others. *8. The arrest of the tiny Revolutionary Army has a privileged status in this Mexican phase of Che and the Cubans. Though Guevara and Cuban historians referred several times to the possible role of U.S. intelligence services in the arrests and subsequent interrogations, everything points to a strictly Mexican-Cuban Operation 5, and a rather lenient one at that, except for the ill treatment given a few of the prisoners. Castro would later denounce it, in his devastating comments on the actions and practices of the Mexican police. Regarding the detention of 3 companions, including a Mexican, he notes: "For over 6 days they were not given any food or water. In the freezing temperatures of early morning, they were tied hand and foot, completely naked, and lowered into tanks of icy water. They were submerged and then, on the point of asphyxiation, were pulled out by their hair for a few seconds before being immersed again. They repeated this operation many times. They took them out of the water and beat them into unconsciousness." A masked man, with a Cuban accent, was the one who interrogated them too. This was Che Guevara's first contact with prison, police forces, and repression. Until the eve of his execution at La Higuera, it was the only time he would ever spend in jail. His prison stay proved crucial for Che. Not only did it demonstrate the solidarity of Castro and the other Cubans, it also provided him with a first-hand experience of jail and the direct, personal aggressiveness of law enforcement authorities. Immediately before, as well as during his arrest and interrogation, Che had the chance to state repeatedly his identification with the hardline, communist, pro-Soviet faction of the revolutionary movement. Since December 1955, Che had been studying Russian at the Mexican Soviet Institute of Cultural Relations in Mexico City. His pro-Soviet leanings were already clear, but this additional step deserves emphasis. All Mexicans and foreign exiles living in Mexico at that time knew that the various Soviet missions in the capital, the embassy, in Tourist, TASS, and Pravda, the cultural and language institutes, were carefully watched by the Mexican authorities and their U.S. partners, as would be evidenced a few years later by the investigation of Lee Harvey Oswald's activities in Mexico. It is highly unlikely that Che would have attended classes at the institute solely to read Pushkin and Lermontov's Le text. His desire, unconscious or not, was to assert in a public and provocative way his respect and attachment to the Soviet Union. In this he certainly succeeded. One of the first U.S. intelligence reports mentioning Che Guevara emphasizes his visits to the Cultural Institute. When Mexican authorities and the Batista propaganda machine made a distinction between him and the other detainees, precisely because of his constant visits to the Soviet missions, Che was either paying a perfectly predictable price or achieving exactly what he wished, to be seen, much to his honor, as a communist and defender of the Soviet Union, though not a card-carrying party member. *9. A similar thread runs through his meetings with Nikolai Leonov. As the former KGB official stated both in his memoirs and in an interview with the author in Moscow, his whole affair with the Cubans began with the friendship he struck up by accident with Raúl Castro in 1951. Leonov was on his way to study Spanish and work at the Soviet embassy in Mexico. 4 years later, he happened to meet Raúl in the streets of Mexico City, where they renewed their friendship. The Cuban explained the ostensible reasons for his stay in Mexico, as did Leonov. Neither one was exactly forthright, but they obviously hit it off. During one of their many get-togethers at the home of Maria Antonia, hostess and guardian angel of Fidel and his followers in Mexico, Che suddenly appeared. In the words of Leonov, Che looked very well, radiant with happiness, because here was a representative of the other world, of the socialist camp, and we began discussing everything. I approached Raúl for the same reason on the boat, and talked with Che upon the same basis, our conversation taking place in a location where we were equals. He asked me about the Soviet Union because in that year, 1956, a great many things had happened. He was basically well informed, though concrete matters, the Central Committee meetings, did not interest Che. He knew a lot about the Soviet Union, how the society was structured, how the economy functioned, that is, he had a basic understanding of what was then the Soviet Union. At that time everybody had the same vision, the same admiration. He was an admirer of the Soviet Union. 26. They talked for a long time. Guevara expressed his interest in Soviet literature and asked if he could visit Leonov at the old house in Tacubaya where the Soviets were quartered, and borrow some books that would help him understand the Soviet people. Leonov handed him the plain business card he carried, identifying him as an attaché at the embassy, and forthrightly replied, "Why not, what books would he be interested in?" Che indicated 3 titles, Ostrovsky's Thus is Steel-Tempered, Polovoy's A True Man, and The Defense of Stalingrad. One day Che simply showed up, as Leonov recalls now, he had the books ready for him. He was in a great hurry, he surely had more important things to do, and when I invited him to come in for a while and talk he said he had to go. 27. When Guevara was taken into custody a few weeks later, the Mexican authorities raised an outcry upon finding the Russian diplomat's card in his wallet, immediately accusing Che of being an agent of international communism. Actually, according to Leonov, they had met only a couple of times, and if he himself was quickly dispatched home by an angry ambassador as punishment for the ensuing uproar, this was only a mark of his superior's excessive prudence. It is absurd to suspect that, thanks to Leonov's delicate footwork, Che was recruited by the USSR during those months. However, his account is either specious or simplistic. Che must have been aware that any contact with Soviet personnel at the height of the Cold War, in an arena as important as Mexico, comparable to Vienna or Berlin in those years, was likely to be detected by US and/or Mexican intelligence. He must have known, in one way or another, that the mere fact of having in his possession the card of a Soviet diplomat while secretly training for guerrilla warfare 30 kilometers from Mexico City could only be seen as a provocation. It practically guaranteed that he would be accused of links with Moscow, if arrested, which could happen any day. Furthermore, even if Leonov did not originally intend to recruit the Argentine, his conversations with him and growing knowledge of the Cuban group's plans almost demanded that he approach Guevara. He was after all more ideologically committed, more accessible and talented, than most of the other revolutionaries in training. One might speculate that if Leonov did not recruit Che, it was not out of indifference, and if Che was not recruited, it was not out of a lack of willingness. There is also Che's insistence on his Marxist-Leninist orientation during his interrogation at the Ministry of the Interior. Of course he had to admit it, but he went further. He debated with the authorities, defending various Marxist theses and arguing incessantly with Antonio Villalda, the public prosecutor. According to Gutierrez Barrios, at that time we proceeded to Miguel Schultz Immigration Services Bureau and took statements from all of them. The only one who confessed to his ideology was Che. When he was questioned by the public prosecutor, he stated that his ideology was Marxist-Leninist, quite clearly. The others didn't, because none of them had those characteristics. Fidel Castro was a follower of Marty. But Che made a statement about the situation, expressing the depth of his ideology and beliefs. The public prosecutor was someone I had categorized as our expert on communism, as we called it without any further qualification, and that specialist in communism was the man who questioned Che. Che had already confessed he was a Marxist-Leninist, and this lawyer proposed to discuss that philosophy, but his expertise was very limited compared to Che's profound knowledge. When they entered into a discussion and I saw that, on top of everything, our lawyer was making a fool of himself, I called him over and said, "Counselor, he already told you he's a Marxist-Leninist, just go directly to his offenses and nothing more." Because Che was being very arrogant, with all the weight of his knowledge, and he was winning the entire discussion, in an ideological debate that was completely irrelevant. Point 28. Che not only made no effort to conceal his ideological or political inclinations as all the other detainees were doing, but also took pride in them, actually seeking to convert his captors. 10 One can hardly imagine the Castros or any of the other Cuban leaders boasting about their political or ideological convictions and holding a heated debate with their jailers. Che was bursting with his new communist, Soviet, revolutionary faith. Far from hiding it, he flaunted it. As long as his impact on the political thinking of the 26th of July movement remained limited, his militant pride was of little consequence. But as his political influence grew, his ideological vanity would acquire considerable historical importance. Guevara's burgeoning enthusiasm for the Cuban venture was further strengthened by his physical and military training under the direction of Alberto Bayo, a former officer in the Spanish Republican Army. Toward the end of April 1956, Castro obtained the money to purchase the Santa Rosa Ranch near Chalco, in the state of Mexico, 50 miles east of Mexico City. By then he had persuaded Bayo to drill the recruits. Che received training in physical exercise and stamina, tactics, and target practice. As the group's head of personnel, Che seems not to have experienced any major difficulties, and it must have been highly gratifying to him to find that, despite his asthma and the altitude, he was able to keep up with his companions and obtain the best grades in the group. In his notes, Bayo wrote of his favorite pupil: he attended about 20 regular practice sessions, shooting about 650 cartridges. Excellent discipline, excellent leadership qualities, excellent physical stamina. Some disciplinary blunders due to small errors in interpreting orders and slight smiles. 29. Of course by nighttime Che looked tired from the marches, which left him in pieces. 30. However, Bayo recalls that Guevara was ranked first in the class. He had the highest grade, 10, in everything. When Fidel saw the grades he asked me, "Why is Guevara always number one?" "Doubtless because he's the best." "That's what I think," I said. I have the same opinion of him, Castro replied. 6. Ever since his rugby playing days in Córdoba and Buenos Aires, Guevara had tried to prove to himself that his asthma was not an obstacle to any of the physical activities he enjoyed. To a large extent he succeeded. His guerrilla exercises in Mexico constituted the hardest test he had ever set himself, and he passed it with honors. Che could no longer doubt his capacity to overcome the adverse effects of his ailment. It would have been senseless, after such a victory, to pull back for other reasons. Whatever doubts he might still have had disappeared during practice at Santa Rosa. His decision was sealed. Last and probably least among the factors worth mentioning was the state of Guevara's marriage. The views of Castro's most recent biographer are doubtless extreme. Che did not enroll in the Granma expedition in order to leave his wife. 31 But there is no doubt that he considered the relationship a failure, even if Hilda did not. Since the birth of their daughter, Escobedo had had serious misgivings. As he wrote to his friend Tita Infante in Buenos Aires, "Little Hilda has given me a double joy. First of all, her arrival put an end to a disastrous conjugal situation, and secondly, I am now completely sure that I will be able to leave, despite everything. My incapacity to live with her mother is greater than my affection for her." For a moment I thought that a combination of the little girl's charm and consideration for her mother, who is in many ways a great woman, who loves me in an almost pathological way, might turn me into a boring family man. Now I know this will not be the case, and that I will pursue my bohemian life until who knows when. 11. Once again, Che decided to flee the reality he could not live with. He could no longer tolerate married life, but adored the little girl. Unable to go or to stay, he avoided a clear-cut, explicit separation. What with his training, his 57 days in jail, and increasingly clandestine life, Che was increasingly absent from home but dared not take any drastic action. When Hilda left for Peru and Che for Cuba, the situation became even more equivocal. Matters were so unresolved that Hilda still believed, when she arrived in Havana after the revolution, that the marriage could be saved. 7 Che, in contrast, considered it over as early as October 1956, as he said to others, though not to her, or to his mother. Celia remained unaware of her son's separation until she joined him in Havana after the triumph of the revolution. "My marriage is almost completely destroyed and will break down completely next month, when my wife goes to Peru. There is a certain bitter taste in this split, as she was a loyal companion and her revolutionary conduct was beyond reproach, but our spiritual discord was very great. 32. Faced with this tangle of mixed feelings, it did not seem a bad idea for Che to break things off tacitly and embark on the Cuban expedition. Obviously, Guevara did not choose the path of revolution only to leave his wife. At the same time, it would be equally misleading not to include it in the reasons for the collapse of his marriage. Che was not a man driven by emotional impulses, yet the great dividing lines in his life were accompanied by moments of emotional distress or romantic disillusion. The essential point was always, however, his quest for a destiny. Purely political and strictly personal concerns were secondary in Che's life. Neither Che and Fidel, nor their companions in Mexico during those years, assign a major role to Guevara in the strategic debates within the 26th of July movement. Of course, he was in charge of the future guerrillas' political and ideological training. He imparted instruction at the Santa Rosa Ranch, to the Cuban detainees at the Immigration Services Bureau on Miguel Schultz Street, and at the various other places that sheltered Castro and his men before they sailed from Tuxpan. But beyond his teaching separate from the strategic and tactical discussions within the movement, or between it and other Cuban groups, Guevara's views did not play a prominent part. According to one of his Mexican friends, his silence was due to both conviction and convenience. As a foreigner, he had great respect for the Cubans and did not feel he should intervene in any immediate or important way. "I cannot tell them anything about their own land." His stance was also a matter of convenience. His opinions might have led to disagreements and jeopardized his chief goal, which was to participate in the invasion of Cuba. 33. Another possible reason for Che's reserve was the frankly reformist nature of the 26th of July movement, M26-7, at least in its public manifestations. As has been broadly documented, the political, ideological, social, and economic theses of Fidel Castro and his companions, whether in the Cuban or Mexican jails, in the Sierra Madre, or even during their first months in power, were anything but Marxist or revolutionary in any classical sense. Castro's defense summation at his trial of October 1953, "History Will Absolve Me," the pamphlet he wrote under the same title, secretly published in April 1954, the Manifesto No. 1 of the M26-7 issued in Mexico City, after Fidel's arrival, and his letter of resignation to the Ortodoxo Party on March 19, 1956, are all moderate in their substance and orthodox in their thinking. Theodore Draper, one of the most conservative critics of Castro, even sees in them a growing moderation and constitutionalism. 34 The sincerity of these texts is a different matter, as it relates to the biography of Fidel Castro and the debates over the nature of the Cuban Revolution. The issue here is Che's position vis-a-vis the Cuban group's program, and his hypothetical willingness to enter into an alleged falsehood or deception. As it was initially designed, Fidel Castro's program called for 5 broad reforms: the re-establishment of the 1940 Constitution, an agrarian reform that would grant land to peasants with less than 150 acres, a profit-sharing scheme in the sugar mills, a limited reform of the sugar industry, and the confiscation of lands obtained through fraud. It also promised an educational reform consisting mainly of pay raises for teachers, the nationalization of public services and the telephone system, and a housing reform. 35 In itself, this platform was no more radical than those espoused by classical Latin American populists like Perón, Cárdenas, Vargas, or Batista himself in 1940. Yet nothing in Cuba was really comparable to the rest of Latin America. As one of the most recent analyses of its history makes clear. In the Cuban context of the 50s, the 26th of July movement was not a reformist movement. The substance of the reforms it posited was the core of similar reforms in other Latin American countries. But not in Cuba. The Fidelistas called for change in a society where economic and social failings had considerably weakened the possibilities of reform, and used radical means to take power. 36. Still, even after his resignation from the Ortodoxo Party, Castro continued to receive generous donations from figures like former President Carlos Prio Socarrás, the head of Líneas Aéreas Cubanas, López Villeboy, and several Cuban expatriates in the United States. The revolutionary nature of the enterprise would thus reside either in the means used, or in the hope, based upon Castro's personality and Che's trust in him, that the struggle would take a more radical turn once victorious. Everything suggests that Guevara was fighting for an ideal of his own, and to be with Fidel, rather than for the movement's actual program or even the eventual transformation of Cuban society. This was not the first time Escobedo Guevara would emphasize the struggle's method over its content. His decision in Mexico had little to do with any abstract conceptualization, it was based more upon political calculation and a certain emotional state. If Che had entered into prolonged discussions with the Cubans about their platform, he probably would not have agreed with them. Nor, perhaps, would he have convinced himself of the project's viability and its inherent greatness. The departure for Cuba was preceded by a long series of personal complications and political, logistical, and military setbacks. Just days before D-Day, the Mexican police confiscated 20 rifles and 50,000 rounds of ammunition from the Cubans in the capital. Finally, the Granma sailed from Tuxpan, Veracruz, at dawn on November 25, heading for the eastern coast of Cuba. The boat, a recreational yacht purchased from a U.S. resident of Mexico City, had cost $15,000 and was woefully inappropriate for its task. It was small and unstable, and had too short a range. But Fidel was in a hurry, not so much due to the pressures exerted by the Mexican authorities *12 or the dangers posed by Batista's agents in Mexico 8, but because of his own oft-repeated pledge, in 1956 we will be free or we will be martyrs. Thus, there was no alternative for the group but to cast themselves upon the Gulf of Mexico before year's end, even if they were not ready for the crossing. On the night of November 25, the Granma glided through the estuary of the Tuxpan River with lights dimmed and motors muffled. Che was leaving Mexico forever, without ever having lived in or loved the country. His stay of over 2 years was made meaningful by its ending, not by his initially monotonous life in the city. In Mexico, toward the end of his stay, he experienced some of the most meaningful moments of his 28 years, there he had met Castro and joined the Cuban Revolution. But, the country itself had little to do with these events, they could just as well have happened anywhere. Che enlisted in the expedition as its medical officer. Given the rank of lieutenant, he was in charge of medical supplies and tending to possible casualties among the 82 men. He was able to carry out his duties only with great difficulty. He was soon floored by a merciless asthma attack on the high seas, aggravated by the lack of epinephrine or an inhaler. The other members of the crew became seasick almost as soon as they lifted anchor. The ship's doctor was unable to help them, discovering to his dismay that the anti-seasickness pills had been left behind, along with prudence and sound planning. The boat should not have taken on more than 20 passengers, aside from 82 men. It carried food and water, arms and ammunition, 2 anti-tank guns, 35 rifles with telescopic sights, 55 Mexican rifles, 3 Thompson submachine guns, and 40 light machine pistols. The scheme had been closely coordinated with Cuba. The 26th of July movement on the island, led by Frank Paez, was ready to launch a popular uprising in Santiago on November 30th. It fulfilled its task, though part of the responsibility for its action was mistakenly attributed to others. 13 The Granma was supposed to have moored at Niquero, in the Orient province, on the same day. Instead, it landed 72 hours later on December 2, at Los Cayulos near Colorado's beach, far from Niquero and in the middle of a nightmarish mangrove swamp. The plans laid in Mexico met with one obstacle after another: the slowness of the boat due to its defective motors and overloading, the bad weather, more or less typical for the season, and navigational errors. Nor did the landing itself go according to schedule. Because of the inhospitable terrain, the rebels had to abandon part of their supplies, struggle through a mangrove swamp for hours on end, and break up into several isolated groups. In addition, because the boat made landfall after the scheduled date, Batista's regime was alerted and ready to counter-attack. Disaster seemed inevitable. Indeed, it was not long in coming. During the hours and days after going ashore, the Granma's crew was dispersed throughout the swamp, where many of its members were rapidly spotted and picked off by government forces. Che Guevara's own baptism of fire took place in the cane fields of the Niquero plantation owned by the Lobo family, one of the wealthiest on the island. The first combat of the revolution broke out on December 5 in Alegria de Pio. Che was caught in a burst of machine gun fire, receiving a flesh wound in the neck which, though slight, was gory and frightening. It was Che's first brush with death. He would later evoke Jack London's classic lines on dying of cold in the Great North as the first thought that came to him. But the more appropriate passage defining his state of mind and his sense of destiny and a preordained death lies in the verses of the Spanish poet Leon Felipe found in his knapsack a decade later, after his capture in Bolivia. Christ, I love you, not because you came down from a star, but because you showed me the light. You taught me man is God, a poor God in sin like you, and he on your left on the Golgotha, the evil thief, is God too. The skirmish ended with the revolutionaries' disorderly flight. Some of them, including Nico Lopez, Che's first Cuban friend, fell beneath the gunfire and shells deployed by Batista's army and navy. Others were captured. The rest were split into small, isolated, and demoralized groups. Che, by now in terrible physical shape, began the march toward the Sierra Maestra, Cuba's highest mountain range, with 4 companions, joined by 3 others the next day. Traveling without water and almost no food, With rudimentary arms and very little ammunition, they headed for the mountains hoping to meet with the others if they were still alive and evade a new offensive by the army. Che's companions included Ramiro Valdez, Camilo Cienfuegos, and Juan Almeida, all destined to play key roles in the coming months and years. 16 harrowing days later, beset by hunger, thirst, fatigue, and dejection, they arrived at the farm of a peasant named Mongo Perez, near the foot of the eastern mountain range. There they regrouped with the other survivors, including, among others, Fidel and Raúl Castro. They had previously left their arms at a peasant's home along the way, where they were almost immediately confiscated in an army raid. Fidel Castro was furious. One must never abandon one's arms, and to leave them was a crime and a stupidity. 37. Two things kept the Granma revolutionaries alive: the remarkable willpower and self-confidence of Fidel Castro, who declared their survival a triumph and promised certain victory to the tiny band of exhausted guerrillas, and the help of the local peasants. Both factors allowed the rebels to make contact with the movement's urban groups, especially that of Celia Sanchez in the neighboring city of Manzanillo, and to reassemble under cover of the Sierra Maestra. There, Fidel Castro's formidable sense of opportunity led to a successful assault on a military position in La Plata, a village near the coast, in mid-January, barely 3 weeks after the survivors' rendezvous. The attack was momentous for a number of reasons. First of all, it announced to the rest of Cuba, and especially the movement's supporters, that the group was still operative and capable of inflicting casualties on the army. Secondly, it lifted their own morale, showing that with calm, determination, and daring they could succeed in reversing the December defeat and achieving victory. Finally, it demonstrated to local peasants that the rebels were a force to be reckoned with, able to wage war on the enemy while protecting supporters and punishing traitors. In fact, it was during the combat of La Plata that the 26th of July movement carried out its first execution. Chicho Osorio, an army informer, fell into the guerrillas' trap when he led them to the small military barracks and was shot as soon as the gunfire began. The Sierra Maestra and the eastern part of Cuba, where Che and his companions would spend most of the next year and a half, was a poor, sparsely populated, and almost exclusively rural region. It belonged to a handful of landowners, agriculture was limited to sugarcane and coffee, and social indicators lagged behind even the most destitute areas elsewhere on the island. The peasants, white, black, and mulatto in equal proportions, led a precarious, hard, and violent existence. They had nothing to lose and a lot to gain through a radical change in their living conditions. The guerrillas, as they themselves acknowledged, had never come into close contact with such an impoverished peasant population, much less lived among them. It was an emotional encounter. The solidarity, simplicity, and nobility of the Sierra's guajiros were for many of them a true revelation. In the words of Raúl Castro, "It is admirable to see how these peasants of the Sierra go out of their way to tend to us and take care of us. All the nobility and generosity of Cuba are concentrated here." 38. For 2 years, Che's knowledge of Cuba would be restricted to this area. Of course he would meet many other Cubans, from the city or other classes, who came to the Sierra for various reasons but only briefly and sporadically. As Pombo, Harry Villegas, one of his closest aides from the Sierra Maestra all the way through to Bolivia, would remark later, Che himself would come to consider himself a native of the Sierra Maestra, not only because he came to love it, but because it was the only region of Cuba he knew at all. 39. Given his predilection for otherness, his special affection for the peasants was logical, as would be his subsequent and mistaken overestimation of the campesinos' role in the struggle. 14. The first few months in the Sierra were bittersweet for Escobedo Guevara, encompassing a wide and quite diverse range of experiences. During his second combat, at a place aptly named Hell's Ravine, he killed his first enemy. He met Frank Pace, who arrived in mid-February to coordinate the delivery of arms and re-establish contact between the revolution's urban and mountain groups. Che was also able to send a short note to his family in Buenos Aires, assuring them that he was still alive despite press reports to the contrary. 15 He requested books from the city on algebra, Cuban history, and geography, as well as French texts to teach Raúl Castro the language. 10. During those months Che carried out the first execution of a traitor among the guerrilla ranks, Eutimio Guerra. 3 He suffered a violent attack of malaria in early February, when the small band of rebels was subject to systematic raids by the Army and Air Force. Toward the end of that month, he was felled by another asthma attack. The crises were becoming more frequent and intense, and the lack of epinephrine or even an inhaler prevented him from keeping up with the others. The asthma was so strong it didn't let me advance. I made it, but with such an asthma attack that every single step was difficult. I had to make a decision, because it was impossible for me to go on without at least buying medicines. 40. Finally, he was able to obtain medication. This, along with some rest and his indomitable willpower, allowed him to catch up with the thin column, of only 18 men, by mid-March 1957. These were the worst days of the war for him. Within a short time he suffered military setbacks, asthma attacks, and a shortage of medicines. Fortunately, only 3 weeks passed between his bout with malaria and his arrival at the house of Epifanio Diaz, where he met up with Fidel and the others. He extracted contradictory lessons from the distressing experience. He learned that even under the worst conditions, he could overcome the effects of his illness and keep going. But he did not quite recognize that this was possible only under exceptional circumstances. His recovery occurred because he found somewhere to rest and a family to take care of him, because his companions lent a hand, and he ultimately secured the necessary epinephrine or adrenaline in the city of Manzanillo, and lastly because his enemy, though near, did not concentrate its forces on tracking him down. These fortunate conditions would not necessarily be repeated. In the end, Che probably failed to assimilate a crucial point. His temporary incapacity did not affect the campaign, because it was led by someone else, Fidel Castro. But the same disability, whether temporary or lasting, slight or serious, would have had devastating consequences had Che himself led the column, movement, or struggle. The guerrillas' prospects began to improve in late February and March. That was when Fidel Castro granted his famous interview to Herbert Matthews of the New York Times, proving to the world that he was still alive and providing a vivid, if exaggerated, description of the rebel army's forces. 16 The first reinforcements from the cities began arriving in March, under the command of Jorge Sotis. This occasion prompted one of the few quarrels between Che and Fidel in those years. Guevara was commissioned by him to receive the aspiring guerrillas from the urban wing of the 26th of July movement. But Sotis stated that he had orders to transfer the troops to Fidel and that he could not transfer them to anybody else, that he was still in command. At that time I still had my foreigner's complex and did not want to take things too far, though one could see some discontent among the troops. 41 The matter was finally resolved, but in a meeting 10 days later when Castro reached the camp, he criticized my attitude for not imposing the authority he had conferred on me, and leaving it in the hands of the recently arrived Sotis, against whom there was no bad feeling, but whose attitude, in Fidel's view, should not have been permitted. 42. Che's status remained undefined. He was already more than a medical officer, and his relationship with Fidel placed him in an exceptional position. But he was still a foreigner, and there was no formal recognition of the tasks he was performing. In addition, his views were often disregarded. 11 A first sign of Che's changing fortunes occurred in mid-May of 1957 when, upon the arrival of an arms shipment, Castro assigned to Guevara one of the 4 heavy machine guns. I was being initiated as a direct combatant, which I had already been on an occasional basis even though my fixed position was medical officer. A new phase was beginning for me in the Sierra. 43 At the same time, during those weeks he worked as a visiting doctor among the small villages in the area. In modern urban terms, his inexperience and shortcomings as a physician were undeniable. 17 But in huts and hamlets that had never seen a doctor before, his arrival was a major event. Che was beginning to take or propose initiatives outside his formal brief. At the end of May, he suggested to Fidel Castro that they ambush one of the many army trucks patrolling the zone. Fidel rejected the notion, arguing that an assault upon a nearby barracks on the coast would be more profitable. As Guevara himself expressed it, his thirst for combat was running away with him. He neglected the political and psychological aspects of military action, while for Castro they were of paramount importance. But the main point is not the military or political merits of each man's position, but the fact that they were discussing such issues at all as peers, if not equals. Furthermore, it reveals that they could resolve their differences quickly and effectively, without any lasting ill effects. So it would be for several years. Ironically, one of those who most benefited from Castro's decision to attack the military barracks was Guevara himself. The Battle of Guevara on May 28, 1957, marked the rebel army's coming of age. In it, Che attained a military rank in accordance with his talent, bravery, and responsibility. As Pombo recalled many years later, he was a man who liked to take the lead in combat. To set an example, he would never say, "Go and fight," but rather, "Follow me into combat." 44. Though assigned a precise and limited task in the assault, in Castro's words, Che asked for 3 or 4 men and in a matter of moments started out to launch an attack from that direction. 45. He stood out not only in battle, but in tending to the wounded among both his men and the enemies. He was unable to save 6 of his companions though, and the army suffered total losses of 14 lives, 14 prisoners, and 19 wounded. The combat pitted 80 guerrilla fighters against 53 soldiers, the largest battle in the war thus far. During the month of June, Guevara stayed with the wounded, separated from the rebels' main column. Lacking medication once again for his asthma, he was almost as incapacitated as his patients and just as demoralized, despite the victory at Guevara. The small detachment recorded both desertions and new arrivals at a dizzying rate. After 2 weeks, contact was re-established with the main column. Che's first experience of independent command had gone smoothly, if not spectacularly. The guerrilla situation was stabilizing, they now controlled an area which the enemy could not penetrate, at least for the moment. There was thus a certain freedom to talk during the night, consolidating relations with the peasants and receiving political visitors in a context of relative calm. Thanks to his bravery and tenacity, Che was promoted to Commandante on July 21, 1957. In his words, "The dose of vanity that we all have inside made me feel the proudest man on earth." 46. The rebel army's second column was placed under his command. It consisted of 3 platoons of 25 men, relatively well equipped and possessing some autonomy of action and movement. Though Fidel gave the orders, in weekly or fortnightly dispatches carried by messenger, Che had a substantial measure of independence. Guevara led several battles, of varying importance, during the following months, at El Buecito in July, El Hombrito at the end of August, Pino del Agua in early September. Some skirmishes turned out in the rebels' favor, others did not. In some cases, the Fidelista combatants received praise from their commander, while in others his evaluation was more critical. Concerning his first experience in leading a battle, Che wrote to Fidel, "My inauguration as a commandante was a success from the point of view of victory, and a failure in terms of organization." 47. In December 1957, after 1 year in the Sierra, Che was wounded in the foot during a battle in the Altos de Conrado. Castro scolded him, "I seriously suggest that you be careful. I order you not to take on any combat role. Take charge of directing people well, which is the indispensable task at this time." 18. During the second half of 1957, Che's position as column commander was firmly established. For the first time, he began to participate actively in the discussions, debates, and disputes within the 26th of July movement. His diaries and letters expound positions often similar to those of Fidel Castro, but at times he takes more frank or radical stances. He begins to record his thoughts on delicate matters which would accompany the Cuban Revolution like a dark and sad shadow through the rest of the century. Soon after the Granma landing, the execution of traitors, informers, or particularly cruel enemy officers was instituted as standing guerrilla practice. That is how Raúl Castro presents it in his diary, right after the execution of the informer Chicho Osorio 12 soon after the Battle of El Hombrito, when there was a pause in the war which, among other things, allowed him to settle down, build a bread oven, and launch a newspaper, El Cubano Libre. Che wondered whether capital punishment was fully justified. His analysis centers on a peasant named Aristido, a bandit who had joined the guerrillas for no particular reason, and who boasted of his intention to desert as soon as the rebel forces moved on. Guevara ordered him shot after a very summary investigation, 48, and then entered into a tortuous process of self-doubt. We asked ourselves whether he was really guilty enough to deserve death, and whether we couldn't have saved his life for the period of revolutionary construction. 49 The brand new Comandante resolved the immediate dilemma with analytical and discursive panache. The execution, he explained, took place because the situation demanded it. The guerrilla army was both too weak to afford any other punishment, and strong enough to punish betrayal. Another troubling case involved a young man named Echeverria, whose brother had sailed with the Granma and who rapidly turned to banditry and pillage in the areas under revolutionary control. Che hesitated once again, but only in his mind. Echeverria could have been a hero of the revolution, but he was unlucky enough to commit crimes during that period and had to pay the price for his wrongdoing. He served as an example, in truth tragic but also valuable, so that people would understand our need to make of the revolution a pure event and not contaminate it with the vandalism Batista's men had accustomed us to. 50. Finally, Che analyzed another case, which then and today seems cruel and unnecessary, that of symbolic executions. These involved fake shootings, where the victims had no idea that the wall they were being marched to was a purely ceremonial one. Guevara rightly commented that this might seem a barbaric exercise, whose justification lay once again in the lack of any real options. On the one hand, they did not deserve to die, on the other, there were no alternative forms of punishment. Seemingly flawless, this reasoning is neither fair nor acceptable. Granted, the other leaders of the Cuban Revolution did not even pose the questions raised by Che's inquiring mind. Yet merely analyzing the facts is not enough. Che's reasoning was swift and peremptory. This tactical, simplistic, and bureaucratic logic would preclude any deeper reflection in other, graver circumstances. Not too far in the future, in early 1959, he held in his hands the fate of hundreds of men sentenced to death at La Habana, and he authorized with his signature one of the most unsavory episodes of the revolution. The contradictory nature of Guevara's thinking had become set by now. He would take note of the problem's complexity, ponder it, and proceed to find a response that would allow him to go forward without, however, really resolving the dilemma. Che's growing participation in the political debate within the 26th of July movement focused more on the larger issues, the direction of the struggle, policies for alliance, and the ideology of the leadership. Two key figures arrived in the Sierra in July 1957, Raúl Chibas, brother of Eddie Chibas, the old Ortodoxo leader and protagonist of the first live radio suicide in history, and Felipe Pazos. An economist, Pazos was a former director of the central bank and a prototypical development economist, progressive, but not revolutionary. Along with Regino Boti, a similar-minded economist, he had drafted the economic theses of the revolutionary 26th of July movement, published in Mexico in 1956. His intention, like Fidel Castro's, when he received the two men in his mountain hideout, was simple. Their common goal was to forge and consolidate an alliance between the guerrillas of the Sierra and the reformist politicians of the Llano, or Plains, the urban cadres, chiefly, including urban leaders like Frank Paez, who would die a few weeks later, and the heirs of José Antonio Echeverria, who had perished in a failed attempt on Batista at the National Palace on March 13, 1957, within the Revolutionary Student Directorate. Chivas and Pazos did not belong to any of these branches of the anti-Batista coalition, but were important figures of the moderate opposition who could perhaps be coaxed into more radical positions, enabling Castro to put his stamp of approval on a written agreement dated July 12. Che expressed serious doubts about it, but finally accepted its necessity. In his own notes on the visit by Chivas and Pazos and their caveman mentality, 51 Guevara revealed his intense dislike for them, and his adamant opposition to their reformist stances. Che also expressed his reservations and objections to the written agreement as such, especially the chapter on agrarian reform. He noted sarcastically, it was a policy that would have been acceptable to the conservative Diario de la Marina. To top it all off, it established prior compensation for previous owners. 52 The text included a series of promises, a pledge to hold free elections after the fall of the government, the return to a constitutional regime, and the establishment of a revolutionary civic front consisting of representatives from all sectors of the opposition. Guevara ultimately understood that the alliance with Pazos and Chivas, like others, was necessary for the guerrillas to continue receiving arms and resources and avoid isolation. He also acknowledged that Castro's undertaking required certain ruses and silences. He viewed the agreements as temporary, to last only as long as the revolutionary process permitted. They contained a measure of deceit not toward the co-signatories, who were no strangers to Cuban politics, but toward certain sectors of public opinion. The latter could easily believe that the program of the 26th of July was limited to the text of the manifesto, published on July 28 in Bohemia, the magazine with the largest circulation in Cuba. The document was neither more cautious nor less extreme than any of the 26th of July's previous declarations. What led Che to express his reservations was his new status within the guerrilla camp. He was no longer a foreign physician who could be expelled at any time, but a commandante who had won his star in combat and who now participated fully in the revolution's substantive debates. Perhaps the main difference between Che and Fidel and other revolutionaries lay in the well-defined and transparent goals the doctor-cum-guerrilla fighter had set for the struggle. He pursued a far more radical revolution. To attribute Fidel's presumed gradual shift from Democrat to hardline Marxist-Leninist to the Argentine Communists' influence is absurd, but Castro's tactics did include a less clearly defined strategic orientation than Che's abstract ideology. Che in turn was less concerned with immediate realities and more firmly anchored to a sum of ideas. The letters between Che and René Ramos Latour, Daniel, at the end of 1958 laid bare these differences. Ramos Latour was Frank Peza's closest collaborator within the urban front of Santiago. After Peza's death he succeeded him as the clandestine leader of the 26th of July movement in the cities. He traveled to the Sierra for the first time in 1957 and returned in May 1958, dying in combat in July of that year. At the end of 1957, he began exchanging letters with Che that underlined the serious divisions within the movement regarding what would be called the Miami Pact. Taking advantage of the agreement they had signed with Castro in July, Felipe Pazos and Raúl Chivas, along with other moderate opposition figures including former President Carlos Prioso Carras, sought to push matters even further in October. They called for U.S. mediation in the Civil War, a declaration of independence by the urban and civilian opposition vis-a-vis the military and rural sectors, and the designation of an interim president none other than Pazos himself. The new pact was signed in October, and the first reports of it appeared in the U.S. press a month later. Weeks after the signing, Castro and the guerrilla command repudiated the Miami Pact, though it had been signed by their representatives. Writing to Daniel on December 14, 1957, Che begins by laying out a number of minor technical and logistical disputes. He and Ramos Latour had already had their disagreements, especially regarding Che's apparent compulsion to accept all sorts of combatants in his column, and to foster relations between the Sierra and the Plains regardless of the national leadership. Guevara was continually going over the heads of municipal leaders, accepting recruits, support, or information from sectors independent of Ramos Latour. 53 As Carlos Franqui recalls, Che had unleashed a virtual war on the plains 26th of July, and one of the ways he waged this war was by using people who had a bone to pick with the organization, instead of using the movement's personnel 54. In this letter, which he himself would later describe as rather idiotic, 55, Guevara reveals the intensity of his own ideological beliefs and sets the terms of the debate between the plains and the Sierra, between the reformists of the cities and the revolutionaries of the mountains, the liberal nationalists and the emerging Marxist-Leninists. He terms the Miami Pact unspeakable, asserting that in Miami they proffered their ass in the most despicable act of buggery that Cuban history is likely to recall. 56. He then states that Ramos Latour refused to reach a compromise solution, and launches into a ferocious diatribe which is also a confession. Because of my ideological training, I am one of those who believe that the solution to this world's problems is to be found behind the so-called Iron Curtain. I always viewed Fidel as a genuine leader of the bourgeois left, though his character is enriched by personal qualities of extraordinary brilliance which raise him far above his class. It is in that spirit that I joined the struggle, honestly, without any hope of going beyond the country's liberation, ready to leave when the conditions of the struggle would shift toward the right, toward what you represent. What I never imagined was Fidel's radical shift in his positions regarding the Miami Manifesto. I thought impossible what I later learned, to wit, that the wishes of he who is the genuine leader and sole motor of the movement should thus be distorted. I am ashamed of what I thought at the time. 57. Che reiterates his right to establish relations with whomever he pleases and to receive support, arms, money, supplies, from anybody including alleged bandits from the plains. He is writing for the record, by now the idea of a personal destiny seems firmly established. 19 Though in his view the differences between them are probably unbridgeable, they must be set aside for the sake of unity. He recognizes that Ramos Latour might break relations with him, but the people cannot be defeated. One may only speculate as to the real course of events. According to several historical accounts, Castro sent one of his closest collaborators, Lester Rodriguez, to Miami in order to negotiate and sign a pact of unity. When the agreement was reached, several of Fidel's companions must have been indignant, beginning with Che. Already disappointed or angry at the manifesto of July 12, perhaps they considered that the Miami conclave, the people involved, and the decision to proclaim the candidacy of Felipe Pazos for the post-Batista era constituted a series of concessions dangerously close to treason. They may have angrily reproached Castro for his apparent consent which, given the poor communications between Miami, the Sierra, and the plains, the caudillo almost certainly never extended. 20 After a cryptic silence of several weeks, Castro repudiated the agreement and realigned himself with his left wing, now headed by Guevara. 13 Che must have expressed in a note or message, if not in person, his disapproval or outright rejection of the Miami Pact, for perhaps Che never believed that Fidel signed the ill-fated document, but by now he knew his friend and boss well. He never shared anything with anybody. One can easily imagine the Argentine radicals' discomfort with Castro's public statements against expropriations and communism, with Fidel's custom of baptizing every peasant child born in the Sierra, and with the conservative decrees he issued in the mountains. From there to concluding that Pazos' stay in the Sierra close to Fidel had contaminated him required no more than a small step. Thus, Che's claim to Daniel that Fidel was originally a bourgeois leftist, meaning, not a true revolutionary. In a letter to the commander-in-chief immediately after the event, Che summarizes his views. You know that I had not the slightest confidence in the people from the national leadership, either as leaders or as revolutionaries. Nor did I believe that they would go to the extreme of betraying you so openly. I think your attitude of silence is not the most advisable at this time. A betrayal of this magnitude clearly indicates the different paths that have been taken. I believe a written document can have the necessary effectiveness, and later, if things get complicated, with Celia's help you could remove the entire national leadership. 58. The document suggested by Che had in fact been drafted the day before, on December 14. The removal proposed by him would take place on May 3 of the following year. When he discovered that Castro either had not actually signed the Miami Pact or had rescinded his signature, Che expressed his joy in a new letter to Fidel. "I told you that you will always have the merit of having proven the possibility of an armed struggle supported by the people in America. Now you are on the even greater path of becoming one of 2 or 3 in America who will have taken power through a multitudinous armed struggle." 59. To Ramos Latour he confesses his guilt, like the Apostle Peter, for having doubted his leader. The mistakes that Che will refer to in his letter of farewell to Fidel in 1965 may be precisely these. 21 His remorse stems from Castro's change of course, as he quickly returned to the revolutionary fold and reasserted his affinity with his Argentine friend and ally. René Ramos Latour did not suffer Che's onslaught in silence. He responded immediately, and his letter reveals the yawning schisms within the 26th of July movement that would come to a head in 1959, after the triumph of the revolution. Latour rejected Che's imputations, explaining repeatedly that he did not feel they applied to him at all. Even if the cities do not offer the opportunities for the type of heroism prevailing in the Sierra, he wrote pointedly, those who raise funds, buy arms and supplies, and distribute them to the mountains are every bit as brave and revolutionary. Most important, wrote Daniel, salvation is not to be found behind the Iron Curtain. While he categorically refused to be classified as a rightist, he also marked his distance from Che Guevara. In contrast, those who have your ideological training believe that the solution to our ills lies in liberating ourselves from a noxious Yankee domination, by means of a no less noxious Soviet domination. 14. Ramos Latour does not hesitate to criticize Che's leanings in terms of alliances. "I am a worker, but not one of those who militate in the Communist Party and worry loftily about the problems of Hungary or Egypt, which they cannot solve, yet are incapable of leaving their jobs to join the revolutionary process." 60. Finally, regarding the Miami Pact for Unity, he retorts that he never approved of Fidel's association with former President Prio Socarrás. He reminds Che that he always rejected the Florida Agreement as long as it did not clearly establish the leadership of the opposition forces on the island. The proposed unity should indeed be shattered. But he sets one condition, that there be a clear definition of where we are going and what we seek to accomplish. 61. It was during this period that Che deservedly gained his reputation as the guerrilla's communist or radical. But he also became known for his sense of organization. He led his column with decisiveness and ingenuity. More than other commanders, he was able to consolidate his territorial gains, establishing schools, clinics, ovens, small workshops, hospitals, and imposing an iron discipline. He attended to the peasants and instructed the guerrillas in his free time. He had launched El Cubano Libre and, shortly afterward, Radio Rebelde. He began to receive foreign journalists, and turned his increasingly permanent camps into models of cleanliness, efficiency, and generosity. Legends proliferated, among troops and peasants alike. In the narrative and oral histories of the war, his military deeds became famous along with the meticulous organization of his camps and campaigns. He also became known for his egalitarian and honest dealings with his troops, which so impressed one of the youngest recruits in his immediate escort. As Joel Iglesias recalls at 62, they once came to a hut at the foot of Turquino Peak, where they negotiated food and rest with the Guajiros. Guevara counted the mouths to be fed and waited with the peasants for the food to be cooked, so as to take it back to his troops. In the meantime, his host served up 3 portions and invited Che and his escort to sit down and have lunch while the rest of the food was prepared. Che refused. He gave orders that the 3 portions should be put into a large dish, so they could be shared among all later on. The peasant's invitation would not have given him a larger share, it would merely have allowed him to save some time by eating earlier. But even this was unacceptable to him. All the food was carried to the bivouac and the troops stood in line to be served, Che among them. There were few journalistic reports about Che himself during those months. A New York Times correspondent, Homer Bigard, was sent to the Sierra Maestra in 1958. He was accompanied by a Uruguayan journalist, Carlos Maria Gutierrez, who later became a friend and aspiring biographer of the commandante slain at La Higuera. The Uruguayan recalls a sense of easygoing camaraderie in the camp. He found Che relaxed and natural, but with a series of defenses well in place to avoid any undue closeness or complicity. Physically, he was very thin, with a sparse beard that barely framed an almost childlike face. 63 Only the later events of 1958 would begin to age Guevara, transforming him into the iconic figure of the triumphant entry into Havana. For his part, Bigart reported to the U.S. Embassy in Havana on his conversations with Guevara, emphasizing his rather strong anti-U.S. sentiment. He also described his encounter with Fidel Castro, whom he asked how he could depend so much on an anti-U.S. communist Argentine. Fidel answered that in reality Guevara's political convictions did not matter, as it was he, Fidel Castro, who set the course for the guerrillas. 64 Indeed, Che still did not cut an awesome figure. The Argentine journalist Jorge Massetti, who also visited the camps in February 1958, remarked, "The famous Che Guevara seemed to me a typically middle-class Argentine youth. He also struck me as a rejuvenated caricature of Cantinflas." 22. Eco Beto Guevara still set aside time for reading and, according to one recruit, various girlfriends. He continually asked for books from the cities, including on one occasion Will Durant's History of Philosophy, as well as works by Proust, Hemingway and Faulkner, Graham Greene and Sartre, and the poetry of Milton, Neruda and Góngora. 65 His asceticism was renowned, but never reached extremes, as Joel Iglesias describes it. In Las Vegas de Hibico, Che met a black or rather mulatto girl with a very lovely body, called Zoila. Many women were crazy about him, but in that sense he was always very strict and respectful, but he liked that girl. They met and were together for some time. 66. The girl's name was Zoila Rodriguez Garcia, and she doubtless, at age 18, reminded him of the beautiful mulatto girls of his youthful days in Porto Alegre and Trinidad. One may deduce from her account that the relationship lasted several months, from early 1958 until August, when Castro developed the plan to invade the center of the island and Guevara resigned himself to leaving her. According to the young woman, Che's fascination with the exotic remained the same, if not stronger. He was looking at me the way boys look at girls, and I became extremely nervous. He had a slightly mischievous look. As a woman I liked him immensely, especially his look. He had such beautiful eyes, such a calm smile that he could touch any heart, move any woman. He awoke in me a very great and very beautiful love. I pledged myself to him, not only as a combatant but as a woman. 67. His military and organizational experiments in the Sierra were often emulated. Raúl Castro, in particular, reproduced many of Che's innovations in the Frank Pay's Second Front, opened in March 1958 on the Sierra de Cristal. Che made a qualitative change in the war, shifting from a strategy of hit and run to a combat of positions, which must resist enemy attacks so as to defend rebel territory, in which a new reality is being built. 68 Of course, Guevara sometimes rushed ahead of himself. As Franqui says, he had good strategic sense, but little tactical intuition. He positioned his column prematurely, in an area that lacked the military conditions needed to defend occupied territory and installations. Fidel applied many of Che's innovations, but in a better thought-out fashion. Without Fidel, many of Che's ideas would have failed. An ominous precedent was being set, in the words of Carlos Franqui. If Che acted so differently when he was only 2 steps away from Fidel, outside of the Sierra, this phenomenon was exacerbated for better or for worse. Insofar as the distance or situation was greater or more dissimilar, the difficulties and complications grew more serious. 69. The idea of stable camps was attractive to Castro for many reasons. Stationary bases, subject only to sporadic movements while waiting for something to happen, presented a number of tactical benefits. Wrapped in Che's conceptual packaging, the idea was even more attractive. Until the failed general strike of April 9, 1958, and the subsequent army offensive, the guerrilla leader in fact lacked a military strategy for taking power. His meager forces did not permit it. As a result, his only goal was to overthrow the regime through a general strike. After the strike failed, Castro moved to lay the blame on the plains leadership. In one of the Revolutionary War's many paradoxes, Fidel Castro became far more powerful after the failure of the April strike, which he had in fact planned and ordered, by successfully pinning responsibility for the debacle on the 26th of July national leadership. He opened up a vacuum of power which he was then able to fill. As Che noted after the failed strike and subsequent finger-pointing within the movement, from that time on, the war would be conducted politically and militarily by Fidel, in his double capacity as Commander-in-Chief of the rebel forces and Secretary-General of the Organization 70. A stormy meeting took place on May 3 in the Altos de Mompi, at which the movement's leaders hurled accusations at each other over the strike fiasco while each attempted to absolve himself. This gave rise to a double shift within the rebel coalition. On the one hand, the moderate, civilian elements from the plains were displaced by Fidel and his group. Che contributed decisively to this ouster, participating for the first time in a meeting of the national leadership. Together with Fidel, he acted as public prosecutor against the leaders from the plains, Faustino Perez, René Ramos Latour, Marcelo Fernandez, and David Salvador. Coincidentally, there was a gradual shift in alliances. The Popular Socialist Party, PSP, began to acquire a presence it had previously lacked. In this realignment as well, Che played a crucial role. His column, along with the Second Front headed by Raúl Castro, was chosen to incorporate the newly recruited communist cadres. The first 8 months of 1958 were a time of consolidation, both for the Fidelista guerrilla forces and for Escobedo Guevara's role in the war. From the general strike of April 9 and its failure until the desperate, broad-ranging, and ultimately futile counter-offensive by the army in May, the rebel forces in the Sierra lived through their worst hours. Their survival was in itself a guarantee of victory. Che participated in the defense against the Batista onslaught, though not in any spectacular way. His column fought at the Battle of El Jig on July 20, and at Santo Domingo. But it was Fidel Castro who ensured the success of the resistance. With obsessive concentration he moved troops, arms, supplies, and resources from one sector to the other in the Sierra, requesting reinforcements, scolding his colleagues, and making all the major decisions. The dangers of the moment were reflected in Castro's extreme irritability. He even went so far as to heap insults on Celia Sanchez, his closest and most loyal collaborator until her death in 1980. The following letter, dated June 18, 1957, just one day before that which Fidel Castro would call the most critical of those months, at the height of the army offensive, illustrates another telling fact. There is not a single known letter in which Fidel Castro expresses the slightest anger, reproach, or exasperation at Che during all the time he spent in the Sierra. In contrast, the letter to Celia reveals his irritation. Whenever you feel like it, you look at things in the most whimsical conceivable way. Some of your attitudes make me fear that you shall gradually go completely blind. I think in my treatment of you I have always maintained a fundamental respect for the forms. In yesterday's letter you have violated all these considerations. I will not write to you in the language I might use with any other companion. Unlike you, I do not write with the purpose of disappointing, or wounding, or worrying you, or without any concern at all. Do I have any hopes that you will understand me? None at all. Because when I have written to you with greater clarity, you have chosen to understand whatever has best suited you. 23. Batista's offensive in the Sierra Maestra was to last 76 days, involving over 10,000 troops. The guerrilla fighters, in contrast, barely totaled 321 men. The government forces suffered over 1,000 casualties. In addition, the rebels captured 400 prisoners, 500 modern rifles, and 2 light tanks. After the offensive failed, the outcome of the war became self-evident. The fall of Batista was now merely a matter of time. Who would replace him, and how, would depend on strength, skill, and daring. The period in question also witnessed a game of hide-and-seek between Castro's men and the United States government, as the regime weakened and a revolutionary victory became more plausible. The series of coy encounters, contacts, and controversies included messages that crossed each other, press interviews, incidents at Guantanamo, the U.S. base, kidnappings of American citizens, and attacks on property owned by U.S. companies. The guerrillas and their allies sought to stanch the flow of arms and munitions to Batista. As he tried to preserve it, the CIA dabbled in helping varying factions of the 26th of July movement. Che's role in this minuet with the U.S. was minor. For the moment, he stood in the diplomatic shadows, and he was neither a spokesman or negotiator nor a decisive influence in one direction or another. He did, however, have a major impact, both substantive and lasting, on the switch in alliances that followed the breakdown of the Pact for Unity at the end of 1957. From then until mid-1959, when the revolutionaries had already taken power, a ferocious internal struggle raged within the 26th of July and the opposition front. This bitter conflict included, but also extended beyond, differences between the Sierra and the Plains, revolutionaries and liberals, partisans of a military junta and defenders of a fight to the end. A gradual realignment emerged. Fidel Castro moved further and further away from his former liberal allies Prio, Chivas, Pazos, the student movement, the 26th of July's former national leadership, and drew closer to cadres of his rebel army and of the Popular Socialist Party. This was not a rapid or clear-cut process by any means. It did not have a definite beginning or end, nor did it necessarily derive from any plan concocted by Fidel beforehand and then deliberately executed. The first contact between Castro and the PSP took place at the end of 1957 when a communist labor leader, Ursinio Rojas, arrived in the Sierra. He informed Castro that the party leadership had decided to allow its members to join the rebel army. One such recruit was possibly Che Guevara's first link to the Cuban communists. Pablo Ribalta arrived to join his column, along with a certain Hiram Prats. A young but experienced cadre from the PSP, Ribalta had traveled abroad and carried out party work in Prague, as an aspiring soldier of the international communist movement. He would stay by Che's side for half a decade until he was appointed Cuba's ambassador to Tanzania. There he would serve as liaison between Havana and Guevara's expedition in the Congo. In mid-1957, he recalls, Che asked for somebody with characteristics like mine, a teacher, with some political instruction and experience in political activism. 71 Che could have added a further characteristic, someone of African origin. According to Ribalta, Che instructed him to keep secret his membership in the PSP, and especially his leadership position within the Communist Youth. Ribalta obeyed him to the letter. The other members of the column learned of his communist affiliation only in November of the following year. 72. Strangely enough, the Americans were slow in detecting Che's pro-PSP leanings. 24 The two intelligence reports that mention him during this period include the relevant facts, his close contacts with the Soviet mission in Mexico, the ideological orientation of Hildegard, and his vehement anti-imperialism. But they still fail to draw the logical conclusion. On the rare occasions when Che's name is linked to communist influence within the 26th of July movement, the connection is far from clear. Thus, for instance, a cable from the U.S. consulate in Santiago, dated February 21, 1958. The reporting official has asked several Cubans to respond to allegations that one of the most trusted lieutenants of Fidel Castro, Dr. Escobedo Guevara, an Argentinian, is a communist or communist sympathizer. They invariably respond with vehement denials, but admit that they know nothing of his background and prefer to avoid the conversation altogether, suggesting that Dr. Guevara is an idealistic adventurer. 15. Che drew even closer to the communists in August of 1958, when his troops were separated from their mother column. Castro ordered Guevara and Camilo Cienfuegos to invade the center of the island and split it in two militarily. At that time, Che drew even further away from the national leadership of 26th of July movement and the liberals, incorporating ever more communists into his guerrilla band. During the final discussions on the agrarian reform law, the most far-reaching legislation enacted by the guerrillas in the Sierra, Guevara laid the basis for an even closer alliance. He now stood clearly for the PSP and the most radical theses, and against the Plains, the liberals and more cautious positions. But this phase belongs to a different tale, that of victory and the emerging legend, when Che, together with Fidel Castro, becomes the very emblem of the Cuban Revolution. In this saga, his face is identified forever with the jubilant islanders, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, that greeted their triumphant entry into Havana in the early, heady days of January 1959. Chapter 5. Our Man in Havana. B. Y. August 18, 1958, Fidel Castro knew he had won the war against Batista. The failure of the army's offensive and the rebels' earlier breakout from the Sierra Maestra to another mountain range, the Sierra de Cristal, had tipped the balance. The regime was cornered and crumbling fast. The key was to ensure the victory of those rebels hiding in the cities and mountains, rather than a military junta or any compromise solution imposed by Washington. To achieve this, Castro devised the most astute and decisive military move of the war. He called for an invasion of the island, by two columns setting off from the Sierra Maestra. Their mission was to travel westward, to initiate combat in the center of Cuba, to cut the island in two, and to start the march toward Havana. With his brother leading the second front, Castro had few commanders left for the two spearheads in the guerrillas' counterattack. Camilo Cienfuegos had distinguished himself since the Granma landing by his bravery, ingenuity, and easy relations with combatants and civil population alike. He was a natural candidate, though he had never held an autonomous command. The other logical choice was Che Guevara, who for almost a year had led his own column, recently renamed the Cerro Redondo after a Granma expeditionary fallen in combat. His leadership skills and military boldness were well known. And Fidel Castro trusted him enough to give him a task whose political implications were even more complex than its military ones. Che's mission was to cross endless miles of enemy territory with only 150 new recruits, far from the shelter of the mountain range. But he also had to coordinate operations, plans, administrative decisions, and military organization with other revolutionary forces operating in the province of Las Villas, who will be invited to merge into a sole army corps, so as to structure and unify the revolution's military efforts. In other words, Che would have to convince or oblige the other opposition forces operating in Las Villas and the Sierra del Escambre to accept his preeminence. These included battalions from the 26th of July movement, as well as isolated groups from the Revolutionary Student Directorate, the Popular Socialist Party, PSP, and the Second National Front of the Escambre, which had split off from the student organization and was led by Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo. Che was thus assigned three goals. From a military point of view, he was to attack and defeat the enemy in the center of the country. He was to maintain unity and discipline under singularly adverse conditions, without the sheltering mantle of Fidel Castro. Finally, he had a political mandate requiring both negotiating skills and the exercise of authority. True, Castro had few choices in assigning these tasks. But this does not detract from Guevara's achievement during his 3 years with the Cuban leader. He started out a mediocre physician, a wandering foreigner lacking any political and military experience, and became the third most important figure in an undertaking of epic proportions. Perhaps the Cubans on board the Granma resented his arrogance, his ironic and haughty reserve, his isolation and foreignness. Maybe the least radical elements of the 26th of July, in the mountains and plains, mistrusted his pro-Soviet stance and growing affinity with the long discredited Cuban communists. And those closest to Fidel Castro, including his brother Raúl, may have had their moments of envy when they saw the camaraderie and loyalty that bonded the two men. However, none of these feelings could overshadow Guevara's enormous contribution to the struggle, his bravery, discipline, organization, and level-headedness. The very traits that at first the Cubans tended to dislike eventually made him indispensable. His Argentine and European sense of order, his punctuality and formality, his respect for the rules, his insistence on honoring promises and commitments, were not Caribbean virtues by any means. Indeed, it was their rarity which made them so precious during the final phase of the war. At the end of August 1958, Che was forced to separate himself from some of the people he held dearest, Camilo Cienfuegos, his most trusted friend in the Sierra Maestra, and Zoila, his girlfriend of several months. He also demanded of his troops an explicit decision regarding the invasion. He warned them that they were risking their lives, up to half of them might die. Almost 80% of them were young men lacking combat experience, mere boys newly recruited from Minas de Frio. Che embarked on his mission on August 31 with 148 men. During 46 days they would endure all the hardships of isolation in a tropical climate, hunger, thirst, mosquitoes, cyclones and floodwaters, unsafe roads, an indifferent population, and continual harassment by Batista's army. They marched over 300 kilometers, suffering through swamps, torrents, and constant privation. They were forced to abandon their transport trucks after the army cut them off from gasoline supplies, and had to perform the entire trek by foot or on horseback. Though only 6 men died, or 3, according to some accounts, their tribulations soon became the stuff of legend. This was partly thanks to General Francisco Tabernilla Daltz, Batista's Joint Chief of Staff, who on September 20 announced the annihilation of the invading force and the death of Che Guevara. The ordeal finally ended on October 16. When the situation was at its most tense, when only insults, pleas, and tantrums could make the exhausted people keep marching, a single faraway vision animated their faces and infused the guerrillas with new spirit. That vision was the blue line of the mountain range of Las Villas Point 2. Thus ended the first phase of Che's independent mission. Victory was less than 3 months away. Strangely enough, there is no mention of ASMA attacks during this entire period: the invasion, the Battle of Santa Clara, the entry into Havana, either in Che's notes or his companions' recollections. Of course, the episodes may have taken place with their usual intensity during those weeks without Che's recording them in his diary. But there are other possible explanations for a lull in the illness. A first, physiological, one involves the level of adrenaline generated by continual combat readiness. If adrenaline is the best-known bronchodilator, and the human body is its best supplier, it is not absurd to speculate that the tension arising from constant danger should have provided Che with the best possible antidote, his own adrenaline. Another possible reason is the absence of situations that were likely to bring on attacks. Once Che left the Sierra and was no longer busy running the camps with their constant problems, contradiction disappeared. Even when he had to settle disputes among the different factions opposing Batista, Guevara chose the ideal political military tactic, which was also the optimal antidote to his ailment: combat. The link between asthma and ambivalence would thus seem to have worked both ways. This was the real beginning of Che Guevara's autonomous command. During this stage he acquired loyalties and habits, and the fame that would accompany him even in death. He set up an escort consisting of José Arguedon, Alberto Castellanos, Harry Villegas, Pombo, and Hermes Pina. The first 3 formed part of his international team in Argentina, Bolivia, and the Congo. Eliseo Reyes Rodriguez, San Luis, Carlos Coelho, Tuma, whose remains were found in Bolivia in 1996, and Alberto Fernandez, Pachungo, other companions during this phase, would all die in Bolivia. These 6 weeks also saw the emergence of a lasting and characteristic trait in Che Guevara: intransigence toward the weakness of others. However essential to the brand of leadership he exercised, this trait would prove a liability under more normal conditions. He could not tolerate errors in his subordinates. He scolded, insulted, and punished them. Joel Iglesias recalled one such incident at the height of the invasion. Several comrades got off the truck, which was stuck, while others refused to get off and push it. Che got into a very ugly mood, addressing them with very harsh and violent words, in my opinion, and with an angry expression. He strongly criticized their behavior in those moments. He was something to hear and see when he was indignant. 3. Che's decency and nobility always led him to apologize after a few hours or days. And he never demanded of his subordinates anything that he would not impose upon himself. But these abstract qualities irritated people in the real world. Others did not share his sense of destiny, intellect, or willpower. His explosions of anger toward his followers, whose devotion knew no limits, became part of his unwritten story. During the invasion, his expeditions to the Congo, and especially in Bolivia, his outbursts were legendary. Though rarely unfair or based upon an authoritarian position, they were always extreme and devastating. His rages, or outpourings, as they were eventually termed by his companions, were followed by moments of contrition, but they were still continual. In this regard, one cannot neglect the possible influence of his frequent epinephrine or adrenaline injections. These bronchodilators have no long-term effects, but can generate sudden increases in blood pressure, anxiety, and rushes lasting up to 30 minutes. Though appropriate from a medical standpoint, the medication may have contributed to his drastic mood swings. 1. The column's arrival in Las Villas forced Che to focus on the task of unifying the opposition forces. He had also to institute administrative procedures to fulfill the great promises of the coming revolution, especially land reform. During those months Guevara, Cienfuegos, and other rebel leaders undertook an extensive process of land distribution, beginning with the suspension of rental payments on small plots and tax exemptions for small farmers, for instance, coffee producers. The spread of these practices soon required a legal framework, which became the Sierra Maestras Law No. 3 on Agrarian Reform, dated October 10, 1958. For Che, the incorporation of peasants into the guerrilla war acquired a purifying dimension, over and beyond its military or political significance. The guerrilla fighter joins the people as they, in turn, join the rebel army. As the people, in rural areas, consist of peasants, their affiliation with the revolution became a defining moment. In his own words, simultaneously with the incorporation of peasants into the armed struggle due to their demands for freedom and social justice, a magical word arose which mobilized the oppressed masses of Cuba in their struggle for land ownership: land reform. 4. In areas like the Sierra Maestra, which is where Che had his first encounter with the problems of land and rural poverty, the farmers' principal demand was land ownership and the cancellation of rents. This was not necessarily the main concern of day laborers toiling on the sugar and tobacco plantations in other areas. But in the zones where Che Guevara came to know the peasants' way of life, land was essential. As a result, agrarian reform was crucial to the process of merging the peasants with the guerrilla camp. That is why Che called the rebel army a peasant army, and the 26th of July a peasant movement. 5. For Che, who had been acting on his own initiative only since mid-October in Las Villas, land distribution and rent cancellation were of central importance. They also strongly influenced his approach to various matters, including relations with the communists and other forces. The reform in question was a limited, rather timid endeavor. It did not contemplate cooperatives or any communal or collective forms of tenancy. Che pushed for a more radical project, though not precisely an incendiary one, either. In his words, the legislation finally approved was incomplete. 6. But for now Castro sided with the more moderate wing of the 26th of July, led in this domain by Humberto Saray Marin, a somewhat conservative lawyer who would become Minister of Agriculture in the new regime and was executed a couple of years later for conspiring against the government. Though some commentators have suggested that the communists adopted a moderate position regarding agrarian reform, in fact they identified with Guevara's views and sought a more frontal attack on latifundia ownership. Che in turn empathized with their isolation in July 1958, and he opposed the expulsion of communist leader Carlos Rafael Rodriguez from the La Plata camp where Fidel was staying. Rodriguez, who was sent to negotiate his party's support for the guerrillas, held a position on the agrarian reform that was similar to Che's. The 26th of July leaders Faustino Perez, Manuel Rey, and Carlos Franqui demanded the ouster of Rodriguez. Guevara, Raúl Castro, and Camilo Cienfuegos defended him. Che declared that in the Sierra the only people who should be expelled are U.S. journalists. If we persecute the communists, we will be doing up here what Batista is doing down there. 7. Rey was the first economist called in by Castro to draft the agrarian reform decree, together with Saray Marin. As Guevara would later describe the process. Our first action in Las Villas was to issue a revolutionary decree establishing the land reform, which stipulated that the owners of small plots of land would stop paying rent until the revolution examined each case. In fact, we were advancing with the land reform as a spearhead of the rebel army. 8. The process naturally generated friction with other opposition groups in the area, less enthusiastic than Che over unilateral reforms and reluctant to establish such precedents. The debate on land distribution was finally settled in May 1959 by the first law for agrarian reform, and then again in 1964 by the second law, largely along Che's lines. From the beginning, he insisted on two essential components: destroying the latifundia and eliminating prior cash payment of compensation to landowners. In 1958, however, the discussion was superseded by the need to unite the forces opposing Batista. Che's mandate was unequivocal: he was to bring everybody together in Las Villas. The task was difficult, but not impossible. His way of achieving this unity reflected developments in his own action and thinking that would become decisive in the following months. During the march from the Sierra Maestra to the Escambray, Che held two meetings with PSP militants that illustrated his growing ties to the communists. In a note to Fidel dated October 3, 10 days before completing the dreadful expedition across the plains, Guevara complained bitterly about the 26th of July. We were unable to make contact with the 26th of July organization, as a couple of so-called members of theirs rejected my request for help, and I received it only from members of the PSP, who told me they had asked for help from the movement's organizations, and had received the following reply: if Che sends over a request in writing, we'll help him; if not, that's too bad for Che. *2. Che probably believed that Castro, having signed a unity pact with all the anti-Batista forces except for the communists in Caracas on July 20, needed to be coaxed into an alliance with them. The long weeks Carlos Rafael Rodriguez spent in the Sierra helped accomplish this, and helped forge a strong but ultimately unsustainable friendship between the Argentine and the Cuban communist. They exchanged books, including Mao's on guerrilla warfare, and discussed the land reform bill at length. Carlos Rafael Rodriguez expressed his admiration for Che Guevara that July: he is the most intelligent and able of all the rebel chiefs. 9. While probably true, the praise also reflected a growing political closeness. The association acquired a more personal touch in September, when a communist cadre from Santa Clara, Armando Acosta, joined the column as Che's virtual right-hand assistant. *3 Aside from Pablo Ribalta, whose incorporation was described in the previous chapter, the PSP had also sent Guevara another cadre in February of 1958. Sergio Rodriguez was assigned to the column to supply pencils, ink and paper to print the newspaper El Cubano Libre 10. The political overtones of the company Che increasingly kept were quite obvious. As Enrique Oltiski, a Jewish engineer of Polish origin who was the clandestine leader of the 26th of July in Las Villas, recalls, I knew Acosta, who was the PSP delegate in Las Villas. Suddenly I see him as part of Che's column. We knew Che's inclinations and I was not surprised. Che was playing along with all this. 11. The enlistment in October 1958 of Ovidio Diaz Rodriguez, secretary of the Popular Socialist Youth in Las Villas, strengthened Che's growing links to the communists. He recalls that Che preferred to keep his relations with the PSP as discreet as possible. One day a party member arrived bearing a small present for Che, a little can of Argentine made, and loudly proclaimed, "Look, Comandante, here is a gift from the party leadership." He accepted it without a word, but later instructed Ovidio to tell the party not to send such indiscreet comrades. 12. By November, Che was more explicit than ever in his opinions about the various groups opposing Batista. In a bitter reproach to Forcoman, head of the Revolutionary Student Directorate in Las Villas, he pointedly informed him that in official conversations with members of the Popular Socialist Party, the latter have taken an openly supportive stance and placed their organization in the plains at our disposal. 13. Che's evaluation of the groups rested, understandably, upon a clear-cut value judgment. The Communists had accepted Che's leadership without reservation when he arrived in Las Villas. Other sectors had been slower, more reluctant, or frankly opposed to him. But the PSP joined forces with Che as promptly as it did with Raúl Castro and his Second Front, unconditionally accepting him and his lieutenants as leaders. Guevara's ties to the Popular Socialist Party are among this period's thorniest subjects. A few of the Condottiere's biographers prefer to emphasize his distance vis-a-vis the Communists, citing a couple of derogatory statements. The best known is, "The Communists are able to train cotters who will let themselves be ripped to shreds in a dark dungeon without a word, but not cotters who will take a machine gun nest by assault." 14. Che's other famous statement, also from this period, expresses a similar criticism: the PSP had not seen clearly enough the role of guerrilla warfare, or the personal role of Fidel in our revolutionary struggle. 15. Several scholars including Fidel's latest biographer have even gone so far as to insist that the Argentine was not a communist at the time. 4. However, according to a combatant in the Sierra who joined Che's column in August 1957, 16, Che himself told her of his ideological leanings shortly after they met. "I cannot forget the first night he talked with me. He spoke of my religious ideas and that made me ask him if he was religious. 'No,' he answered, 'I cannot be religious because I am a communist.' 17. This tangled set of assertions deserves further analysis. Che's differences with the Communists derived from tactical, and at times personal, considerations. They do not know how to fight, and they do not train their people to do so. Consequently, they do not recognize the importance of the armed struggle, or the role played by Castro and his rebel army in the fight against Batista. 5. But Guevara's objections are neither strategic nor ideological. He considers himself a communist with a small c, in the truest sense of the word at that time, a soldier in the international struggle for socialism led by the Soviet Union. He does not perceive himself as a communist with a capital C, as a member of the Cuban Party, mainly because of his views on guerrilla warfare. But once this dispute was resolved by victory in January 1959 and the subsequent unanimous endorsement of the armed struggle, Che and the Communists emerged as natural allies. Nothing separated them any longer. Only later would the vicissitudes of revolutionary government, geopolitics, and Latin American revolution lead to renewed confrontation. Perhaps the most interesting debate Che had between his arrival at the Escambre and the Battle of Santa Clara was reflected in his exchange with Enrique Oltiski. Oltiski's fate would take many a turn. The youngest minister of the revolutionary government at age 28, he would soon be fired and jailed, only to reappear later at the Ministry of Industry under Che Guevara. In the early 90s he was still working with the Cuban government in the area of natural resources. The give and take was both substantive and impassioned, Che's letters revealing as always his state of mind and political development. The correspondence centered on the two men's dissension over agrarian reform. Oltiski favored a gradual distribution of land, while Guevara pressed for an immediate confiscation and allocation of plots. Among his many objections to the expropriation of large land holdings, Oltiski argued that such a radical step would lead to confrontation with the United States. The dialogue between them is worth quoting. Oltiski: all the idle land should be given to the Guajiros peasants while heavily taxing the latifundistas in order to buy their lands with their own money. Then the land would be sold to the Guajiros at cost, with payment facilities and loans for production. See. What a reactionary idea. How can we charge people for the land they work? You are the same as all those other people from the plains. Oh. Dusky. For crying out loud, what do you want to do? Give it to them. So they can let it go to seed, as they did in Mexico. Men must feel that it takes an effort to get what they have. See. Shouting as the veins in his neck stand out, you're full of it? Oh. Dusky. Anyway, we must disguise things. Don't believe for a moment that the Americans are going to sit idly by and watch us do things so openly. We have to play it smart. Point 18. See. Scathingly so. You are one of those who believe we can make a revolution behind the backs of the Americans. What a shitface you are. We must make the revolution within a struggle to the death against imperialism, from the very outset. A true revolution cannot be disguised. Point 19. The dialogue included a topic that later became a source of minor but undeniable friction between Che and Fidel Castro. Only a couple of months earlier, the future Caudillo had strongly rebuked Raúl Castro for kidnapping several U.S. citizens engineers from the Moa and Nicaro mining complexes, and a few Marines. Fidel considered the U.S. embargo on arms sales to Batista vital to the revolution. The time was not yet ripe for a showdown with Cuba's neighbor to the north. Castro scolded his younger brother, who immediately released the prisoners. The arms embargo was maintained, but the Cubans were unaware that the kidnappings had kindled a heated debate over the embargo in Washington. The following passage from a classified State Department document reflects the tenor of that debate. Our embassy at Havana has recommended that the policy on arms shipments to Cuba be reviewed in the light of the kidnappings. They believe that we should permit the Cuban government to purchase arms in the United States to enable that government to take military action to crush the Castro revolt or as an inducement to Batista to hold acceptable elections. The principal reasons favoring such a change in policy are that the refusal to sell arms weakens the constituted government of Cuba and that reports from our consuls who negotiated the release of the Americans in Orient Province indicate possible communist influence in the forces of Raúl Castro. The reasons against permitting sales of arms to Cuba include the considerations that arms shipped to the Batista government in the past have not permitted the government to deal effectively with forces weaker than those the 26th of July group can now muster. The bulk of the Cuban people are disaffected from the present regime and Batista is scheduled to leave the office of president next February unless he retains power by force, and open support to the present government as evidenced by sales of arms would likely harm the United States' position in most of the other American republics. On balance, the State Department's American Republics section believes that the reasons against resuming arms shipments outweigh those favoring such a course of action. Point 20. What distinguished Fidel Castro from Che and Raúl was his spectacular sense of timing. His lieutenants tended to discount the importance of opportunity and tactics, for him they were decisive. Che had another discussion with Oltiski, equally charged with passion and indignation, about confiscating funds from the wealthy denizens of Las Villas. Guevara ordered Oltiski to rob the bank of a town called Sancti Spiritus, but the local leader refused outright, arguing that such an act was simply crazy, and would turn many people who currently supported the rebels against them. Besides, it was unnecessary, they had access to bountiful funds, which Oltiski offered to share with Che. Oltiski was also certain that Fidel would not approve of the operation. Point 21. Che replied with one of his fearsome tirades, "If the people's leaders threaten to resign, let them. Furthermore, I demand it right now, as we cannot allow the deliberate boycott of a step so beneficial to the revolution." He then pulled rank on Oltiski. "I see myself in the sad necessity of reminding you that I have been named Commander-in-Chief." Guevara concludes by establishing a connection between land distribution, bank robbery, and the class content of the revolution. Why is it that not a single Guajiro has found fault with our idea that the land is for those who till it, and the landowners have? And isn't this related to the fact that the struggling masses agree to robbing the banks, because none of them has a penny in them? Haven't you wondered about the economic roots for that respect toward the most arbitrary of all financial institutions? 22. Che perceived the struggle from a perspective all his own. In a true revolution, he often said, alienating the bankers, landowners, or Americans was of no importance. It could even prove useful, triggering reprisals that would help radicalize the revolutionary process. This in turn would clean the ranks of the anti-Batista forces, more neatly defining the course of those who stayed. Guevara was able to indulge in these verbal and conceptual luxuries first of all because he was not the commander-in-chief. Real responsibility resided in Fidel Castro, for whom Che was a sort of left flank or critical conscience. Secondly, his being a foreigner made it much easier for him to adopt extreme positions, since he was not exposed to recriminations from childhood friends, aging aunts, or former classmates, factors that undoubtedly influenced the Cuban leaders. Finally, in contrast to them, Guevara had an unclouded strategic vision as well as precise long-term goals. He fought for socialism, he wanted Cuba to join the Soviet bloc, and he considered confrontation with the United States indispensable. The decisions made by Che in Las Villas were both lucid and consistent with this perspective. But they clashed violently with the aspirations and tactics of the reformist Cuban leaders from the plains. Che's time in Las Villas was not devoted entirely to polemics. He displayed brilliant political skills in the mission entrusted him by Fidel Castro. Slowly but surely, he reached agreement with the different opposition groups, the 26th of July movement in Las Villas, the student organization, the communists, and even the Second National Front of the Escambray, led by Eloy Gutierrez Menoyo and Jesus Carrera. He had a dangerous dispute with Carrera, however. The small splinter group from the 26th of July movement operated within a certain zone. When Che's troops tried to enter it, they were asked for a password, which they did not have. Guevara himself was challenged by Carrera. Fortunately, he was able to reach an understanding with Gutierrez Menoyo before things got out of hand. *6 In a letter to the student leadership dated November 7, Guevara rejected any alliance with Gutierrez Menoyo. In the latter's view, however, the incident had no further consequences. Che may have had some resentment against the officers I sent, the ones who stopped him, and especially Comandante Jesus Carrera. He sent me a letter, complaining about Jesus Carrera. When I met with Guevara, I told him that he had no right to complain because Comandante Jesus Carrera was following orders from me. In other words, when anybody enters our zone there must be an agreement on passwords, in order to avoid confrontation. This is territory liberated by us, where our guerrillas operate. In consequence, if in the evening or at night you ask troops for the password and they can't give it, then they are enemy troops. This is an elementary thing, which he later understood perfectly. 23. Che's accords with the different groups, including that of Gutierrez Menoyo, were partly expressed in the Pact of El Petrero, which was signed in early December at a village near Guevara's general headquarters. Though the pact involved only Che and the student directorate, represented by Rolando Cubala, it symbolized a wider agreement with the other opposition forces. Members of the PSP, led by Felix Torres, joined the unit commanded by Camilo Cienfuegos, and Gutierrez Menoyo himself reached an operational pact with Guevara. Weeks later, Castro would strongly rebuke his subordinate for the accord, accusing him of having revived a corpse. 24 On December 26, just before the final victory, Castro warned Che. At this time the situation in Las Villas is my major worry. I do not understand why we are making precisely the same mistake that made us send you and Camilo to the province in the first place. Now it turns out that, far from having solved it definitively, we have made it worse. 25. Carlos Franqui harbors no doubt about the meaning of this message. In his note to Che, Fidel vigorously disapproved of the importance given to the student directorate, not to mention Gutierrez Menoyo. 26 Despite this criticism, the agreement did help achieve Castro's goal, which was to unite all the opposition forces and bring them under his command. Gutierrez Menoyo, who spent 20 years in a Cuban jail after the revolution, describes the cordial relationship he had with Guevara. Once that incident was put behind us, I met with him. We signed the Pact for Agrarian Reform, and the Operational Pact, which he even took a picture of. It must be in the archives, locked up until they decide to tell the true history of Cuba, and not just a part of it. After that, our relations were fine. They operated on the northern coast while we were on the southern one. We even sent arms to reinforce Camilo Cienfuegos's position at the siege of Yaguaje. 27. The unity among opposition forces in Las Villas allowed Che to disrupt and effectively block the elections scheduled for November 3 by Fulgencio Batista. As its military situation crumbled, the dictatorship was increasingly pressured by its reluctant allies to seek a political solution to the war. The most obvious, supported by the U.S. and important business sectors, was to organize early elections which would not include Batista. They would pave the way for a decorous retirement by the former sergeant, and usher in a new government. They would also foreclose any possibility, no matter how remote, of Fidel Castro and his rebel army reaching power. Castro understood the maneuver perfectly, and put all his effort and imagination into foiling the plot. He appealed to the population not to vote, to sabotage the elections in urban areas and disrupt them in the countryside. 80% of the electorate answered his plea. In Che's words, "The days before November 3 were days of extraordinary activity. Our columns mobilized in all directions, almost completely blocking voters' access to the voting booths in those areas. In general terms, all transport, from Batista's soldiers to merchandise, was stopped. There was practically no voting in Orient. In Camagüey the percentage was a bit higher, and in the western zone, the population obviously stayed home." 28. During those final weeks of the struggle, Che's fierce asceticism began to yield before the hard realities of administration, alliance politics, and the idiosyncratic reactions of the local population amid exceptional circumstances. For instance, after taking the village of Sancti Spiritus, Che tried to ban alcoholic beverages and the lottery. The villagers revolted, and Che was forced to back down on his attempts to impose on them his own habits and experience from other Latin American countries. He also tried to regulate relations between men and women within his column, especially as it grew in size during the struggle against Batista. There, too, he had to give in to the temptations of the tropics and the reality of combat conditions. Sexual puritanism did not exactly flourish among the youthful, irreverent troops. Che finally reconsidered, authorizing relationships as people saw fit. 7. In early November, at El Pedrero, Guevara met the woman who would become his second wife. His principal companion for the rest of his life, she would give birth to 4 of his 5 recognized children. Aleta March was a young and pretty clandestine militant of the 26th of July movement in Las Villas. Pursued by the police, she took refuge at Che's camp in the Escambre. Just 22, she was an exceptionally attractive woman. A Cuban who knew her well recalled days after Che's death that she was one of the most beautiful women in Cuba, and her preference for Che could not but provoke some resentment against that damned Argentine who had carried her off as a war trophy in Santa Clara. 29. A bright university student with a white, urban, upper-middle-class background, she soon became his closest friend and assistant. She was at his side without interruption in the last few weeks of the war and during his entry into Havana. Yet Aleta did not bewitch Guevara with the exoticism of a Hilda Guidi or a Zoila Rodriguez. Rather, she seemed a watered-down version of China. Undeniably beautiful, and more similar to Guevara than the other women who were close to him, she lacked the complex otherness of Hina. Che was deeply in love with her, and the intensity of his passion lasted for years. But a distance grew between them almost from the outset. Some attribute it to the revolution, others to the fact that Aleta soon lost her good looks. Others still point to a feminine possessiveness which survived her husband and extended to his children, his records, and his memory. Years later, Pepe Aguilar, Che's childhood friend from Altagracia, who kept closely in touch with him until his departure from Cuba, accurately described Aleta's dilemma. she was difficult to get on with, and besides she was terribly jealous of everyone and everything that had been close to Che before she knew him 30. By November and December 1958, Che was able to cut communication routes through the center of Cuba, blocking transport across the island. His luck held despite constant combat and unnecessary risks. His only injuries occurred while jumping from a rooftop. He seriously twisted his wrist, necessitating a plaster cast, and cut himself just above the eyebrow. Both injuries became part of his legend, as the photographs depict him entering Havana with a bandaged arm and a scar on his forehead. Military victories followed one another in quick succession. The town of Cabeguan, where Che's troops captured 90 prisoners, 7 machine guns, and 85 rifles, fell on December 21. A couple of days later they took the city of Placetas, also with weapons and prisoners. Batista's troops were openly demoralized, less willing to fight with each passing day. His soldiers surrendered even when they had the military advantage. They sensed how the civilian population was increasingly hostile to them, and sympathetic to the rebels. Che's column's relentless advance led him to conceive and prepare the assault on Santa Clara, a city of 150,000 inhabitants, the capital of Las Villas province, and the largest urban community in central Cuba. It would witness the greatest battle of the war, sounding the death knell of Batista's dictatorship and consecrating Che Guevara as a revolutionary hero and military strategist. The principal barracks of Santa Clara housed over 2,500 soldiers and 10 tanks. Another 1,000 troops were stationed on the city outskirts. Guevara launched his attack with 300 men, most of them exhausted, undernourished, and inexperienced. He was informed, in addition, that enemy reinforcements were on their way from Havana by rail. The armored train, which would become part of the Guevara legend, consisted of 2 locomotives and 19 cars. It carried 14 machine guns and 400 well-equipped soldiers. Che knew that the battle might last several weeks. As late as December 28, he suspected that it would take a month. 31 With the city surrounded and Batista's forces quartered in their barracks, on the dawn of December 28 Che's column began moving into Santa Clara. The commandante himself traveled in a jeep at the halfway point of the column. His men were divided into several platoons. They arrived at the university, then went on to capture a radio station. On the way, they came upon a light tank, which killed 5 guerrilla fighters and wounded several others. At the same time, the soldiers from the armored train, perched on the hill, opened fire on the column. During the morning, rebel student reinforcements arrived by another highway and approached the Leoncio Vidal Army headquarters, where most of the army troops were concentrated. In the meantime, Batista's air force was bombing and strafing Che's men, as frightened city residents took shelter in their homes. The military requested more reinforcements, but rebel troops outside the city and on the highways were able to block them. Air support from Havana was also called in, and failed equally to materialize. At sunset of the first day of the battle, the soldiers were still quartered in their barracks. Then, under the cover of darkness, the civilian population began building barricades against the army tanks, as more rebels entered the city during the night, in small groups. With the army grounded and the passive complicity of the population, Che was able to disperse his forces throughout the center of Santa Clara. The field was ready for the next day's combat. Che understood that the crux of the battle consisted of stopping the armored train, preventing army troops and tanks from leaving their garrison, and mobilizing the civilian population. According to Oscar Fernandez Mel, a physician and officer in the rebel army, if instead of taking refuge within the city, the enemy had organized its defense from higher, fortified positions, the rebel army would have required more time to take the provincial capital. It would also have suffered more casualties. 32 The secret lay in the army's refusal to fight. That was the crucial element Che had to work with. When the officers commanding the armored train succeeded in evading combat and approached the army headquarters in search of protection, they found that the tracks had been removed the day before. What followed was a spectacular derailment. 3 of the 22 cars fell off the track, overturning immediately. The others were pounded by rebel fire and Molotov cocktails. The troops inside the train were caught in an unbearable combination of heat, bombs, and gunfire. They soon begged for a truce, and negotiated their surrender with Che that afternoon. The train episode was decisive. Thanks to the weapons they were able to capture, Che's troops entered Havana several days later with much more firepower than any other opposing group, including, especially, the Student Directorate and the Second National Front of the Escambray. Gutierrez Menoyo suggests a different interpretation of the train affair because his group was the most adversely affected by the surrender to Che. According to him, the capture of the train was a decisive operation whose history has not been fully clarified. The train was under the command of a Lieutenant Rossell. Gutierrez Menoyo recalls he was the first person to whom the military broached the issue of surrender. He offered guarantees for the troops, and a promotion for Rossell. The soldiers decided to surrender to Menoyo. Then, recalls Gutierrez Menoyo, Lieutenant Rossell's brother spoke to Che Guevara. I don't know what he offered that I didn't, but the fact is that they surrendered the train to him. Cuba still commemorates this as the heroic assault on the armored train, but that train was surrendered. The capture of the train allowed the rebels to launch their final offensive against Santa Clara and then Havana. As Gutierrez Menoyo remembers, I discussed this 2 or 3 times with Guevara and asked him, what did you offer that I didn't? He only laughed and never confessed the truth to me. If they had surrendered the train to me, there was an incredible amount of supplies there and that would have allowed us to launch the final offensive. Che never gave me a specific answer. 33 Antonio Núñez Jiménez, who was a member of Che's column and has written about the armored train, categorically denies this account. He insists that Gutierrez Menoyo had nothing to do with the train, and that there was a derailment rather than a surrender. 34 In a strange footnote to history, Fulgencio Batista asserts that the train was indeed surrendered by Rossell, who deserted after having received $350,000 or $1 million from Che Guevara. In his view, the train was not captured but bought. 35 Conflicting testimony abounds on the issue. Ramon Barcan, the only Batista officer to be jailed by the dictator for conspiring against him, states that the train was handed over as part of a deal. Ismael Suarez de la Paz, Echemendia, the 26th of July's man in Santa Clara, swears there was no such arrangement, just a straightforward surrender. 36 Che asked Aleta March to stand before the derailed train, saying, Aleta, I'm going to take a picture of you for history. 37 The episode was indeed crucial to the final outcome. The booty was enormous: 6 bazookas, 5 60mm mortars, 14 machine guns, 1 20mm cannon, 600 automatic rifles, and 1 million rounds of ammunition. 38 It was the largest seizure of enemy weapons of the entire war. Almost 400 soldiers were taken prisoner. News of the capitulation spread rapidly through the city and into army headquarters, with devastating effects on morale and an explosive impact on the inhabitants of Santa Clara. 39 Combat continued on December 30. Guevara's forces advanced, but not without difficulty. At police headquarters they met with strong resistance from 400 Batista troops who refused to submit. Fearful of reprisals from the civilian population, the troops had engaged in summary executions for minor offenses and treason, as well as torture, in the previous weeks. This bastion, along with the Leoncio Vidal garrison and its 1,300 troops, were Batista's last hope in Santa Clara. As the sun rose upon the final day of the year, the army had not yet surrendered and the guerrilla offensive seemed to stagnate. But police headquarters was soon overrun, leaving only the military garrison. That was the situation when the new year dawned on Santa Clara. Negotiations for the garrison's surrender began at sunrise, but were immediately overshadowed by events in the rest of the island. During the New Year celebrations, Batista fled the island in a scene made famous by dozens of subsequent films. The impact in Santa Clara was decisive. Of course, when Batista left, there emerged favorable conditions so that on the fourth day of the attack on Santa Clara the war was over. 40 An improvised military junta, led by General Euligio Cantillo, still attempted to avert the army's complete collapse and the rebels' final victory. Cantillo broadcast by radio an order to all base commanders throughout the country, instructing them not to give up and insinuating that he had reached an agreement with Fidel Castro in Orient. What we have just done here in Colombia, Havana's principal military base, has the approval of Dr. Fidel Castro. 41. For his part, Castro broadcast a radio proclamation from the outskirts of Santiago. He denounced the attempted coup d'état, rejecting any negotiation with the besieged garrisons, and instructed Che and Camilo Cienfuegos to proceed to Havana immediately. Minutes before Che's ultimatum to the Santa Clara officers expired, troops began streaming out and throwing their weapons to the ground. The battle was over. The population took to the streets in celebration, acclaiming Che and his bearded revolutionaries, who immediately began the march to the capital. The revolution had triumphed. It is up to historians to determine just how decisive the Battle of Santa Clara really was. The biographer must ask different questions. Was the revolutionary triumph in the capital city of Las Villas due to Che's military genius, or did it have more to do with politics and psychology? Santa Clara, together with resistance in the Sierra against the Batista offensive of June 1958, was the only battle of the war really worthy of the name. Without it, Batista might not have fled. And if the dictator had stayed on, his army might not have collapsed as it did after his New Year's Eve departure. The existing balance of military power still unfavorable to the rebels might have lasted longer. Without the seizure of the armored train, the Leoncio Vidal garrison would probably not have capitulated. Without the booty from both victories, Che's column would not suddenly have become the strongest unit in the rebel army. Without Santa Clara, this astounding CIA analysis, drafted 1 month before Castro's triumph, might have come true. Castro has failed to convince the majority of the Cuban people that his personality and program, in preference to Batista's, are worth fighting for. Cuba continues to enjoy relative economic prosperity, and a large part of the population, probably concerned that revolution would jeopardize their well-being, appears to hope that there can be a peaceful transition from authoritarian to constitutional government. 42. It is also true, however, that only 6 guerrilla fighters died in the Battle of Santa Clara, in a war in which Batista's army lost fewer than 300 men. Moreover, the Batista army's destruction was imminent, as Castro said to Che on the eve of the battle, "The war is won, the enemy is collapsing entirely." 43. Without Santa Clara, the process would have taken longer, with fateful consequences in many areas. But the final outcome would have been the same. Che Guevara's troops were not the sole military factor involved, nor was the struggle exclusively military. Granted, one should not minimize the sacrifices made by thousands of Cubans to topple a corrupt and heinous regime, nor should anyone underestimate the military aspect of Batista's overthrow. But all accounts agree that the victory of January 1959 was not only or even primarily a military one. Che's role was doubtless crucial in the final days of the war. His composure, determination, lucidity, and spirit of sacrifice were invaluable in Santa Clara. Without his leadership skills, his implacable centralization of all decisions, his detachment and sense of strategy, victory would have been impossible under such adverse conditions. Guevara's complete concentration on the requirements of the struggle, his disdain for any sentimental distractions, stand out in this passage from his memoirs. "I rebuked a soldier for falling asleep in full battle, and he replied that he had been disarmed for having fired without orders. I answered with my customary dryness, 'Go win yourself another rifle, go up to the front line unarmed, if you are capable.' In Santa Clara, I was encouraging the wounded. A dying man touched my hand and said, 'Do you remember, Commandante? You sent me to get a weapon, and I won it for myself.' It was the soldier who had fired without orders, who would die minutes later, and he seemed happy to have proven his bravery. That's what our rebel army is like. 44. Nonetheless, there were other considerations involved in the Battle of Santa Clara. Acknowledging them does not detract from Che's accomplishments, rather, it highlights them. First of all, Batista's troops refused to leave their barracks. When they did venture out, they declined to fight. Morale was abysmally low. The soldiers were full of misgivings, they did not receive requested reinforcements, had lost the support of the United States, and felt quite rightly that their officers might betray them at any time. In contrast, the rebel fighters were devoted to their cause, had genuine, if limited, combat experience, and one crucial advantage, the enthusiastic support of the civilian population, which proved decisive in the street-by-street combat for the city. Finally, though Che was the highest commander in the field, he also had two critical human elements in his favor. He was backed by superb lieutenants, men like Rolando Cubola, Victor Borden, Fernandez Mel, and Forcoman, among others, and by the faraway figure of Fidel, who continued to design the overall plan of the war. The victory of Santa Clara was thus due to the many talents of Che Guevara, but also to a fortunate, though far from random, convergence of circumstances, which did not necessarily stem from his virtues as a military leader. Absent these circumstances, the Argentines' military acumen would doubtless have played a lesser role. A misunderstanding of this delicate balance and an overestimation of Che's military prowess would prove fateful in his life and death. With its corollary overemphasis on the struggle's military aspects, this faulty interpretation would also prove disastrous for the prospects of revolution in Latin America. Both fallacies were unavoidable, once the leaders of the 26th of July movement were caught up in the whirlwind of that memorable New Year's Day of 1959, when history for once smiled upon the noble cause of ordinary people. Che was the symbol of that cause and of its victory. He appeared in newsreels and picture magazines, the military commander ready to take Havana by storm. While Castro found himself at the other end of the island plotting strategy, Che was in the trenches, his men tired, wounded, and jubilant like him. In those days of celebration, Guevara was the emblem and the conqueror. Fidel Castro's orders were categorical. Che and Camilo were to proceed immediately to Havana. Che would take the military base located at the fortress of La Cabana, Camilo that of Colombia. The commanders of the 26th of July movement were to enter the coastal city alone, before anybody else, and wait there for Fidel Castro to conquer Santiago. From there he would embark on his historic march the length of the island, arriving at the capital 1 week later. Fidel's instructions were straightforward on another score, as well. His two subordinates were to exclude from the triumphant entry into Havana the Student Directorate, the PSB's Communists, and other forces like those of Gutierrez Menoyo. Once there, they were to seize the weapons stored at Havana's two fortresses. 8 Castro's specific mission assignments were, however, both devious and dexterous, a complex maneuver by one of the most wily and skillful politicians of the 20th century. Carlos Franqui wonders why Castro sent Che to La Cabana. Colombia was the head and heart of the tyranny and its military power, La Cabana was a secondary post. Che had taken the armored train and the city of Santa Clara, he was the second leader of the revolution. Camilo was an outstanding warrior, but nevertheless Che's lieutenant in the provinces, he had to lead a furious battle against the Yaguaje garrison, 100 kilometers further from Havana than Santa Clara. Che was the right man to take Colombia. Why did Fidel entrust Camilo with the chief mission, and Che with the backup command? 45. None of Che's or Fidel's biographers has really explained the Caudillo's decision. Yet it was crucial for the events that followed. 9 Franqui is right, the second most important leader of the revolution was relegated to a secondary task, while the glory of the first entry into Havana and the capture of Batista's main headquarters were assigned to a man of indisputable heroism but lesser political importance. There are several possible explanations. The most obvious is the fact that Che was a foreigner. Another, slightly more far-fetched, is that Fidel had already decided to try and execute Batista's partisans at La Cabana, and needed somebody there who would not hesitate to do so. In this perspective, he also wanted a foreign scapegoat in case there was a bloodbath. Franqui offers another explanation, which is more logical though somewhat confusing. Guevara was the second leader of the revolution, and the most radical one. To assign him Colombia would have made him even more powerful, which was not in Fidel's interest for several reasons. Che had an agenda of his own. He had already disobeyed orders by forging a close alliance with the student directorate. Furthermore, he was too close to the communists, which could alienate the Cuban liberals and Americans. Camilo, in contrast, was not a threat to Fidel. He was younger, less experienced, more fun-loving than Che. He did not represent any problem for Fidel's allies, or for his potential enemies. The leader at Fidel's side during his public appearances was always Camilo. Guevara stayed inside the fortress, far from the limelight. 46 In this interpretation, there was no coincidence in the celebrated scene where Fidel addressed the masses at Colombia. As a dove straight from Cuban Santeria alighted on his shoulder, the caudillo asked the famous question, "Voy bien, Camilo?" "How am I doing, Camilo?" And the guerrilla fighter answered, "Vas bien, Fidel, you're doing fine, Fidel." In any case, Camilo entered Havana on the morning of January 3 to the cheers of a jubilant, adoring population. Che arrived at the capital more discreetly, at dawn of the following day, accompanied only by Aleta and his closest collaborators. He came in as he had fought the war, tired, dirty, uncombed, practically in rags. On January 7, he left for Matanzas to receive Fidel, whom he had not seen since August, on his way to Havana. They entered the capital together aboard a tank, and were received by ecstatic, delirious crowds. The photographs of this meeting between a people and its heroes captivated not only the eye of editors around the world, but the imagination and sympathy of admirers everywhere. Che's shy smile enraptured thousands, then millions of Cubans, Latin Americans, and citizens of the world who identified him with the revolution that was also theirs. There was no question as to the legitimacy of the guerrilleros' struggle or the justice of their triumph. Nor was there any doubt as to the freshness, spiritual integrity, and boundless charisma of the bearded young men in olive green. Smiling, talented and ingenious, courageous and pure, they seemed ready to storm any heaven, conquer any winter palace. It would have taken phenomenal modesty and maturity to avoid the key political and conceptual mistakes that would later prove so costly for Cuba and the entire continent. How could Fidel not be convinced that victory was his, and his alone, amid the cheers of hundreds of thousands of Cubans as they hung, fascinated by his oratorical genius, upon his every word, expression, and gesture? How could he resist the temptations born of the contrast between his youthful boldness and the rancid mediocrity of the old political class, represented in the new government by several cabinet ministers and the president himself, Manuel Urrutia? It was only natural that there should be an imaginary reconstruction of events. The Sierra had won, not the plains. The 26th of July had done it all, without any important allies. Its leaders had carried the day, thanks to their exceptional wisdom and intuition. And Fidel, the líder máximo, had played strictly by the rules, taking power fair and square. The consequences of this assessment of victory were barely perceptible in those days of celebration. Soon, however, as the island paradise began to crumble, the flaws in the simplistic analysis surged forth. In conceptual terms, the revisionist view of the war would reach its highest expression in Che's later writings, pregnant with his talent and his vision. They would inevitably bear the mark of his worldview and his notion of history, summarized in this stunning declaration addressed to the Argentine writer Escobedo Sabato: "The war transformed us completely. There is no deeper experience for a revolutionary than the act of war, not the isolated act of killing nor of bearing a gun or even of one form or another of combat, but the total act of war." 47 There, the many-faceted, complex process of the Sierra would be transformed into a magnificent, straightforward epic that could be repeated anywhere with bravery and integrity. Only Fidel, Che, Raúl, and Camilo had the moral authority to write the official history of the war. Fidel lacked the time, patience, and literary or theoretical penchant. His brother learned and practiced from early on the virtues of silence. For almost 40 years he would be the man in the shadows. Camilo had no vocation for writing, and soon ran out of time. He died in November when his plane disappeared over the sea. His body was never recovered. The only one left was Che, who was indeed singularly suited for the task. But he carried only the cultural and intellectual baggage he had brought with him to Havana. He did not know the capital. The only Cuban city familiar to him was Santa Clara in ruins. The political, intellectual, and cultural life of Havana, among the most vital in Latin America, was totally alien to him. It was inevitable that he should emphasize those aspects of the war that he had lived firsthand. Military matters, peasant issues, radical ideas would overshadow other concerns in his analysis not only of Cuba, but of all Latin America. We have demonstrated that a small group of men who are determined, supported by the people, and without fear of dying, can overcome a regular army. There is another lesson for our brothers in America, economically in the same agrarian category as ourselves, which is that we must make agrarian revolutions, fight in the fields, in the mountains, and from here take the revolution to the cities, not try to make it in the latter without a comprehensive social content. 48. Che would maintain this position, though further qualified and refined, until the end of his life. Hence, its impact throughout the continent, and its failure. The Guevarist description of what occurred in Cuba was incomplete, and even false to some extent. He wrongly extrapolated the supposed lessons of Cuba to other latitudes, and ignored one central point: what happens once can rarely be repeated. This interpretation is based upon a long conversation Che had with Carlos Franqui 5 years later, in 1964, in which their different approaches to the history of the war became apparent. Guevara attached decisive importance to guerrilla warfare and the countryside, Franqui to politics and the cities. Che focused on how the student directorate was decimated in the cities, making the subsequent leadership position of the Sierra unavoidable, while Franqui emphasized the significance of the student movement. Che took shelter in radical ideas and the rules of guerrilla warfare, while Franqui stressed the integrity and importance of the clandestine struggle. Finally, Che underlined the guerrillas' military action and their role in the army's surrender. Franqui then replied, "I know, Che, that without the support of the clandestine struggle in '57 the guerrillas would have been liquidated. Without the organized support of the peasants of the 26th of July, not that of the other peasants, the Granma nucleus would not have regrouped. Without the arms sent from Santiago and Havana, as your war chronicles acknowledge, Che, without our actions in all the island, which paralyzed the tyrant's military and repressive apparatus, without the reinforcement of men, medicines, food, without the help of the exiles, the guerrillas alone would not have won." 49. After Che's victory march into Havana with Fidel, the course of events accelerated. On January 7, Che and Aleta moved into an army officer's residence at La Cabana. It was his first comfortable home since Buenos Aires. Che's parents, sister, and brother Juan Martín arrived in Havana on January 9, in a Cubana de Aviación airplane sent by Camilo Cienfuegos to repatriate the Cuban exiles of Buenos Aires. Che met them at the Rancho Boyeros airport and immediately took them to the Havana Hilton, soon to be renamed the Havana Libra. The family reunion was a happy one, darkened only by uncertainty about Che's future as expressed in his parents' questions: "What are you going to do? Will you go back to medicine? Why don't you come home to Argentina?" 2 weeks later, Hilda Guidi and their daughter arrived from Lima, anxious to see the revolution and their new homeland. The situation became more and more tense for him. Aside from his difficult political duties, Guevara had to tend to his Argentine family with their burden of memories and ambivalence, the presence of the two Hildas, and his affair with Aleta. A physical breakdown was almost inevitable. It soon came, along with agonizing inner doubts about his destiny. A conversation between Che and his father reveals the persistence of his wanderlust. I myself don't know where I will lay my bones to rest. 50 Antonio Núñez Jiménez, who entered La Cabana with Che and negotiated the Leoncio Vidal garrison capitulation in Santa Clara, recalls the same trait in Guevara. He told me about it the day we reached Havana, on January 3, 1959, as we penetrated into the fortress of La Cabana. Crossing the Havana tunnel in a jeep, he said to me, "My mission, my commitment to Fidel ends here, with our entry into Havana, because the agreement I had with Fidel was to participate in Cuba's guerrilla struggle and then have the freedom of choice to go somewhere else and do what I had done in Cuba." 51. Che's parents and siblings remained until February 14. His mother, Celia, would return alone on May 1. They thus accompanied their son on February 2, when the Council of Ministers issued a general decree, largely for Che's benefit, granting Cuban nationality by birth to those foreigners who had spent at least 2 years fighting the dictatorship. Their extended stay allowed them to appreciate the changes in Escobedo both physically and, especially, psychologically. Che was by now a mature man of almost 31 years, with a daughter, 2 women, and a job to do. His face reflected the intensity and wear of the previous 2 years. In mid-January he suffered a violent asthma attack which obliged him to leave Havana for many weeks and seek solace at a summer villa near Tarara, not far from the capital. Before departing he had to supervise, either at close quarters or from his window at La Cabana, the executions of Batista's collaborators. Justifiable as these executions may have seemed at the time, they were carried out without respect for due process. Estimates as to their exact number vary, especially for those executions carried out at La Cabana in the first days of the year. Cables from the United States Embassy, dated January 13 and 14, place the figure at 200*10. Historians and biographers' estimates range from 200 to 700 victims. 1 year later, Fidel Castro would place the number executed between 1959 and 1960 at 550. Some took place outside Havana. Over 100 were ordered shot in Santiago by Raúl Castro in early January 1. After a certain date most of the executions occurred outside Che's jurisdiction. In mid-January, partly due to a wave of protest from the U.S. media and Senate, Castro decided to hold public trials in the sports stadium of Havana. They became notorious after the sentencing in mid-January of Major Jesus Sosa Blanco, a particularly ruthless Batista functionary in the province of Oriente, and of Colonels Grau and Morajan. Though Fidel's decision was a disaster for the image of the regime, it released Che from any authority over the fate of his prisoners at La Cabana. He had previously ordered dozens of executions, curiously abetted by Herman Marx, another internationalist, a former convict from Milwaukee who had joined Che's ranks in the Escambray. 52. Conflicting views exist of Che's role in the executions at La Cabana. Some exiled opposition biographers report that the Argentine enjoyed the rituals of the firing squad, and that he organized them with gusto, though they acknowledge that the orders came from Fidel Castro. Others relate that Guevara suffered at every execution, pardoning as many prisoners as he could, though he did not hesitate to carry out orders when he felt they were justified. This was the case for José Castillo Quevedo, the head of Batista's anti-communist forces. Che sent him before a firing squad despite pleas for his pardon by the Catholic Church and other sectors of Cuban society. In contrast, his behavior regarding Huber Matos was more nuanced. Expelled from the rebel army in November 1959, accused of treason by Fidel Castro, and sentenced to 30 years in jail, Matos recalls today, nearly a decade after leaving a Cuban prison, that Guevara was in communication with my relatives so they would know that he did not approve of the death penalty for me, that he even thought my problem had been erroneously managed by Fidel. And he suggested that we present an appeal immediately after the conclusion of the trial. 11. Guevara's responsibility for events at La Cabana, though it cannot be diminished, as Che himself never tried to do, must nonetheless be seen within the context of the time. There was no bloodbath, nor were innocent people exterminated in any large or even significant numbers. After the excesses of Batista, and the unleashing of passions during those winter months, it is surprising that there were so few abuses and executions. It is also true, however, that Che had no major qualms about the death penalty or summary and collective trials. He was ready to give his life for his ideals and believed that others should be as well. If the only way to defend the revolution was to execute its enemies, he would not be swayed by any humanitarian or political arguments. He had nothing but contempt for the, doubtless hypocritical, criticism brandished by the press in New York or the establishment in Washington. The revolution took precedence. He never wondered about or agonized over the link between means and ends, past and future actions, historical precedent and harmful consequences for the future. Guevara's asthma during this period, reflecting his many conflicts, was far more severe than was usual for him. The triggers, beyond his general physical weakness, may have been the customary ones. Though Che belonged to the winning faction, he had been partly ousted from the slot in the pecking order he deserved. In addition, he was the object of worrisome comments on the part of Fidel Castro. Alternatively, this recurrence of his asthma may simply have reflected his state of exhaustion. He suffered an onset of emphysema, as well as fatigue, weakness, anemia, and stress. 12. As a result, Che moved into a house by the sea at Tarara, 20 kilometers from Havana. It became the center of his political and ideological activities through the spring of 1959. Visitors recall his presence there beginning January 17, and he stayed until May 2. There the so-called Tarara group began meeting regularly, a sort of shadow government which, parallel to the new regime's visible authorities, started building an alternate social, political, and economic master plan too. Though Che was largely bedridden at the beach until early April, as he confessed to his friend Alberto Granado, he was lucid and able to review documents. Many of the major decisions taken by the revolutionary government during its initial year were first debated in Tarara. It was also there that Che drafted his earliest strictly political writings, beginning with his most famous book, after the Bolivian diary La Guerra de Guerrillas, or Guerrilla Warfare in its English translation. His departure from the capital was soon publicized by a critic of the regime, who questioned the assignment of a luxurious seaside residence to the notoriously austere Comandante Guevara. In response, Che published an open letter to the 26th of July's daily newspaper in which he explained his ailment and his need for rest, but he kept silent about his other reason for leaving La Habana. I wish to explain to the readers of Revolucion that I am ill, that I did not catch my illness in gambling dens or spending nights in cabarets but by working more than my system could endure, for the revolution. The doctors recommended a house in a place removed from daily visits. 53. Che's additional motive for quitting La Habana, aside from his need for rest due to illness which was highly uncharacteristic of him, derived precisely from the essential task he fulfilled in Tarara, far from inquisitive eyes and ears. The very existence of the Tarara group remained relatively unknown until the 1980s. 13. The seaside deliberations, which continued in Castro's house at Cojimar after Che's recovery, focused on several matters. Two of the lesser issues deserve special mention: the establishment of state security in Cuba and the first Cuban attempts to export revolution abroad. On January 14, Che met with Raúl Castro, Camilo Cienfuegos, Ramiro Valdez, his closest collaborator in the Sierra and during the invasion, and Victor Pina of the PSP, to begin building a body with secret characteristics that will be responsible for the security of the revolutionary state. 54. Very soon, Valdez would be entrusted with the army's G2, and Ifigênio Amigiras with the police, while Raúl would work with the army and cadres from the Sierra to fulfill the security needs of the new state. Osvaldo Sanchez, a member of the PSP leadership who was in charge of the party's military committee and one of the first communists to have made contact with the guerrilla fighters in the Sierra, was assigned to accompany Valdez. 55. Angel Ciuta, a communist veteran of the Spanish Civil War later exiled in Moscow, also lent a hand, having been sent to Cuba by the Soviet security apparatus. According to Carlos Franchi, he would play a key role in the construction of the notorious Cuban security machinery, thanks partly to his ties to Che, whose profound sympathy for the Republican cause in Spain dated back to his earliest childhood. 3 By November, when Huber Matos, the first son of the revolution to be devoured by it, was arrested, tried, and sentenced to 30 years in jail, the new state security apparatus was in full operation. Che played a central role in its establishment, along with several of his collaborators, some Cuban and some foreign, including the sinister Frenchman Alberto Lavandera and Ciotta himself. A second task, of great significance for Che's future though not terribly relevant at that time, centered on revolutionary expeditions to other countries. In 1959, the new Cuban regime helped organize attempts to export the revolution to Panama, Nicaragua, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. Castro's government proudly acknowledged its involvement in attempts to overthrow Anastasio Somoza and Rafael Trujillo, while denying any role in the other two nations. Che played a role in all 4*14. In April, a group of 100 exiled Panamanians and Cubans landed in Panama. The revolutionary government denied any responsibility for it, but Raúl Castro made a lightning trip to Houston to meet with Fidel during the latter's tour of the U.S. and Latin America, to report on the situation and be scolded once again by his brother. In June, an officer of the rebel army and former combatant of the Sierra Maestra, Delio Gómez Ochoa, led an invasion of the Dominican Republic. The 10 Cubans and 200 domestic opponents of Trujillo were massacred just hours after having disembarked. The Dominican expedition coincided with a similar attempt in Haiti. During the first days of January, a Haitian writer named René Despestre came to Havana from Port-au-Prince. A day after his arrival, Che received him at La Cabana. They talked at great length about poetry, Jacques Roumain, and the governors of the DU, Haiti and Latin America. Che was soon convinced of the need to overthrow François Papadoc Duvalier, the newly inaugurated dictator of Hispaniola's French-speaking half. Among other misdeeds, he had been a staunch supporter of Batista. The writer organized a meeting between Che and Louis Desjoie, an elderly Haitian senator of the center-right who had run against Papadoc in elections held during the mid-50s. They agreed to organize and train a revolutionary contingent. During the months of April and May, about 50 Haitians, both white and black, received military instruction in Cuba in the province of Orient. According to Despestre, Che visited them and partly supervised the operation. The invasion of Haiti, including 30 Cuban veterans from the Sierra Maestra, was scheduled to take place a few days after the incursion into Dominican Republic, though it was planned more as an assault action than as an extended campaign of guerrilla warfare. The operation was cancelled after the Dominican fiasco, though Desjoie had already begun to hesitate in light of the radicalization of the Cuban Process 4. Lastly, on June 1, planes from Costa Rica airlifted a large number of internationalists into Nicaragua. After several skirmishes, they were expelled to Honduras. There they were captured by Honduran troops, who found on them a letter from Che Guevara to the Cuban authorities, asking them to help the Nicaraguans before their departure from Cuba. 56 30 years later, the Sandinista leader Tomás Borga would recall the rout of June 24, 1959, in Honduran territory, when one of the Nicaraguan guerrillas fell firing an M3 submachine gun. He had adopted it since the two planes had arrived from Cuba with a shipment of arms sent by Che Guevara, which was possible thanks to the complicity of Honduran President Ramón Villeda Morales, an admirer of Che's *15. But meetings in Tarara and Cojimar were chiefly devoted to three larger issues: land reform, Castro's alliance with the PSP, and the construction of the Revolutionary Army. Che played a key role in all three. As Antonio Núñez Jiménez described the discussions 20 years later, during 2 months we held night meetings in Tarara where Che was recovering his health. Our work was secret. 57 The fact that these three tasks were all deliberated upon in the same place and with the same persons involved has confused many observers ever since. The radicalization of the regime during the first few months of the year, and especially after May 1959, was not due to any great communist influence. The government's alliance with the old PSP was an effect, not a cause, of its shift toward more extreme positions. The left wing, the communist school of thinking, was in fact personified and promoted by two figures totally alien to the PSP, Raúl Castro and especially Che Guevara. Fidel Castro obviously oversaw the entire process, and made decisions for reasons of his own. But like any highly intuitive politician, he was sensitive to pressures, influences, opinions, and arguments presented to him by those he trusted with regard to training the new army and land distribution, although somewhat less in the area of relations with the communists, and the person he most trusted was Guevara. Land reform was the most controversial item on the economic policy agenda and in Cuba's relationship with the United States. Che first outlined his radical stance toward land reform during a lecture delivered on January 27 at the Sociedad de Nuestro Tiempo. His presentation has often been cited due to its content and its contrast with the public positions of Castro and his government at the time. 58 But its significance goes even further than was assumed by analysts like Theodore Draper, who did not know then about the Tarara meetings. The Tarara deliberations on land reform included figures like Alfredo Guevara, a young communist filmmaker who had been and continues to be a close friend of Fidel Castro since his university days, Oscar Pino Santos, an economics journalist with links to the party, Antonio Núñez Jiménez, a geographer who joined Che in Las Villas, also close to the PSP's Marxist approach, Vilma Espin, the wife of Raúl Castro, and Che Guevara. They all worked together for several months, outside the margins of the official government institutions, excluding even the Minister of Agriculture, Humberto Saray Marin, who had drafted the revolutionary agrarian reform decree issued in the Sierra Maestra in 1958. Alfredo Guevara recalls their work as follows: "We would meet every night until dawn at Che's house, then Fidel would come and change everything. Nobody knew what we were up to." 59. In his January 27 lecture and in an interview with two Chinese journalists published years later, Che was very explicit as to the shortcomings of the previous reform. He described the guiding principle of the new and definitive distribution of land, to replace latifundia with cooperatives. Che's interview with the Chinese is significant because of its date. 60 He granted it on April 16, a full month before the new law was passed, but he asserted categorically that the law would be enacted, describing its content and major dispositions in full detail. The law was conceived in his home and under his auspices. Its purpose was not to distribute small plots to the peasants, but rather to nationalize or transform the great sugar, coffee, tobacco, and other plantations into cooperatives. Guevara's project was more political than economic. He sought to destroy the latifundia as a power base for the oligarchy and foreign landowners, rather than to redistribute wealth by dividing the land into thousands of small plots. Che realized that such a reform would imply a major confrontation with Cuban landowners, especially the sugar producers, and with the Americans. He also believed that, under the existing compensation scheme, land expropriation would be a long and tedious process. Finally, he understood that the mechanism intended to implement the law, the future National Institute of Agrarian Reform, INRA, could become a powerful means to radicalize the revolution. The economic problem was a very real one. The Cuban economy could not prosper on sugar alone. In 1925, the sugar harvest had surpassed 5 million tons, in 1955, it barely exceeded 4 million. In the meantime, the population had increased by 70%, and its requirements had grown even more. Diversification and industrialization were thus the catchwords of the day, not only among revolutionaries and Marxists, but even within the technocratic and business community. But exports made up 40% of the national income, and sugar accounted for 80% of total exports. Thus, there could be no diversification, industrialization, or even higher growth rates without transforming the country's agricultural structure. *16 As long as Cuban and foreign capital centered on sugar cane, allowing for high short-term profits with a stable market and attractive prices, and the sugar sector continued to dominate the island's economy and politics, there could be no future for Cuba. Che's real agenda was thus to break the power of the oligarchy, diversify the economy, and raise peasant incomes. It was critical, then, to expropriate the latifundia, collectivize land ownership, and diversify crops and exports. In Che's lucid analysis, when we propose an agrarian reform and enact revolutionary laws to achieve this goal quickly, we give special consideration to land redistribution, the creation of a strong domestic market and a diversified economy. For the moment, the purpose of agrarian reform is to promote sugar production and improve production techniques. In the second place, we must allow farmers to have their own plots, promote the opening of virgin land, and cultivate all arable land. Thirdly, we must increase production, and reduce our imports of basic grains. We must undertake national industrialization, which requires the adoption of protective measures for new industries, and consumer markets for new products. If we open the doors of the market to Guajiros without any purchasing power, there will be no way to expand the domestic market. 61. Che was fully aware of the implications of his position, and the direction in which it pointed. It was part of a long-term strategy which was self-evident to him and which, furthermore, would be in harmony with future revolutionary processes in other countries. Cuba's anti-popular regime and its army have now been destroyed, but the dictatorship's social system and its economic foundations have yet to be abolished. Many people from before are still working within the nation's structures. To protect the fruits of the revolutionary victory and allow for a continuous development of the revolution, we must take another step forward. 62. The agrarian reform enacted on May 17, 1959, just days after Fidel Castro returned from a successful trip to the United States, Brazil, Uruguay, and Argentina, was moderate in certain aspects, but its implications were not. It sanctioned the expropriation of large sugar and rice plantations and allowed for compensation through high-interest paying but long-term bonds. The United States nonetheless denounced the law in no uncertain terms, in a diplomatic note dated June 11. The sugar company's stock prices fell on the New York Stock Exchange, and firms whose assets had been confiscated, including United Fruit and the King Ranch, immediately prepared reprisals. The cattle ranchers of Camagüey, who were also affected, entered into all sorts of conspiracies. The region would remain a hotbed of counter-revolutionary activity for years to come. Following the protest unleashed by the agrarian reform law, President Manuel Urrutia resigned on July 13, after a tactical and short-lived abdication by Fidel Castro from his post as prime minister. Many liberals were subsequently expelled from the government by Castro, leading to a much closer alliance with the communists. The crisis was largely triggered by Che's emphasis on radical land reform, promoted during the meetings at Tarara and then Cojimar. The establishment of the National Institute of Agrarian Reform, INRA, in accordance with his plans, completed the process. It was responsible for rural health, housing, and education. It was empowered to set up centers supplying machinery and services to peasants, and it was entrusted with the industrialization of the countryside. 17 The INRA's first operational director, under the formal presidency of Fidel Castro, was Núñez Jiménez, a close collaborator of Guevara's since Santa Clara. Che himself was the first administrator of the Department of Industries, a virtual ministry of industry within the INRA. During his recovery at Tarara and until his voyage around the world in June, Guevara was also entrusted with another task central to the revolution, the training of the new army, especially in ideological terms. At the fortress of La Cabana, Che had already launched a series of educational projects. The leadership's central thesis left little room for doubt. In the words of Raúl Castro, the rebel army is a political army whose objective is to defend the interests of the people. 63 Che formulated its goals with greater precision and frankness. We must move rapidly toward restructuring the rebel army, because we improvised an armed corps of peasants and workers, many of them illiterate, without culture or technical training. We must train this army for the high duties entrusted to its members, giving them a technical and cultural education. The rebel army is the vanguard of the Cuban people. 64. The new armed forces became the main pillar of the revolutionary regime, and would remain so. This was partly due to the mission Che entrusted to them, and his way of instilling in them a certain ideology and motivation. Guevara soon organized courses for both officers and troops. Following the model of Raúl Castro's schools for troops instructors in his Second Front, led by members of the PSP, Che inaugurated at La Habana what would later become the Schools for Revolutionary Instruction, EIR. Armando Acosta and Pablo Ribalta, Che's companions during the invasion, and Angel Ciuta formed the corps of instructors, along with several other Soviet Spanish veterans. The idea of linking the army's ideological training to the communists at La Habana made sense. Che's differences with the PSP were mainly tactical. At the time, he was an orthodox Marxist-Leninist. Many of his best cadres were members of the PSP, and he did not have unlimited human resources to devote to the army training program. He had to work quickly, using whoever was available. Conviction and convenience coincided once again in Che's decisions. It soon became public that a radical ideological training program was underway at La Habana. A first indication that something important was happening in the fortress appeared in a note from the American embassy dated March 20. The embassy has been receiving increasing reports during the past few weeks of communist penetration of La Habana fortress, under the command of Major Escobedo Che Guevara. These reports cover the personnel which Guevara has brought in, the orientation of the education courses which are being given to the troops stationed there, and the manner in which the revolutionary tribunals at Habana have functioned. It has been very difficult, however, to obtain specific, concrete evidence of communist penetration in that important military installation. 65. The cable later refers to a series of art exhibits, ballet performances, and poetry recitals organized by the Department of Culture at La Habana. 18. Another report drafted by the Department of Defense at about the same time mentioned the establishment of a new body within the armed forces. It stated that the Department of Culture, also known as G6, had created a unit whose ostensible purpose was to teach illiterate recruits how to read and write, but it also offered Marxist instruction. The report concluded that penetration of the army has been especially effective in the Havana area because of the position as commander of the Havana garrison of Escobedo Che Guevara, a leftist if not an actual communist, and probably still the number 3 man in actual power in Cuba. 66. During those months, Che was also involved in a third task. In early January, Fidel Castro began consolidating his fragile alliance with the Popular Socialist Party. The basis for it lay in the partnership that had developed in the Sierra Maestra during the visit of Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, along with the incorporation of PSP cadres into Che's column and Raúl Castro's Second Front. It also stemmed from the creation in October 1958 of a Unified National Workers' Front, FONU, which brought together PSP trade unionists and 26th of July militants. The process was not without friction and contradictions, giving rise to countless polemical articles in the PSP's Hoy and the 26th of July's Daily Revolution. The rapprochement was also secret. According to Fabio Grobert's account to Tad Sulk in 1985, beginning in January 1959 the top leaders of the Sierra and the PSP held a series of clandestine meetings either at Che's dwelling in Tarara or Fidel's house in Cojimar. Castro was accompanied by Che, Camilo Cienfuegos, Osmani Cienfuegos, the guerrilla leader's brother, a sometime member of the PSP, who had remained in Mexico during the war, Ramiro Valdez, and, occasionally, Raúl Castro. The PSP was represented by Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, its Secretary-General, Bias Roca, and Aníbal Escalante, a member of the Politburo. According to Grobert, we began to hold meetings as soon as Fidel, Che, and Camilo arrived here. We were not informing the militants, only a small group in the leadership. The success of the negotiations was linked to the need of preventing the Americans from having a banner for an intervention, as they had done in Guatemala, and we had to go on maintaining the secret that had prevailed until then and had contributed to the success. 67. Problems arose very quickly when labor union elections were held at the end of January. As the former pro-government leadership of Cuba's Confederation of Workers, CTC, disintegrated, both the PSP and the 26th of July began jockeying for control of the old labor organization. The 26th of July mounted a fierce attack on the PSP, obliging it to escalate its salary demands in order to regain its traditional leadership of the labor movement. The controversy was highly publicized. It took up entire pages of Hoy and Revolucion throughout the summer, and lasted most of the year. Finally, in November 1959, the PSP was soundly defeated in elections for the CTC Congress. Only Fidel Castro's intervention kept the party from being evicted entirely from the labor movement. But the rivalry and friction between the union activists of the PSP and the 26th of July did not obscure the fundamental unity that was gradually being forged by the leadership on both sides. Che played a major role in this process. The reason he helped build the alliance with the communists was not personal sympathy with them, though. Aside from Raúl Castro, Che was the leader who had the most PSP aides. Rather, it was based on strong political affinities. Che was, in a sense, the communist within the 26th of July, as much as Raúl Castro. Moreover, as Carlos Franqui recalls, Raúl was in fact more discreet than Che. 68. The strength and presence of PSP cadres was due to their convergence with Che, not the other way around. Arnaldo Martínez Verdugo, a former Secretary General of the Mexican Communist Party who spent several months in Havana in early 1959, remembers how as early as then Che protected the PSP. One day at a party office, an official from the Commission of Recovered Properties knocked on the door, bearing an order from Che to take over the buildings. The party member in charge warned him immediately, "Sit down. You don't seem to know where you are. We are a revolutionary party that fully participated in the January 1st victory." He picked up the phone, Che himself answered, and the PSP kept its branch. 69 Over and beyond agrarian reform and the new army training program, Che was moving ever closer to the classic positions of Latin American Marxism. The fact that he would later break with these positions, and with the Cuban communists and their Soviet backers, does not invalidate the fact that he shared their views completely for almost 4 years. In several public appearances during those months, Che gradually drew away from the traditional stances of the 26th of July, distinctly drifting toward the movement's left wing. In the first days of January, there was still a certain amount of confusion in Cuba and in U.S. government circles as to Che Guevara's ideological position. 19 By April, and especially after Che granted a long television interview to the program Telemundo Pregunta, his views began to attract greater attention in Havana and U.S. embassy circles. The embassy had it basically right. Escobedo Che Guevara, chief of La Habana fortress, if not an out-and-out communist, is so closely oriented toward communistic doctrine as to be indistinguishable from one. Che Guevara and Raúl Castro, because of their political orientation, coupled with their popularity and the effective control which they exercise over the armed forces, represent the single most important danger of communist infiltration within the present government. The extent of their influence over Fidel Castro is not known, but is probably considerable. It may be an important factor in Fidel Castro's reluctance to align himself clearly with the free nations in the East-West struggle. 70. In his television interview, Che displayed vast rhetorical and diplomatic skills when asked about his ideological leanings, his opinion of the Soviet Union, the PSP, the land reform, Cuba's participation in an uprising in Panama, and so on. Despite his verbal maneuvers, however, it was obvious to anyone watching the program that Che was not only close to communist positions but supported both the idea and the reality of an alliance with the PSP. He probably expressed the same views in private conversations. Guevara was not given to concealment. This is confirmed in a report delivered to the U.S. Embassy by a Cuban tobacco grower in May 1959. *20 Dr. Napoleon Padilla was a member of the Tobacco Forum, a group established by the revolutionary government to improve the industry's production and working conditions. The government's representative was Che himself, so Padilla was able to observe him closely for several weeks. According to his report, Guevara even offered to make him manager of the state cigarette company he was planning to create. Padilla stated that Che was violently anti-American, opposing the sale of any U.S. products in Cuba, including those actually made in the country, like Coca-Cola, Ked sneakers, and American cigarettes. He did not want any U.S. capital in Cuba, or good relations with Washington. He described the rebel army as the defender of the proletariat and the main political wing of the People's Revolution. Padilla also asserted that the new army was to be a major source of indoctrination for the Cuban people. Though it would also engage in useful public activities, its main task was to defend the revolution, which would inevitably come under attack by the United States, as it was essentially contrary to American interests. 71. Padilla's report includes exaggerations. Che often talked of the way he controls Fidel Castro and personal interpretations. Guevara and Raúl Castro want to create a Soviet system in Cuba, but its main thrust seems plausible. Che did, indeed, hold the views ascribed to him and expressed them quite openly. At the same time, however, Fidel Castro was making his way along the east coast of the United States, trying to convince the American establishment and the general public of his good intentions in a number of areas: land reform, communism, and the Soviet Union, among others. 21. This glaring inconsistency has various possible origins. Castro, with his extraordinary talent for showmanship, may have tried to placate his American hosts by telling them exactly what they wanted to hear, in order to gain more time before the inevitable confrontation with Washington. For almost 40 years, Castro has proven repeatedly that he is fully and easily capable of sustaining two or more contradictory positions simultaneously. In this interpretation, Fidel said one thing up north while his brother and Che said another on the island, totally aware of what they were doing. Or perhaps Fidel had not yet defined the course of the revolution, and was seeking a middle ground, unstable and temporary, but effective for a time. Finally, the possibility exists that Castro was saying whatever people wanted to hear, with the conviction of a master politician who fully trusts his own powers of persuasion. When Fidel spoke with his companions in the United States, Regino Bodi and Felipe Pazos, among others, and accepted their words of caution and restraint, he did so just as sincerely as when he agreed with Raúl and Che that the revolution must proceed rapidly in a more radical direction. Some eventually felt betrayed by him, others saw their suggestions and aspirations made reality. But when talking with Fidel, they all swore he was telling them the truth. That was simply the way he functioned. The relationship between Fidel and Che grew closer during those months, though it went through several minor difficulties. Their styles were too dissimilar for there not to be occasional friction. Fidel talked unceasingly, while Che was extremely reserved. Fidel was a politician who carefully calculated his myriad, oratorically torrential public declarations. Che expressed openly and publicly his sporadic utterances. Fidel lived in a continual, luxuriant chaos, while Che was highly organized, disciplined, and austere. Che believed in well-defined political goals. Fidel was always pondering his course and was able to adjust, qualify, or reverse it at a moment's notice. When he left the Sierra, Fidel returned to a familiar world. Indeed, he was in his element. Che, in the meantime, was confronted with a completely new environment. His friends and family, his youth, were all far away. Comments attributed to Fidel during those months, especially during his trip to the United States and immediately after his return to Cuba, must have hurt Guevara. Since January, there had been rumors of critical or sarcastic statements by Fidel. Lázaro Asensio, a veteran of the Escambre who had dinner with Castro in Cienfuegos during his triumphal march from Orient to Havana, recalls a strange comment by the Líder Máximo. Speaking of Comandante William Morgan, a companion of Gutiérrez Menoyo who would later be executed, Fidel declared that he should leave Cuba. When Asensio disagreed, Castro attacked Che Guevara, all these foreigners are mercenaries. Do you know what I'm going to do with Che Guevara? I'm going to send him to Santo Domingo and see if Trujillo kills him. As for my brother Raúl, I'm going to send him to Europe as a minister or diplomat or ambassador. 72 The rumor became so widespread that a journalist asked Che on January 6 whether it is true that you are going to lead an expedition to liberate Santo Domingo, and that you're going to finish off Trujillo. 73. Later, and perhaps more realistically, Jules Dubois, an American journalist who had interviewed Fidel Castro in the Sierra and was in contact, to say the least, with U.S. intelligence, delivered a report to the State Department. He had been assured by people close to Castro that the latter was convinced of communist infiltration and propaganda within La Habana, and that he was going to deal with it immediately. The first step would be to expel Che Guevara from the country. He planned to use as a pretext an official invitation from President Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, to commemorate the expropriation of the Suez Canal. Castro even predicted that Guevara, during his travels through the Middle East, might well suffer a severe and prolonged attack of asthma. 74. Though the exact wording may be fictitious, Castro must have expressed himself along these lines. Yet his comments may have been a test or a disinformation ploy, in one of the grand maneuvers that Fidel Castro has systematically used to mislead and confuse his interlocutors for nearly 4 decades. Che was doubtless familiar with his friend's subterfuges, but he also knew that Fidel could be ruthless in his alliances and loyalties. Throughout all his years in power and even as a university student, Castro had always been a staunch supporter of his friends while they remained out of politics, and a man fully capable of turning on them, no matter how close to him, if they entered the political fray and expediency required it. During those innocent and memorable days of victory, Che may well have believed more in a well-intentioned maneuver by Fidel than in his duplicity or sudden indifference. But he must also have suspected that there was some truth to the rumors. Behind them lurked a typical Fidelista logic. A vicious struggle was underway between what Carlos Franqui has called the nationalist wing of the 26th of July movement and the pro-communist one led by Che and Raúl. As Franqui notes, Fidel Castro, being a much more skillful politician than his brother or his favorite deputy, thought that if he confronted the United States prematurely, it would have been fatal for the revolution. That's why he wanted everybody to keep believing in his classical anti-communist stance. 75 Several conflicts erupted between them all. For instance, regarding agrarian reform, when Raúl and Che encouraged land takeovers, Fidel delivered a violent speech against such acts. On one occasion at the Havana Controller's Court, the conflict between the Castro brothers became so bitter that Raúl ended up in tears. 76 Things became even more disconcerting in the context of Castro's trip to the United States, which Che had opposed. 22 During the voyage, Fidel's moderate advisors held full sway. Castro's statements in Washington and New York added to the uncertainty that Che probably felt despite himself. But he stayed at his post and fought his battles. The first law for agrarian reform enacted in May was a partial victory. He achieved other triumphs, the departure of Saray Marin from the government, followed weeks later by the resignation of Manuel Urrutia from the presidency and the revolution's radicalization in July 1959. On June 2, Che Guevara celebrated his second wedding. Having finally broken his relationship with Hilda and obtained his divorce, Escobedo was free to marry Aleta. Till her death, the Peruvian activist believed she lost her husband to Aleta. When a man falls in love with another woman, there is nothing a wife can do. 77 Herein perhaps lies the cause, logically enough, of the strain and antipathy that prevailed between her daughter, Hilda Guevara, and Aleta, till the former's death in 1995. 78 The marriage took place at the home of one of his bodyguards, Alberto Castellanos, and once again Raúl Castro was one of the witnesses. The couple left immediately for Tarara, not very far, not very different, and not for very long. 23 Nonetheless, the honeymoon had a strong impact on Che Guevara. Later, during a trip to India, José Pardo Leta shared a room with him and committed the indiscretion of reading a letter from Che to his wife. He found it extremely explicit sexually, Absolutely pornographic 79 after his relationship with Hilda, followed by the hardly romantic conditions prevailing in the Sierra. The experience of spending days alone with an attractive and worldly Cuban woman must have made a strong impression on the stern guerrilla fighter. On June 5, Castro confirmed his decision to send Che on a lengthy trip to the Middle East, India, and Japan. Guevara left a week later, to discover a completely alien world, accompanied by a dear and familiar companion, his love of otherness. He spent 3 months away from Cuba, in an exotic voyage replete with contradictions and uncertainties. It was the first in a long series of missions around the globe that were useful for the revolution and captivating for him. But always they were darkened by a sense of exile, no matter how necessary, important, or temporary. All of these voyages would contain a mystery. His last one, to Bolivia, would bring about his death. Chapter 6. The Brain of the Revolution. The scion of the Soviet Union. C. He left for Africa on June 12, 1959, with his bodyguard, José Arguedon, and 2 government officials, Omar Fernandez and Francisco Garcia Vales. They were joined in Cairo by a mathematician, Salvador Villaseca, and in India by the journalist José Pardo Lita. The trip included countries either politically or economically important to Cuba, Japan, Yugoslavia, India, and Egypt, and others less significant, like Ceylon, Indonesia, Pakistan, Sudan, and Morocco. The true nature of the expedition was never entirely apparent, though speculation abounded. After Che's victories on the domestic front, perhaps Fidel decided it was best to remove him temporarily from the public eye. Indeed, the first great crisis of the revolution arose during his absence. Following the resignation of President Urrutia, several moderate or liberal ministers departed the government and the regime shifted to the left. On July 26, a huge celebration took place in Havana commemorating the assault on the Moncada. But nobody could blame Guevara for the government's radicalization, he was thousands of miles away. Certainly the pressures on Guevara were mounting, imposed by Cuban and American critics alike. The serious setbacks suffered by the moderates and the concerns of the United States were increasingly and with some reason attributed to the growing influence of Che and of Raúl Castro. But if the trip was indeed a form of semi-exile, as Pardo Lita has stated, it did not last for long. 1 When he returned in September, Che took charge of the INRA's Department of Industries and, weeks later, the National Bank of Cuba. Perhaps Che was the only close aide Fidel could count on to represent the revolution abroad. Raúl Castro, who attended a special session of the OAS Council of Ministers in Santiago, Chile, on August 15, made a poor showing. He was unprepared, poorly dressed, and maladroit. Furthermore, Che's responsibilities did not require his full-time presence. Fidel could manage without him for a time. Besides, the victorious rebels had no diplomatic skills or international expertise whatsoever. They might have imagined that the 3-month trip would be of prime importance to the revolution, though in fact, it was perfectly dispensable. Finally, there was the Argentine's personal fascination with the rest of the world. After 6 months in Havana, he probably yearned for new horizons. The ports of call on the itinerary were too attractive to resist, in his first encounter with the world beyond Latin America. In Cairo, President Gamal Abdel Nasser, by then a hero of Arab and pan-Islamic nationalism, received Guevara with full honors. Che toured the pyramids and Alexandria, where he spent a night in the royal palace of Montaza. He visited the Aswan Dam, still under construction, as well as the Suez Canal and Port Said. During his 2 weeks in Egypt he forged a close bond with Nasser, which would lead him to return 5 years later. The Suez Canal crisis of 1956 and Britain's boycott of Egyptian cotton made a strong impression on him. They provoked an extremely dangerous situation from which Egypt was able to emerge thanks to the appearance of a buyer that purchased the entire harvest, which was the Soviet Union. He might have reached the same conclusion regarding Aswan. When Eisenhower and John Foster Dulles decided to terminate U.S. funding for the dam, Nasser turned to Khrushchev. A year later, the United States boycotted Cuban sugar, and Esso, Shell, and Texaco refused to refine Soviet oil in Cuba. In both cases, the Soviet Union stepped into the breach. The U.S. State Department considered the visit to Egypt a success for the Cubans, but Nasser himself was left with a different impression. Che was doubtless careful not to argue with his hosts. Salvador Villaseca recalls that Guevara specifically pointed out to him a number of delicate matters, and instructed the members of his delegation as to what they should not talk about, in each country. For instance, Cuba had carried out a radical land reform, but in Egypt the visitors were ordered not to discuss the issue because, according to Che, many Egyptian leaders were large landowners. As Villaseca recalled, our goal was not to fight but, on the contrary, to make friends too. However, in his memoirs, actually written by Mohammed Haikal, Nasser relates a brief exchange precisely about land reform, following a rather strange question posed by Che Guevara. How many Egyptian refugees had to flee the country? When President Nasser answered that they had been very few, and that most of them were white, naturalized Egyptians of foreign origin, Che became upset. That means, he said, that your revolution has not accomplished much. I measure the depth of change by the number of people it affects, who feel that there is no place for them in the new society. Nasser explained that he was trying to liquidate the privileges of one class, but not of the individuals in that class. Guevara insisted on his point of view and, as a consequence, not much came of the visit. President Nasser paid scant attention to the Cubans and their policies. Point 3. In India, Che's group devoted 12 days to tourism, Agra and the Taj Mahal, to the economy, with visits to airplane factories and research centers, and to sociology, the poverty in Calcutta. The stifling heat provoked repeated asthma attacks. Despite Che's efforts, Pardoletta considered the trip unproductive. He describes a long dinner with Nehru at the former residence of the imperial viceroys, during which Che tried to coax the founder of the republic to express a substantive opinion about any one of the topics of the day, but in vain. Point 4. The U.S. intelligence services similarly found little of value in the visit to India, noting that no trade relations were established with India, where the Cuban mission met with little success. 5. Che's culture and sensitivity allowed him, however, to explore the complexities of Hindu civilization. He also learned lessons that he would take back to Cuba, not necessarily apt, but logical nonetheless. The basis for a people's economic development is determined by its technical advances. 6. Che made a good impression in Japan, according to the Americans, though again he did not achieve any trade or financial agreements. Point 7. The 12-day stay combined work, visits to factories, ports, businessmen, tourism, Mount Fuji, sumo wrestling, and political activity, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. The visit was educational, enriching his own sense of culture and preparing him for the political tasks ahead. We must recall that determination is far more important in the modern world than the existence of raw materials. There is no reason for our country not to develop its iron and steel industry. 8. The secret of Japan's success, in Che's view, was willpower. To emulate it, a country needed only to deploy the same prodigious combination of desire and discipline. Of course, Che's travel notes, published after his return to Cuba in Verde Olivo, the armed forces magazine he had just founded, did not allow for much depth or subtlety. But his social and cultural sensitivity far outweighed his economic or even political understanding. Che's apparent admiration for Sukarno's regime in Indonesia further illustrates this dichotomy. He established the following analogy: of all the countries we have visited, the Republic of Indonesia is perhaps the one that has developed in recent times a social historical project most like ours. 9. Drawing a parallel between the Cuban and Indonesian struggles for national liberation, he discovered in Sukarno a genuine national hero. The latter, interpreting the popular will and the true needs of the people, denied the counter-revolutionaries' right to sow discord and attack the regime which is the expression of the people's armed struggle. 10. Guevara bestowed upon the Indonesian leader an arguable privileged status when he asked rhetorically, "Is Fidel Castro not a man of flesh and blood, a Sukarno, a Nehru, a Nasser. 11. Whatever the requirements of protocol, Che reveals in these passages a basic misperception of people and events, a certain gullibility, and the wishful thinking that would lead to his African debacle of 1965. Sukarno was indeed a national leader who arose from his country's fight for independence. At the Bandung Conference of 1955, he played a central role in creating what later became the non-aligned movement. But like many leaders of Afro-Asian decolonization, with the major exceptions of Ho Chi Minh, Nehru, Nyerere, and Nasser, he was essentially a devious and corrupt reactionary. It was far more important for him to defend the privileges of the new elite he belonged to than to organize and eventually depend upon the needy masses of his country. He combined fiery rhetoric and an undeniable advancement of Indonesia's national identity with an extravagance and ostentatiousness of pharaonic proportions. His authoritarianism finally led to a bloody counter-coup by General Suharto in 1965, and the massacre of 500,000 communists. And he was not the only Third World leader to pull the wool over Che's eyes. Indeed, Guevara's adventure in the Congo would consist largely of the successive traps he fell into. The expedition never recovered from the procrastination and corruption of Congolese leaders like Gaston Sumiolot, Laurent Kabila, and Christopher Gbagbo, who were supposedly struggling for their country's liberation. In the end, Che did realize how mistaken he was, but by then it was too late. In an unpublished letter addressed to Fidel Castro from the shores of Lake Tanganyika in October 1965, Che criticized the Congolese leaders who had just been received in Havana like kings and in whom he had deposited all his trust. Sumiolot and his companions have sold you an enormous bridge. It would take me forever to enumerate the huge number of lies they told you. I know Kabila well enough to have no illusions in his regard. I have some background on Sumiolot, like for example the lies he told you, the fact that he has not set foot on this god-forsaken land, his frequent drinking bouts in Dar es Salaam, where he stays in the best hotels, they are given huge amounts of money, all at once, to live splendidly in every African capital, not to mention that they are housed by the main progressive countries who often finance their travel expenses. The Scotch and the women are also covered by friendly governments, and if one likes good Scotch and beautiful women, that costs a lot of money. 12. By the time Che grasped the type of allies he had shacked up with in the Congo, his expedition was in fact just about over. The explanation for this tragic misunderstanding lies not only in his ignorance about the situation on the ground, but also in his obsession for discovering non-existent political virtues in an always bewitching otherness. Che was enormously attracted by the cultural and ethnic diversity he found, by the multitude of brothers in this part of the world who await the right time to consolidate a bloc that will destroy colonial domination. 13. His commitment to revolution, politics, and the armed struggle was too strong for him to see beyond the ideological wrapping of those people he admired. Yet his love of the differences he unearthed in each civilization, race, literature, architecture, and history prevented him from reducing everything to politics. Beginning with the strip, Che always saw two things in his travels: political affinity and cultural diversity. Since he could not find the latter in either Europe or Latin America, he was, after all, a Latin American with a European heritage. He would increasingly invent the former, concocting political analogies where in fact there were none. The Congolese leaders had to be revolutionary because they were culturally different. The native Indians of Bolivia had to be ready to take up arms. Mao and the Chinese leaders had to be willing to promote world revolution, especially in Africa. Che never ceased to be disappointed because he never ceased to hope, endlessly renewing his search for political parallels. His passage through Ceylon and Pakistan was unremarkable, aside from its slightly quixotic tinge. It is difficult to understand how the third most important leader of the Cuban Revolution could spend 3 days visiting places like Colombo and Karachi while the new regime struggled against both internal and external threats. In contrast, his week in Yugoslavia seemed more relevant. This was Che's first voyage to a socialist country, albeit an atypical one, and he discovered many things worthy of his interest, if not his praise. It was for him perhaps the most interesting of all the countries we visited. 14. Interesting and somewhat surprising. Although it was avowedly communist, only 15% of the land had been collectivized. It enjoyed a very great freedom of criticism, though there is only one political party, and the newspapers, logically follow government guidelines within a certain margin for discussion and disagreement. I can assert, that in Yugoslavia there is a wide margin of freedom within the limitations imposed by a system whereby one social class dominates the others. 16. Guevara formulated the first of a long list of objections to Yugoslav-style self-management, too many luxury products on the market, and no long-term economic strategy. In his words, I cannot insist strongly enough on emphasizing the larger course of industrialization which must be carried out in a country as poor and underdeveloped as Yugoslavia. 17. He felt somewhat deceived by the Yugoslavs. Che's traveling companion Omar Fernandez recalled in an interview 30 years later how Guevara asked Tito for weapons during a long lunch at his Brioni game preserve. Tito refused, explaining that his country did not produce enough arms. A few days later, Che read in the press that Yugoslavia was selling weapons to an Arab country. Great neutrality, he exclaimed. 18. As in Bolivia 5 years earlier, Che made no mention of the link between Yugoslavia's geopolitical stance and its internal regime. He does not appear to have assimilated the connection between moderate reforms, greater freedom, and national consensus on the domestic plane, and less friction with Washington. Indeed, there is no comment at all about contradictory U.S. stances. In Egypt, for instance, Che failed to perceive that an important element in the devolution of the Suez Canal to Egypt lay precisely in the U.S. condemnation, in November 1956, of the Anglo-French invasion of Port Said. Without it, the Tel Aviv-London-Paris coalition might well have reversed the canal expropriation and toppled Nasser. Che did not acknowledge any link between the peculiar domestic traits of Yugoslav communism and Tito's virtual neutrality in the East-West conflict. He could have rejected Yugoslavia's goulash socialism, a forerunner of the Hungarian variety, or he might have praised the domestic margin of freedom allowing for international neutrality. He chose simply to neglect Tito's role on the world stage. In fact, Che did not want to raise any matter which might have weakened his own position or that of Fidel Castro in the Cuban struggle. To recognize the possibility of combining neutrality and communism, even if the term had to be redefined, might have undermined Cuba's resistance vis-a-vis the United States. It might also have blunted the Manichaeism needed for the coming, entirely desirable, confrontation with Washington. One might even speculate that Che, in his first political writings after the revolution, was careful in what he said and how he said it, subordinating his views to the political requirements of the moment. Without concealing the truth, he might well have adjusted it in the light of Cuba's political situation. So Che Guevara was by now fully committed to the revolution, all else was secondary. The best proof of this lies in one of his letters to the most important woman in his life, his mother, Celia. In it, he explains why no one should be surprised if he adapts the content of his writing to his political goals. It is worth quoting in its entirety, as it reveals Guevara's evolution better than any description. My old dream of visiting all countries is now coming true. Though, without Aleda, whom I could not bring due to one of those complicated mental states I have. A sense of the big picture as opposed to the personal has been developing in me. I am still the same solitary person who continues to seek his path without any help, but now I have a sense of my historical duty. I have no house, wife, children, parents, or brothers. My friends are friends as long as they think like me, politically, and yet I am happy. I feel important in life, not only a powerful inner strength, which I always felt, but also an ability to influence others and an absolutely fatalistic sense of my mission which frees me from all fear. I don't know why I am writing you this, perhaps I am just missing Aleda again. *2. It might seem strange that a newly married man should confide to his mother that he does not have a wife, even in figurative terms. But the letter reveals far more than a possible problem in the marriage. It suggests that Che had decided to devote his life to a cause. His loves, friendships, all personal matters, would henceforth be subordinated to his mission, his historical duty. He missed Aleda. He mentioned her twice, but she, too, was relegated to the background. She would not play a central role in his life. And his fatalistic sense, which frees me from all fear and would lead him to his death at La Higuera, now possessed him entirely. Perhaps he was exaggerating to his mother the importance of this new element. But he now had a clear idea of death and a personal destiny. Nothing he did from this point on would escape the imprint of these ideas. Che was convinced that he was challenging death, and that he had a fate. On September 10, he was back in Havana. Many changes awaited him, and he was soon caught up in a whirlwind of events. He returned to his post at the INRA, heading the Department of Industries, where his work had acquired far greater importance than before. Many of Cuba's sugar mills had been expropriated and placed under INRA jurisdiction, which meant that Che was actually taking on the most important sector of the country's economy. *3 At first, both Fidel and Núñez Jiménez, the INRA's operational director, were careful to keep Che's designation a relative secret too. No public announcement was made. But Washington was already fully aware of the setback to U.S. interests. Contrary to our earlier hopes, moderating forces, the National Bank Group especially, have for the present at least lost out in contest for influence over Castro. Our bitter enemies, Raúl Castro and Che Guevara, are very much in the saddle. They can be counted on to speed up radical agrarian reform as well as measures designed to destroy or cripple U.S. mining, petroleum, and public utility interests. 19. The government soon announced Che's designation as director of the National Bank, Cuba's central bank. His performance is well documented. He was in charge of the island economy for over 4 years. For better or worse, one of the revolution's most important fronts was entrusted to an Argentine physician who was a pro-Soviet radical with scant knowledge of economics. But, as pointed out in Chapter 4, he had a very clear idea of his goals and a sense of discipline and organization sorely lacking in Cuba at the time. The decision to place Che at the head of the central bank did not take place as has often been reported. In the consecrated anecdote, Fidel Castro asked during a meeting who among those present was an economist. Che replied that he was, only to explain later that he had misheard the question, understanding communist instead of economist. Castro knew perfectly well that Che had little or no expertise in economics, but the real economists he had available were not trustworthy in his eyes. Among the people he did trust, Che was the most knowledgeable. He had read some economics, and already had 2 months' experience at the INRA. Furthermore, his mission abroad had included some trade negotiations. Fidel's decision to put him in charge of the money supply and financial policy for the new companies within the INRA made sound political sense. Furthermore, the death of Camilo Cienfuegos in November and the definitive designation of Raúl as defense minister left him little choice. The moment was also ripe for Fidel to send a message to the United States and the Cuban oligarchy about who was running the country, and how. Washington understood, well before the cabinet changes at the end of November, that its allies in the National Bank had been defeated. Che's appointment to the bank was accompanied by other changes, all in favor of his close associates and to the detriment of liberal moderates. Fidel also named Raúl Minister of Defense and his brother's secretary, Augusto Martínez Sánchez, Minister of Labor, as a sop for the PSP, after its resounding defeat at the CTC Labor Congress. The changes followed the arrest and imprisonment of Huber Matos, whose trial was indeed the trigger for Fidel's new shift toward the left. It also marked the first appearance of Cuba's new apparatus for state security and terror. Matos was accused, along with others, of conspiring against the revolution. The evidence against him was of the Soviet variety, characteristically fabricated by the intelligence services. It was built on rumors, letters, telephone taps, and anonymous accusations. The truth of the conspiracy has never been proven. But it was abundantly clear that Matos opposed Fidel's course. No further proof was necessary. Che headed the central bank for 14 months. He was responsible for Cuba's monetary policy, foreign currency reserves, and macroeconomic strategy. He was also involved in building up the army, in Cuban diplomacy, and writing. He took courses in mathematics, economics, aviation, and, toward the end of this period, Russian. But his main activity was in the bank, where he acquired a reputation for order, punctuality, and an enormous capacity for work. He would arrive at his office toward mid-morning, staying until 2 or 3 a.m. every night. His desk was always in order, he was quick at dispatching paperwork, and the classic verbosity of his Cuban subordinates was for a time banished from some government offices. That year also saw the consolidation of two other features in his daily life, his eternal irreverence, and interminable nighttime discussions. These were both conspiratorial and conversational. Anybody could visit him at the bank to talk about anything at all. His irreverence reached its peak with the issuance of Cuban currency notes signed Che. When criticized for this by a Cuban correspondent, he replied, "If my way of signing is not typical of bank presidents, this does not signify, by any means, that I am minimizing the importance of the document, but that the revolutionary process is not yet over and, besides, that we must change our scale of values." 20. Che's iconoclastic bent was also reflected in his informal dress and protocol. He always received visitors in his olive green fatigues, his feet often resting upon the desk, obliging those he did not like to wait for hours, while maintaining with his subordinates a relationship based upon equality and camaraderie. Like many of his traits, this irreverence was only partly spontaneous. He sought to project a certain image to others, and confirm it to himself. But he never allowed his apparent informality to affect the substance of his work. On the contrary, Che's tenure at the bank would be recalled for his seriousness in studying documents, his hard work, promptness, and efficiency. Many also recall his impressive intellectual versatility and inclination for universal ideas. He was interested in everything: issues, countries, personalities. At the top of his list were Argentines, be they revolutionaries or intellectuals. During those years, Che had friends throughout the Latin American, European, and American left, from Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir to C. Wright Mills and John Garrissy, from René Dumont and Charles Bettelheim to Escobedo Sabato and Lázaro Cárdenas. He would receive them in his offices at midnight, mate and cigar in hand, relaxed and always avid for information, ideas, and messages. Countless projects, conspiracies, and complicities were hatched during those nocturnal meetings, as well as abiding loyalties and affections which would survive Che's demise. Because of his meager familiarity with economics, his early decisions at the bank were cautious and fairly orthodox. He first concentrated on building up the country's hard currency reserves, initially restricting foreign luxury goods and then all purchases abroad. He stepped up sugar exports in the first quarter of 1960, and tried to limit imports requiring cash payments either through barter or long-term agreements. The need to save hard currency, to escape the bondage of purchases in dollars or other strong currencies, the apparent benefits of barter, or a ruble zone, marked the beginnings of his work in government. He was obsessed by Cuba's lack of resources. His fascination with alternatives to the dollar as an international exchange currency would distort his views on more than one occasion. Ideological concerns led him to make a series of mistakes. For example, he immediately cut salaries and benefits for Cuba's highly specialized government bureaucracy, which was, as in many Latin American central banks, honest, competent, conservative, and well-paid. Escobedo Betancourt, deputy director of the bank when Che took over until his resignation 3 weeks later, recalls him with affection and respect as being naive and businesslike simultaneously. The way he handled the thorny problem of wages at the bank illustrates this combination. Betancourt's secretary at the time made $375 a month. Che came along, stating, "The highest salary we should pay here is $350, nobody should make more than $350. The administrative head of the bank explained that employees had already bought their houses, and had a standard of living based upon higher salaries, and would simply leave if their salaries were cut. Che replied, "I don't care, let them leave, because we'll bring in longshoremen or cane cutters to do their field work here and we'll pay them that salary." Subsequently he grasped the blunders made by the proletarians, and changed course. 21. Something similar happened when Che precipitously sought to have Cuba withdraw from the International Monetary Fund. Faced with the obligation to send instructions about a Cuban vote through its regional director at the fund, Che decided to go against the experts' technical advice. Betancourt recalls the following revealing exchange. "No, look, we are going to withdraw anyway from the monetary fund because we are going to join the Soviet Union, which is technologically 25 years ahead of the United States. So I said to him, Commandante, if the government has decided to withdraw from the monetary fund, that's fine. I want you to understand one thing, though, we currently have a $25 million loan from the monetary fund, which we will have to pay if we withdraw, and we only have $70 million in our hard currency reserves. It is not a good idea for us to use that money now, because we are at the end of the year and we won't have any dollars coming in until the sugar harvest begins in January." Che confessed, "Oh, I didn't know that, I was told that they hadn't lent us anything." I said to him, "What you have been told is wrong. The agency that has never lent anything to Cuba, either now or under Batista, is the World Bank, but the IMF has." Che changed his mind, but Cuba still left the IMF a full year later. 22. Che was not yet imbued with the economic theories that a group of Marxist Chileans, Mexicans, and Argentines would soon foist upon him. Nor was he yet familiar with the Soviet ideas he would later adopt. He tried to function with the sitting team at the bank, but its members decided to leave first for their homes, and then Miami. His aides would gradually take up the slack. Due to both the arrest of Matos and the removal of Felipe Pazos, as well as their own reluctance to follow Che's policy at the bank, most of the senior bank officials resigned. Although Che learned economics quickly *4 he still needed technicians, and began to recruit as many as he could. They gradually adopted his priorities, which were ethical and political rather than economic. Betancourt recalls the process as follows. Che was never a fully integrated Marxist. He was a typical Latin American leftist, with some rudiments of Marxism, but he was not trained by the party. The proof is that he arrived at the bank and, recognizing that he had a limited knowledge of Marxist economics, asked Juanito Noyola, a Mexican Marxist economist, who did have that background, to teach him. Che was very organized, very systematic in everything he did, and so he simply took classes with Juanito twice a week so that Juanito could explain to him the basics of Marxist economics. 23. Then, as now, the principal progressive recipes for Latin American economic development were few in number and fairly diffuse. They consisted essentially of industrialization through import substitution, the diversification of import and export markets, a central role for the state in the economy, and the need for significant land reform, more or less radical, depending on the country. These all formed what might be called the consensus of the UN Economic Commission for Latin America, ECLA. The Latin American left distinguished itself from ECLA by its emphasis on four essentially quantitative criteria: faster industrialization, greater diversification, more radical land reform, and a more powerful state in the economy and society. At first, Che's economic views did not go far beyond the ECLA consensus. He contemplated measures similar to those proposed by his leftist advisors like Noyola, the Chilean Albin Latist, the Ecuadorian Raúl Maldonado, and the Argentine Nestor Laverne, and others. Among them, as Maldonado recalled, nationalizing the island's foreign trade, which represented half of the domestic product, figured prominently. Che's aim for the national bank consisted precisely in its transformation into a sort of foreign trade bank. 24 He would gradually conclude that the state monopoly of all trade with the rest of the world was a necessary condition for the type of institutional relationship he would seek to negotiate with the Soviet Union toward the end of 1960 during his visit to the socialist countries. However, these strictly economic criteria would soon be overtaken by his political strategy for confrontation with the United States and the Cuban oligarchy. This was the weak point in Guevara's ideology or its strong point, depending on one's view. Until the end of his life, Che believed that the economic sphere should be secondary, in politics as in life. He operated from an ethical and humanistic stance rather than a Marxist or historical one. Che always called for the abolition of mercantilistic relations among people, and insisted that society should be governed by something other than money. Hence the escalation of his conflict with the Americans in several areas: the sugar quota, the refinement of Soviet oil, arms purchases from Europe and then the USSR, and the expropriation of American assets. On all these fronts, he decided to negotiate as little as possible, and only when necessary. This forced the Cuban regime even further to the left, leading to a gradual break with the United States, which Che perceived both as an end in itself, and a powerful platform for change. By this stage, Fidel was much closer to his stance than before. As Che saw it, the presence of an enemy stimulates revolutionary euphoria and creates the necessary conditions for radical change. 25. In a secret document dated March 23, 1960, the U.S. Director of Central Intelligence emphasized Che's role in his government's antagonism toward the United States. Under the direction of Fidel Castro's brother Raúl, and under the influence of Che Guevara, the armed services, police, and investigative agencies have been brought under unified control, purged of Batista professionals as well as other outspoken anti-communist elements, and subjected to communist-slanted political indoctrination courses. A civilian militia composed of students, workers, and peasants is being trained and armed. 26. To counterbalance this confrontational attitude toward the U.S., Che sought closer relations with the Soviet Union in a move that he considered both desirable and necessary, due to the conflict with the United States and the urgent need to find other buyers for Cuban sugar. He also tacitly hoped that these first two tactics would expand the state's function in the Cuban economy both as a goal in itself, and as a way to banish economic criteria from the realm of human relations. If the state controlled everything, then relations among people would improve as they became free of the problems arising from money, salaries, exchange, competition, and rivalry. The land expropriation program had accelerated in the last months of 1959 as a result of grassroots peasant pressure for land and Fidel Castro's shift toward the left. Compensation payments were still pending. When they did occur, they fell far short of U.S. requirements. They were not prompt, adequate, or immediately effective. Other internal and external pressures mounted throughout 1960, especially between January and July, when two crucial events took place. First, the U.S. cancelled its purchase of the government's sugar quota. Then Castro expropriated the foreign-owned oil refineries after they refused to refine the Soviet oil that had replaced Venezuelan supplies. Che played a decisive role both in bringing on the July crisis and in finding and implementing a Soviet solution to it. Relations with Moscow had been intensifying from the outset. In October 1959, Antonio Núñez Jiménez was approached by a character central to this account, Alexander Alexeyev, an intelligent and sensitive man who 35 years later maintained an immense affection for Cuba and its people, as well as the revolution which brought him into contact with history and the tropics. He arrived in Havana on October 1 as an official of the Foreign Ministry. Alexeyev was traveling with a delegation of Soviet journalists and also had a journalist's visa. Though he was regarded as a correspondent, he never concealed his true mission. 5 He quickly arranged a meeting with Fidel in order to deliver a gift and establish contact on behalf of his government. But he first met with Che, whom he considered almost a communist. 27 He was the first Cuban leader to receive me, on October 12, 1959, At INRA 28, according to Alexeyev, our assessments of numerous different world events were identical, with no substantive divergencies. 29 Che quickly set up a meeting with Castro on October 16. Their conversation gave rise to an important idea. After the Soviet Deputy Prime Minister Anastas Mikoyan attended the United Nations General Assembly in November, he was scheduled to inaugurate a Soviet industrial exhibit in Mexico. The suggestion was made that the exposition could then travel to Havana, where it would be officially opened by Mikoyan. Alexeyev flew off to Mexico to take up the matter with Mikoyan, who promptly accepted the invitation. Tentatively, November 28 was chosen as the date. But the Cubans then decided they preferred that the Soviet visit not coincide with a religious conference scheduled for those days and postponed it to the following year. Che's man Ramiro Valdez and Hector Rodriguez Lompart, an aide of Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, were shipped off to Mexico to reschedule everything. 3 days later, the Cuban government announced that Anastas Mikoyan would inaugurate the Soviet Industrial Exposition in Havana on February 3, 1960. At this point a curious Soviet personage appeared on the scene, Nikola Leonov, the KGB officer who had met Raúl Castro in Vienna in 1953 and Che in Mexico in 1956. He accompanied Mikoyan to Mexico in 1959 as his interpreter and bodyguard. When Mikoyan subsequently traveled to Cuba, Leonov went with him, entrusted among other things with a delicate task, to choose gifts for their Cuban hosts. To Che and Raúl, he presented an ode selection. For Che, who likes arms, we bought 2 weapons, a very fine pistol and another high-precision sports model, along with ammunition. For Raúl I bought a chess set, as he was a very good chess player. 30 Upon his arrival in Havana, Leonov visited Che's home in Ciudad Libertad, where to the Russians' surprise he had to be awakened at mid-morning. They met as old friends, perhaps with greater affection and familiarity than was warranted by their earlier, fleeting acquaintance in Mexico. Only 4 years had passed since their previous encounter, but what a difference! As Leonov remembers, when they opened the box with the weapons, he tried them without firing them, he liked them. 31. Che was highly active in the negotiations with Mikoyan, especially concerning the amount, time frame, and strategic significance of Soviet cooperation. After welcoming Mikoyan at the airport with Fidel, Che attended their next meeting in secret. It was of historic importance. Leonov described it as follows. Che was present at the key conversation, which took place at a little fishing place Fidel had on the Laguna del Tesoro. We made the trip in a Soviet helicopter which was part of the exhibition. Fidel brought Che along as the second member of the Cuban delegation. The Russian delegation consisted of Mikoyan and the Soviet ambassador in Mexico and myself as an interpreter and note-taker, as we were not using tape recorders for the sake of security. The helicopter landed outside the little fishing cottage, where we all stayed. The conversation took place in an absolutely spectacular setting. We were not indoors, but walking along wooden bridges over the swamp, amid the croaking of the bullfrogs and the sounds of the tropical night. The conversation centered on 2 or 3 basic points: the establishment of relations. It was February and we had no embassy. Mikoyan said that in order to be in contact we needed to open embassies both here and there, to have formal contact, and this was quickly agreed upon. Then another matter arose, that of loans, and here Che Guevara participated, supporting Fidel's position. The essence was that Mikoyan had instructions to promise only $100 million. Fidel said it was too little, that $100 million would not be enough to begin reorganizing all economic activity, and this during a full-fledged conflict with the United States. What he was planning was the economic reorganization of Cuba within the socialist camp, and $100 million was too little. Mikoyan said, well, let's use the 100 million and then we'll go on talking to obtain more. Che said, when taking a historic step it is better to have a far deeper commitment, providing greater security for the future. It's no joke to reorient a country from one side to the other. If you drop us halfway with $100 or $200 million, we won't solve anything. 32. According to Alexeyev, Che was the principal architect of Soviet-Cuban economic cooperation. 33. Though not in all of its aspects. For instance, the possibility of Soviet arms sales to Cuba was not discussed during Mikoyan's visit. 6. As Alexeyev recalls it, Castro secretly asked the Soviet Union for arms, via Alexeyev, only 1 month later, after the explosion of the French ship L'Aquabir in Havana on March 4, 1960. Over 100 Cubans were killed and an entire shipment of rifles and ammunition was destroyed. Raúl negotiated the terms the following July in Moscow. 34. Thanks to Mikoyan's visit, the revolutionary regime accomplished several of its goals. It obtained a loan of $100 million, no strings attached, and it consolidated the Soviet Union's commitment to continue buying sugar. A small transaction had been negotiated earlier, and in reality Moscow had been purchasing Cuban sugar since Batista's time. In addition, the two countries established diplomatic relations. Forcoman, the former revolutionary student movement leader who had fought at Che's side in Santa Clara, was named Cuba's first ambassador to the Soviet Union. Sergei Kudryavtsev, earlier entrusted with an espionage mission in Canada, represented his country in Havana. Finally, the Cubans ensured the receipt of Soviet oil shipments in significant and increasing volume, in exchange for Cuban sugar. Cuba's oil situation was desperate indeed, and the problems it raised constituted Che's first confrontational international experience. The American refineries in Cuba imported crude from Venezuela, sold it to clients in pesos, and charged the national bank in dollars so as to pay their Venezuelan suppliers. Che began delaying payment to the companies, which in turn started to pressure him. The first shipment of Soviet oil arrived at Havana on April 19, 1960. Negotiations with the American companies were at a standstill. Their representative, Tex Brewer, complained bitterly of Che's threats and obstinacy. Finally, Che agreed to a last payment on debts outstanding, on the condition that the refineries buy 300,000 barrels of Soviet oil. The companies refused to refine the Soviet crude, with the complicity of the U.S. Treasury and without consulting the American embassy in Havana. On June 6, Ambassador Philip Bonsai described to his superior in Washington, in an eyes-only report, a meeting he had held with Brewer. The policy of his company, ESSO, had been, on the assumption that the U.S. government would take no stand in the matter, that it would be inevitable to refine the Russian crude, as desired by the Cuban government. The assumption, however, turned out to be contrary to fact. At a meeting held perhaps on June 3 in Secretary Anderson's office with Tom Mann representing the department and Mr. Barnes, CIA, Texaco, and Standard, ESSO, were told by Secretary Anderson the following, that a refusal on their part to refine Russian crude in Cuba would be consistent with overall U.S. policy toward the Cuban government. On the basis of this statement of U.S. government policy, Standard, ESSO, and Texaco have decided to refuse to refine Soviet crude. The effect of this policy will be to present the Cuban government with the alternative of either accepting the decision or of assuming full responsibility for the operation of the refineries and for the procuring of the necessary crude from Russian or other available sources. I think the companies will be intervened and that the government will make every effort to increase shipments of Russian crude. On the other hand, if the government manages to operate the refineries and to maintain an adequate flow of products, it will have gained a significant victory, comparable to that of Egypt when it demonstrated its ability to operate the Suez Canal. 7. A cable from the British ambassador to the Foreign Office, dated June 22, emphasized Che's role in the negotiations and their final outcome. Guevara stated unabashedly that the Soviet Union is a power which has the petroleum, the ships to transport it, the willingness to transport it and the decision to do so. Her Majesty's ambassador drew the appropriate, if un-American, conclusion, if this is so, I cannot see that diplomatic pressure and threat of withholding supplies altogether would be of any avail. 35. Castro proceeded accordingly, ordering the refineries to process the Soviet oil or face the consequences. Their nationalization on June 29 was decreed by Che Guevara, who had won his first international battle. The collision course he had chosen was the right one. The inevitable confrontation with Washington had radicalized the masses, and raised their consciousness. Moscow's support had proven both reliable and decisive. Days later, the Eisenhower administration suspended the purchase of Cuban sugar. Che and Castro, invoking their agreement with Mikoyan in February, asked Khrushchev to take on the equivalent of the U.S. quota, if only for symbolic purposes. Thanks to the earlier negotiations and Nikita Khrushchev's sympathy for the Cuban Revolution, which was not necessarily shared by the rest of the Soviet leadership, the next day the Kremlin announced that it would buy the total amount of the U.S. quota for that year. 36 There was another reason, however, for Khrushchev's decision. Moscow was fully engaged in its struggle with China, though in Cuba there was little information about or awareness of the issue. The first public clash between the two giants of socialism had taken place just weeks earlier, at the Congress of the Workers' Communist Party of Romania, held in Bucharest on June 21. Khrushchev privately described the Chinese delegation as crazy, Trotskyist, and warmongers. 37 The Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party met 2 weeks later and adopted Khrushchev's proposal to withdraw all Soviet technicians from China. As the French journalist K.S. Carroll noted in 1970, the Soviet Union's support for Cuba was the perfect alibi for its anti-China offensive. Nobody could accuse the Soviets of being soft toward the United States, or failing to support the Third World, at a time when they were saving Cuba from international ostracism and economic disaster. 38. From early 1960, Che had launched a campaign against the sugar quota, presenting it as a form of slavery which forced Cuba to keep producing sugar cane. He was now proven right, and could boast of his victory. 8 He alone sought the elimination of the quota, promoted an alliance with the Soviet Union, conducted the economic negotiations with Mikoyan in February, and finally succeeded in substituting Moscow for Washington. On July 9, at the height of the conflict with Washington over oil and sugar, Khrushchev announced that the Soviet armed forces would defend Cuba with missiles, if necessary. Castro confirmed the announcement, but warned that it should be interpreted metaphorically. Guevara, never one to be left behind, immediately declared that Cuba is now a glorious island in the center of the Caribbean, defended by the missiles of the greatest military power in history. 39 A few days later, the two Cuban leaders backed down from their belligerent tone. Fidel clarified that Cuba's independence rested upon the justice of its cause, not on Soviet missiles. Che announced that any attempt to transform Cuba into a Soviet satellite would be resisted to the last man. 40 Regardless, once the brief brouhaha subsided and private visits to the USSR by Núñez Jiménez in June and Raúl Castro took place in July, it was only natural that Guevara should lead the regime's first official delegation to the Soviet Union in October 1960. It was to be the culmination of Che's love affair with real, live socialism. As Fidel and Che drew closer to the Soviet Union, tensions with the United States were exacerbated. The revolutionaries had already acquired a safety net for Cuba's sugar sales and its oil supply, and soon would also acquire weapons. They could now proceed to harden their domestic positions, in a crackdown which Che supported and, to some extent, inspired. It was he who set up Cuba's first labor camp in those months, in Guanajuato. 41 He spent a few days there, establishing one of the most heinous precedents of the Cuban Revolution, the confinement of dissidents, homosexuals, and, later, AIDS victims. His retrospective justification was frank, concise, and thoroughly regrettable. We only send to Guanajuato those doubtful cases where we are not sure people should go to jail. I believe that people who should go to jail anyway. Whether long-standing militants or whatever, they should go to jail. We send to Guanajuato those people who should not go to jail, people who have committed crimes against revolutionary morals, to a greater or lesser degree, along with simultaneous sanctions like being deprived of their posts, and in other cases not those sanctions, but rather to be re-educated through labor. It is hard labor, not brute labor, rather the working conditions are harsh but they are not brutal. * 9. Freedom of the press was curtailed. The government shut down several newspapers, and nationalized the principal press agencies. It also pressured the university to toe the line. Independent-minded professors proceeded to leave the country. Of course, the authorities' radicalization affected both sides. Liberals and dissidents from the 26th of July movement joined Batista's ex-henchmen, who were preferred by the CIA, in combating their new enemies the Castro brothers and Che. Counter-revolutionaries stepped up their opposition through sabotage, burning the sugar crops, murdering literacy workers in the Escambray Mountains, and organizing armed expeditions from abroad. The United States, for its part, also made a series of irrevocable decisions, resolving to overthrow Fidel Castro by any means. Preparations began for what would become the Bay of Pigs. Everyone was caught up in the rush of events, but some knew where it was leading, while others did not. Che was one of those who knew, and this gave him enormous political power. In a secret cable in July, Ambassador Bonsai reported a rumor that Che was sponsoring a sort of coup d'état, at a time when stories circulated about a serious illness befalling Fidel Castro. He did not venture to give further details, but explained, "I am convinced that Guevara is the real leader of this country at this time, though he would not be able to govern for long without Fidel." 42 On August 8, Time magazine devoted its cover story to Che Guevara, calling him the brain of the revolution, while Fidel was its heart and Raúl its fist. 43 As Henry Luce's magazine pontificated, wearing a smile of melancholy sweetness that many women find devastating, Che guides Cuba with icy calculation, vast competence, high intelligence, and a perceptive sense of humor. 44. So when Che Guevara arrived in Moscow for an official visit on October 22, he had the world and Cuba at his fingertips. His goal, in principle, was to ratify and extend Soviet-Cuban cooperation. This was the second stop in a 2-month journey. Once again, a long absence from Cuba. He left behind Aleta, who was 8 months pregnant, a precarious economic situation, and a series of pending internationalist projects. No matter. As in his youth in Buenos Aires, he was sailing under the banner of Henry the Navigator and Caetano Veloso. To navigate is necessary, to live is not. The trip had been well planned. On September 1, Che had notified the new Soviet ambassador that he would head the Cuban mission to Moscow. 45 His first concrete goal was to ensure that the USSR would buy the sugar that the US was meant to purchase in the following year. Guevara presented his concerns to the Soviet ambassador. The United States would not be buying the 3 million tons of sugar projected for 1961, and so Cuba hoped that the USSR would fill the gap. 46 He accompanied Cuba's request with the possibility of its joining the socialist bloc, and proposed a series of conferences or meetings with representatives of other socialist countries in Moscow. He suggested several other important items for the agenda, like Cuba's request for Soviet banking specialists, a contradiction in terms, as Fidel was planning to nationalize all private banks by the end of the year. Lastly, he wished to propose the resale of Cuban gasoline, derived from Soviet oil surpluses, to countries like Canada, a scheme which would last until the late 80s, providing substantial hard currency revenues. 47. The first stop on the trip was Czechoslovakia, where Che had his first direct taste of a Warsaw Pact country. There he signed a cooperation agreement which included a $20 million loan and the establishment in Cuba of a Czech automotive plant, basically for trucks and tractors. Then on to the USSR, where Che stayed for just over 2 weeks. The Cuban delegation visited all the obligatory sites, the Lenin Museum, the Moscow subway, the Lenin and Stalin mausoleums, Red Square on the anniversary of the October Revolution, 8 Moscow factories, and a sovkhoz on the outskirts of the capital. They also attended a philharmonic concert and 2 performances of the Bolshoi Ballet. The visit included talks with Khrushchev and Mikoyan to discuss, among other things, the election of John F. Kennedy, which had just occurred. In Leningrad, they visited the Smolny Institute, where Lenin launched the Bolshevik Revolution, as well as the battleship Aurora, the Hermitage and the Winter Palace, before heading for Stalingrad and Rostov-on-the-Don. In brief, Che was given the standard tour for friends of the heroic Soviet Union. Careful examination of his schedule suggests that because there were few substantive aspects to the trip, his time therefore had to be filled with activities and amusements. Perhaps he was not meant to have any free time, so he would not see things or people other than those programmed for him. 48 Either way, Guevara was unable to break away from his hosts, and did not get a chance to see any typical Soviet housing, the countryside, Siberia, or the less glorious sides of daily life in the USSR. The Soviets thought that just fine, explaining that he did not make contact with the humble man in the street, because he was not one of those populists. Che spent his time in conversations with officials, where he could solve problems for his government that he could not resolve in the street. 49. On November 16, he left Moscow with his admiration for the fatherland of socialism intact. Of course, certain details disconcerted him. At a supper for friends at Alexeyev's home, he noted that the dinner service was made of the finest china, and asked, "Do the proletarians really eat on dishes like this?" 50 Carlos Franchi recalls an episode even more revealing of Che's ideological bent at the time. Upon my return to Havana, I had a run-in with Che Guevara at a Council of Ministers meeting. I talked about our experience in Prague with the tuzeras, the Czech girls in the hotels, and the stores for the Tuzeks, Czech nomenclatura officials. Che, who had been there at the same time as us, heading a delegation, contradicted me, "Those are lies. You and your prejudices." "I'm not lying, Che. Nor am I prejudiced. I'm just not blind like you, who see everything in rosy colors. I say it's a lie. I was there just as you were, and I didn't see anything." 10. His naivete was understandable if inexcusable. He did not know the socialist world, he had not followed the great debates in Western Europe about the Eastern Bloc, and his contacts with Marxist intellectuals from abroad were just beginning. The lack of a militant past made its weight felt. Che did not even notice the vigorous debate stimulated by the Khrushchev thaw. Less than a year after his visit, the Russian capital would see the publication of Alexander Solzhenitsyn's A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, along with other heretical works. During his stay in Moscow, the city hosted the Congress of 81 Communist and Workers' Parties of the world, where Chinese and Soviet representatives engaged in a ferocious fratricidal and irreversible struggle. Che remained oblivious to it all. He rejected Cuban ambassador Forecoman's advice against placing a floral tribute at Stalin's tomb. He went anyway. There were both Soviet and Cuban reasons not to do so. Barely a year later, in November 1961, the body of the Little Father of the People would be transferred from Lenin's mausoleum to its current burial place in the walls of the Kremlin. It was in Moscow that Che was first flustered by the intensity and complexity of the incipient conflict between China and the Soviet Union. Before his departure from Havana, Soviet diplomats there had insisted on holding a roundtable meeting of socialist countries in Moscow. Their reasons were obvious. The USSR wished to divide purchases of Cuban sugar among its allies. Of the 3 million tons Che had asked the Soviets to buy, Khrushchev had approved only 1.2 million tons. The other countries were asked to purchase the remaining 1.8 million. The real problem, however, was China's participation in the round table. Anatoly Dobrynin, the Soviet Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs entrusted with the matter, summoned the Chinese ambassador in Moscow to inform him of Che's visit and invite him to attend the round table. For his part, Che sent a note to Forecoman from Prague, instructing him to invite all the socialist countries, and especially China. 51 In a sense, Che fell into the Soviet trap. Moscow wanted Sino-Cuban cooperation to take place under its sponsorship. Of course, the Chinese were not taken in. Dobrynin informed Deputy Minister Pushkin on the day of Che's arrival that, despite Moscow's insistence, there is as yet no reply from Beijing on Chinese participation in the roundtable. 52 Indeed, China did not attend the meeting. *11. This was not Che's only faux pas within the complexities of the Sino-Soviet confrontation. According to Nikolai Leonov, who was Che's interpreter and shadow during his Russian trip, Che requested that he accompany him to Beijing and Pyongyang. Guevara was worried that he would not find a Spanish-language interpreter in North Korea. Beijing, of course, angrily refused him an entry visa even for transit. 53 The interpreter/spy did, however, go to North Korea with the Cuban delegation. Once there, he was forced to stay at the Soviet embassy, while the Cubans were at an official residence. This was quite logical. Neither the Chinese nor the Koreans wanted a KGB agent in the Cuban delegation, even if he was supposedly just an interpreter. The Congress of 81 Communist and Workers' Parties of the world began while Che was in Moscow and concluded after his side trip to Beijing and Pyongyang. The Soviets' purpose in holding the meeting was to have the international communist movement condemn the warmongering and reckless theses of Mao Zedong. When Che returned from China and learned of the conference's conclusions, he declared, "We did not participate in drafting the communiqué from the Communist and Workers' Parties, but we fully support it." He also asserted that the declaration by the parties is one of the most important events of our time, and emphasized the militant solidarity of the Soviet people and the Cuban people. And he further backed the Soviet position, stating that Cuba must follow the example of peaceful development provided by the USSR. 54. The Congress was Khrushchev's first attempt to excommunicate the Maoists from the Communist Church. Though he was not entirely successful, China found itself isolated and surrounded. Its only ally, Enver Hoxha of Albania, walked out of the Congress on November 25. Che was in the dark regarding the falling out between China and the Soviet Union, and regarding the Congress itself, despite the attendance of a Cuban PSP delegation headed by Aníbal Escalante. The fact that Che Guevara knew nothing of the Conference of 81 was explicitly confirmed to me by a member of his entourage in Moscow. It seemed surprising to me, as the conference had dramatic moments and its outcome was uncertain until the last minute. Incredible as it might seem, the hardly united family of the communist parties followed its habit, amid this huge fight, of keeping its secrets only for initiates. Even Che Guevara, a progressive revolutionary who was a friend par excellence of the socialist bloc, had no right to be informed of the situation, even partially. These methods would eventually have an impact on Che who, after having been one of the warmest supporters of the USSR in Cuba, became one of its harshest critics. 55. Guevara spent almost 2 weeks in China. He met Zhou Enlai and an aging but still lucid Mao Zedong. The great helmsman, partially overshadowed by Liu Shaoqi, was still paying for the enormous mistakes of the Great Leap Forward with a virtual internal exile. It would end only 5 years later when he declared war against the general headquarters and launched the Cultural Revolution. Che held 3 meetings with Mao. According to a recent biography which provides no sources, the Chinese leader confided his willingness to support the struggle of Patrice Lumumba in the Belgian Congo. Che would leave Beijing convinced of the purity of contemporary Chinese Marxism-Leninism. 56 China pledged that it would buy 1 million tons of Cuban sugar in 1961, and Che was feted by Zhou Enlai at the Great Hall of the People. In his speech there, Guevara drew several analogies between the Cuban and Chinese revolutions, extolled the example of Chinese communism, and stated that it had opened a new path for the Americas. All of this led the U.S. State Department and undoubtedly several Soviet analysts as well to conclude that Che had taken sides with Beijing in the Sino-Soviet conflict, an evaluation that was premature and superficial, but prophetic. 57 Before leaving, Che received news on November 24 of the birth of his first daughter with Aleida. His absence from Cuba confirmed his proclamation to his mother: the only thing that counted for him was the revolution. Everything else was secondary. Depending on the source, Che's visit to Moscow, Beijing, and Pyongyang has been variously perceived as a success, a failure, or none of the above. The Americans considered it rather positive for Cuba, though they doubted whether the accords reached would actually bear fruit. CIA Director Mr. Alan Dulles reported that Che Guevara had returned to Cuba with many agreements which, if they were fulfilled, which was unlikely, in Dulles's view, would result in over half of Cuba's trade taking place with the Socialist Bloc. 58 The British held a different view. One of my colleagues is said to have been told by the Cuban ambassador in Moscow that Guevara's mission left for Peking disappointed with the practical results of their visit to Moscow, despite the extreme warmth of their public reception. Another of my colleagues claims to have been informed by sources close to Khrushchev that Soviet policy is now to avoid any action which could seriously jeopardize relations with the incoming Kennedy administration, and that Cubans have therefore been told to avoid undue provocation, while keeping the kettle nicely on the boil. The Cubans are now suffering from a serious shortage of dollars. The Soviet government has, so far, been unwilling to do anything to relieve the dollar shortage. Guevara may make another effort to secure dollars from the Soviet Union when he returns to Moscow from Peking. 59. Che undoubtedly impressed his interlocutors. They did not expect a visitor from a Caribbean island to show such a substantive and orderly approach to his work. He knew the value of time, he kept his delegation on a short leash and followed the protocols scheduled to the hour and minute. As Leonov recalls, contrary to Mexican and Latin American custom, he was very punctual, he hardly seemed Latin American at all. 60. All the same, some of his economic views were so outrageous that they can only have mystified his hosts. He wanted to transform Cuba into an industrialized state overnight. Cuba has no metal which might serve as a basis for machinery and transport. He intended to make Cuba into an exporter of metal and sheet steel in the Caribbean area. All the Soviet technicians opposed this. They said it was economic folly, that there is no coal or iron ore in Cuba, that everything has to be shipped there, and that makes iron production much more expensive. Besides, Cuba does not have a skilled labor force. Che could not find arguments strong enough to convince them. They gave him more and more calculations showing that it would be anti-economic. The discussion lasted days. He insisted. He explained that this would help him create a working class and a market. He insisted on the social, or rather the strategic, aspects, while the Soviets looked at economic calculations, costs, markets. You don't even have a market for an iron and steel plant, for 1 million tons a year. Imagine, in 15 years you'll have 15 million tons of steel. What will you do with it? 12. After visiting China and North Korea, Che returned to Moscow, where, on December 19, 2 months after his arrival, a joint communiqué was finally signed and issued announcing the Sugar Accord. During his stopover in East Berlin, he found another client for Cuba's principal export. The only other event of note during his visit there was that he met a young German-Argentine translator, Tamara Bunk. She would die 6 years later, under the name Tanya, in a hail of machine gun fire while crossing the Rio Grande in Bolivia. Her association with Che began then, long before she joined him in the Andean highlands. 13. Finally home in Havana, Che presented the results of his trip on television. He sought to dispel any doubts regarding his prolonged absence and the unusual wait for the joint communiqué with the USSR. He explained that the negotiations had dragged on owing to their complexity. They had implied shifting practically all the country's foreign trade, from one day to the next, toward an economic bloc which had nothing in common with Cuba, not its climate, weights and measures, language, or culture. Che also explained, quite convincingly, why the socialist countries had finally agreed to his requests, how he had persuaded them, and why the accords were so advantageous to Cuba after its break with the United States. He projected an image of calm rationality and expertise. Indeed, his screen presence was second only to Fidel's, and all the more surprising in a person without any previous television experience. Che returned to Cuba with the same ideas, or perhaps even more adulatory than before, about the socialist bloc. He expressed an admiration that was probably sincere, but hardly consistent with the facts. For instance, his comments on China, just a year after the catastrophe of Mao's Great Leap Forward with its devastating impact on the economy, society, and politics, were very similar to the idealized views held by many visitors to China in those deluded years. Naturally, one cannot pretend that the standard of living in China is like that of developed countries in the capitalist world, but there are absolutely none of the symptoms of misery that one sees in other Asian countries which we have had a chance to visit, even far more developed ones like Japan. And one sees that everyone eats, everyone is dressed uniformly, it's true, but everyone is decently dressed, everybody has work, and an extraordinary spirit. 14. Che's evaluation of the socialist countries as a whole, though shared by millions of communists around the world, was also at odds with the understanding many former devotees now held of socialism as it really existed. Undoubtedly, his purpose was, not to deceive the Cuban public. He believed in what he said, but was unwittingly painting himself into a corner. The gap between his beliefs and reality was so abysmal, and his intellectual honesty so deep, that his disillusionment would be devastating when it finally came. His sincerity could only lead to tragedy, as the following passage reveals. His expectations were simply too high. The human spirit in those socialist peoples convinces us that we definitely cannot count on friendly governments except, above all, in those countries of the world. And besides, their strength, their high rates of economic development, the dynamism they show, the development of all the people's potential, convince us that the future definitely belongs to all the countries who struggle, like them, for peace in the world and for justice, distributed among all human beings. 61. Che did not dedicate all his time at the National Bank to the economy, or to negotiations with China and the Soviet Union. He had two other activities during those 14 months, which would prove important not only for him but for Cuba and Latin America. First of all, he helped launch the concept of volunteer work. Secondly, he published his most influential work, Guerrilla Warfare, La Guerra de Guerrillas, vowing that Cuba would export the revolution to the entire continent. The theses contained therein would prove Che's most enduring legacy. Volunteer work projects began in Cuba on November 23, 1959. The first one took place at the Ciudad Escolar Camilo Cienfuegos, in Cani de los Mercedes, in the province of Oriente. Che's influence was evident both in the project's goal to build a school named after the late Camilo and in the fact that the construction team was headed by Armando Acosta, Che's communist companion from Las Villas. Over several months, every Sunday Che would fly his official plane to Los Mercedes, where along with the shoe industry workers from Manzanillo and 100 or so soldiers from the rebel army he helped build the school that carried his friend's name. 62 But he had in mind a much vaster program. Che himself set an example in the sugar harvest that December. He also worked in construction and textiles, and helped unload ships from socialist countries. Beyond the fact that he enjoyed mixing with ordinary Cubans, there was also the personal challenge of working amid the dust of machinery and sugar cane, classical triggers for asthma attacks. But his real purpose was political. He believed that the best incentive for labor should be revolutionary emulation. It was crucial that Cubans be involved in the revolution. Volunteer work was, for him, a pleasurable activity that is done with joy, to the rhythm of revolutionary songs, amid a fraternal camaraderie and human contacts which invigorate and dignify all involved. 63. Volunteer work also served to awaken revolutionary fervor and teach the basics of revolution. It was a school to raise awareness, an effort made by society and for society as an individual and collective contribution, which develops a higher awareness allowing us to accelerate the process of transition. Volunteer work is a part of that educational undertaking. 64. Volunteer weekends soon became the fashion throughout the island. Some Cubans enjoyed them, others hated them. Songs were written in their praise, making their way as far as Chile. A tune by Isabel para extals los domingos solidarios del trabajo voluntario, the Sunday solidarity of volunteer work. Guevara's endeavor had two effects. On the one hand, he became known as a leader willing to make sacrifices like everybody else, and this out of genuine commitment, not obligation. On the other hand, he became a role model, paving the way for the expansion of volunteer labor. The footage of Che cutting cane, weaving, carrying sacks of rice, and digging ditches soon became part of his iconography. His popularity grew apace. None of the other revolutionary leaders could equal his enthusiasm for working on weekends. Problems arose when the idea was pushed beyond its original purpose. Cuba's need to boost its sugar production eventually transformed the initial concept into a way of exploiting workers. Volunteer work began as a political, ideological, and cultural precept, admirable in its goals. When used as a means to extend the workday and reduce real salaries, it became counterproductive and harmful to the economy. Che would later understand this. Volunteer work should not be seen in terms of its economic significance for the state today. Volunteer work is essentially a factor that can develop workers' awareness more than any other. 65. As would become apparent in 1970, when Cuba failed to reach its stated goal of a 10 million ton sugar harvest, nothing dislocates an economy as much as a massive transfer of labor from one sector to another, even, or especially, if it is done voluntarily. In time, the apparent but illusory economic benefits of volunteer labor transformed it into an obligation. People who failed to volunteer were penalized in various ways, ranging from social ostracism to accusations of being counter-revolutionary. Che did not live to see all this. His contribution to the altruism of the Cuban Revolution is one of the most lyrical pages in its history. But the perversion or distortion of his tenets would haunt him to the end. His death was partly due to his own misguided application of them. Che's role in the government became even more varied. Aside from his formal duties in economic policy and diplomacy, he became increasingly involved in his true passion, promoting revolution in Latin America. He began to meet systematically with Latin American leaders, acquiring a better understanding of different political currents and also clearer opinions. He gradually focused on three fronts: regional reactions to U.S. aggression, the behavior of the traditional left, and propagating the lessons of the Cuban Revolution. After the August 1960 meeting of the Organization of American States in Costa Rica, it became obvious that Washington would try to enlist the support of Latin American governments in its anti-communist, anti-Soviet crusade, just as it had against Guatemala in 1954. By 1960, Che had developed a sophisticated geopolitical analysis of the region. The following report of a conversation between Che and the Soviet ambassador in Cuba reveals a complex and subtle approach to the motives and logic underlying the different political stances of regimes in the region. Che said, "The governments of these countries are playing a game on two levels. Verbally they oppose intervention in Cuban affairs, but they vote with the Americans against Cuba. The reactionary governments of Latin America appear to stand firm vis-a-vis Washington, in order to pressure the Americans into giving them loans and other forms of assistance. They try to use the existence of a revolutionary Cuba to blackmail the United States. The U.S., fearing a repetition of the Cuban Revolution in other countries, has begun providing more assistance in order to forestall the development of a revolutionary process in the region. But Latin America is at the boiling point, and next year we can expect revolutionary explosions in several countries, beginning with Peru and Paraguay. These processes will undoubtedly be accelerated if the United States, supported by reactionary governments, dares to take action against Cuba. Of course, any revolutionary uprisings in these countries will probably be crushed by the U.S. armed forces, who will be summoned by these countries' reactionary governments. In such cases the Soviet Union and other socialist countries would unfortunately not be able to help the people of countries like Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, or Peru. 66. Che grasped only too well the attitude of the United States and its allies in the region. The Alliance for Progress, launched by John F. Kennedy months after this conversation with Kudryavtsev, would pursue these very goals, to prevent new revolutionary outbreaks by channeling resources toward the countries south of the Rio Grande. Che was also right to a lesser degree about the position of Latin American governments. He foresaw that they would maintain a certain resistance vis-a-vis Washington as long as that allowed them to secure more aid, and if the confrontation did not extend beyond certain limits. And he was equally prescient in predicting that the USSR would not be able to support other countries as it had Cuba, as Chile would discover 10 years later. But Guevara overestimated Latin American resolve even when buttressed by economic interests in the face of an escalating conflict between Havana and Washington. With the exception of Mexico, all the region's governments eventually submitted to the U.S. diktat, curtailing their commercial and diplomatic relations with Cuba. Moreover, Che was totally wrong about the imminent explosions within Latin America. They simply did not happen either in Peru or Paraguay, or indeed even in Chile, which would follow a very different path 10 years later. Still another decade would transpire after Salvador Allende's election in Chile before any further revolutionary uprisings occurred in Central America. Precisely because his analysis of the region was accurate, Che's projections were mistaken. The United States would indeed provide military support and economic backing to the governments in place, transferring to them huge amounts of aid compared with the past. Thanks in part to that strategy, which would later be termed counterinsurgency, the revolution did not come to Latin America. The happy ending envisaged by Guevara also failed to materialize because of another factor, which he accurately analyzed: the bankruptcy of the existing left. Che expounded his views of the Latin American left during a conversation with the Soviet ambassador, who was perhaps surprised by his frankness. As Kudryavtsev reported, Guevara began talking in a brusque tone. He said, "The leaders of the left in Latin America do not take advantage of revolutionary situations, they behave like cowards, they do not go to the mountains to begin the struggle against their corrupt governments." Leftist parties in other countries of Latin America, Che emphasized, have far better conditions for an armed struggle and victory than the Cuban people. "We are certain that the active struggle against American imperialism, which Cuba is pursuing, will soon revolutionize the masses in the countries of Latin America. There, finally, we will see truly revolutionary leaders capable of leading the people against their current corrupt and reactionary governments, and of achieving victory. That is why," Guevara emphasized, "we believe that any attempt by the Cuban government to negotiate our differences with the U.S. will be unsuccessful. On the contrary, it might be interpreted by the peoples of Latin American countries as a sign of Cuban weakness. We must overcome the fatalism that is so widespread among the peoples of Latin American countries, in the sense that it is impossible to fight against American imperialism." 67. It is surprising that Che already held this opinion of traditional leftist parties in Latin America. His assessment was quite valid: there was nothing revolutionary about them. And his prediction about the emergence of new leaders within the Latin American left would prove correct. Thanks to the example and support of the Cuban Revolution, younger, more radical and libertarian figures and groups surfaced throughout the continent. Che was right to believe that Cuba's firm stance before the United States would set an example for a new generation of leftists in the hemisphere. Still, the heart of his analysis did not come true. The impoverished masses of Latin America did not follow the new leaders who emerged from the Cuban crucible. Despite all their efforts and sacrifice, the communist parties did not become the harbingers of revolution. Nor did the partisans of Castro and Guevara who proliferated in the jungles and universities of Latin America. They, too, failed to arouse the masses forsaken by the communists. Once again, Che was right in his analysis, and wrong in his conclusions. What is finally most impressive is his prescience and constancy. From the beginning, he sustained the same ideas, based on similar diagnoses and linked to the same hope. This can be seen most clearly in Guerrilla Warfare, La Guerra de Guerrillas, whose prologue appeared in early 1960 in the Daily Revolution. The complete text was published in the second half of that year by the Ministry of the Armed Forces. The day after the preface appeared, Fidel Castro called the newspaper's director, Carlos Franqui, and demanded that he not publish the rest of the text. Franqui asked him to reach an agreement directly with Che. He then informed the Argentine, with whom he did not have very cordial relations, of the call, and the latter agreed to suspend publication. 68. The controversial even for Cuba text's most important and famous ideas, laden with consequence for Latin America, appear on the first page. Che was by now remarkably concise and rigorous. He began by asserting that the Cuban Revolution had contributed three great lessons to the mechanics of revolutionary movements in America. Popular forces can win a war against the army. It is not always necessary to wait for all the conditions to be present to make a revolution, the insurrectional foco can create them. In the underdeveloped Americas, the terrain of the armed struggle must be primarily the countryside. 69. He added a couple of warnings, both complementary and contradictory, which also became virtual though ephemeral canons for the armed struggle in Latin America. When a government has come to power through some form of popular election, whether fraudulent or not, and it maintains at least the appearance of constitutional legitimacy, guerrilla activity cannot take place, because the possibilities for civic struggle have not yet been exhausted. Guerrilla warfare is a struggle of the masses, a struggle of the people. The guerrilla as an armed nucleus is the fighting vanguard of the people, its great strength resides in the mass of the population. 70. The conceptual gaps in these passages would soon be filled by the Comandante's many commentators. The first, while not the most significant, reveals how difficult it is to interpret Guevara's tenets, especially when they are a matter of life or death for so many people. Che's third thesis can be understood to imply that all of Latin America is underdeveloped, and that any struggle within it must always begin in the countryside. Alternatively, it can be taken to refer only to those parts of Latin America which are underdeveloped. In other areas, guerrilla warfare should not be limited to the countryside. In practice, the first interpretation has systematically prevailed, except in those countries where it cannot be applied. Uruguay, for instance, where Montevideo accounts for over half the population. Taken at face value, the thesis is false, if not dangerous. Large sections of Latin American society would surmount many of the worst traits of their underdevelopment, including the prevalence of rural population and poverty precisely in those years, or soon afterward. Many men died, including two of Che's close friends, his bodyguard Hermes Pina and the Argentine journalist Jorge Massetti, because they went off to fight in the jungles of Latin America, inhabited at the time only by guerrillas and armies. Che's approach to the war in Cuba, which underlies his cardinal ideas, is itself open to discussion. It prejudges the central question of the debate: did the 26th of July guerrillas defeat the army militarily, as suggested in regard to the Battle of Santa Clara, or did Batista lose what was essentially a political contest without his army being defeated? Che focused all of his attention and expertise, and the weight of his authority, on the military aspects of the struggle in Cuba and Latin America. He presupposed that the core of the struggle consisted in the confrontation between two armies, with one loser and one winner. But in the 35 years since guerrilla warfare was published, this miracle has been repeated only once in Nicaragua in 1979. And even there, things did not quite happen as Che predicted. There is also a contradiction between Che's second thesis regarding the conditions for a FOCO, or incipient guerrilla base, and his warning about elections. If guerrilla warfare can create the conditions for revolution, then it makes no difference whether they are present ex ante, a FOCO can begin independently of the circumstances. Hence, the existence of a democratic regime ceases to be an obstacle. There can be insurrectional FOCOs even in those countries where a constitutional regime is in power, for instance, Venezuela or Colombia. And indeed, many such FOCOs appeared throughout the continent very soon afterward, regardless of Che's warning, indeed, with his blessing and backing. Many of his other ideas in guerrilla warfare had already been expressed in speeches or in his accounts of the war. In the text they are reformulated in a more systematic way. The guerrilla fighter who distributes land as he crosses mountains or jungles is an agrarian revolutionary. The guerrilla fighter is the Jesuit of warfare. The guerrilla fighter must fight only when he is certain of winning, and the guerrilla army must be transformed gradually into a regular army, but these are all reflections of Che's experience in 1957 and 1958. The text also includes a number of technical, somewhat eccentric tips about the most appropriate weapons for guerrilla warfare, the importance of proper footwear, and so on. It is replete with highly perceptive insights and reflections, and instructions so detailed that they can easily wreak confusion and havoc despite their great precision. A good example is Che's indications regarding the ideal physical and psychological profile of the guerrilla fighter down to the usefulness of smoking a pipe, as it allows one to make full use of tobacco from cigarettes, at times of scarcity, or whatever is left of cigar stubs. 71 Che had no reason to suspect the impact all this would have on thousands of young university students in the ensuing 30 years, as they cheerfully marched off to be massacred, with or without pipes. No author should be held responsible for his readers' sagacity or lack thereof. Nor could Che have foreseen that one of his later disciples, the Mexican rebel subcommandant Marcos, would take the precept of the pipe to levels of international media fame that Guevara would never have imagined. Che's more substantive ideas include the following passage on the inverse correlation between a terrain suitability for guerrilla warfare and for human habitation. It illustrates his uncanny knack for applying the intelligent, knowledgeable, and cultivated layman's insight to disciplines or areas generally reserved for the square-minded and otherwise ignorant specialist. All favorable environments, all facilities for human life tend to make man more sedentary. The opposite occurs in guerrilla warfare. The more facilities there are for man, the more nomadic and uncertain the life of the guerrilla fighter. In reality, they follow the same principle. Everything that is favorable to human life with its accompanying communications, urban and semi-urban nuclei with large concentrations of people, terrain easily accessible to machinery, etc., places the guerrilla fighter at a disadvantage. 72. The book also includes important observations about the relationship between the people and the guerrilla warriors, a link that Che considered vital, as noted in previous chapters. Partisans and peasants educate and transform each other mutually, the latter instruct and influence the former, radicalizing them and teaching them the realities of their world. There are also many references predictable, but by no means obsequious to Fidel's leadership. Fidel Castro embodies the highest attributes of the combatant and statesman. It is to his vision that we owe our voyage, our struggle, and our victory. We cannot say that without him the people would not have triumphed, but this victory would doubtless have cost more and been less complete. 73. Sadly, myriad Latin American enthusiasts would soon forget that not everyone can be Fidel Castro, and that the chances for success fade rapidly without a bold, visionary, and multifaceted leadership like his. Many would infer that anyone can become a Fidel Castro. Others, including Che, would conclude that the Caudillo's many talents could be replaced with other virtues, a fatal mistake for Guevara and countless others. Beyond these reflections, and others regarding the role of women, sanitation, indoctrination, and so on, guerrilla warfare must be judged in terms of its impact rather than its intent. It is, after all, a manual. Unavoidably brief and simplistic, it carries the risk of being read too quickly by enthusiastic and innocent students of revolution. Both insightful and accessible, it helped mobilize the youth of Latin America on behalf of just causes. It taught that in order to win, one must dare to try, and in order to dare, one must have faith. Che endowed 2 generations of young people with the tools of that faith, and the fervor of that conviction. But he must also be held responsible for the wasted blood and lives that decimated those generations. His all too costly errors included his emphasis on technical and military matters, the lessons he drew from watching only half of a very complex film, his belief that the enormous obstacles to social change can be overcome by sheer willpower, his neglect of social, economic, and political conditions in much of Latin America, beginning with his native Argentina and Brazil, and finally, his underestimation of his own impact, his uniqueness. His death allowed him to sidestep a question he could never have answered: why so many university students from the region's emerging middle classes sallied forth so innocently to their slaughter. These are some of the debts that he owes to history. Che left the National Bank on the eve of the Cuban Revolution's greatest victory, The Bay of Pigs, on April 22, 1961. His months at the bank did not mark him physically, aside from a few pounds he put on because of trips and lack of exercise. The added weight might also have been a side effect of cortisone, then newly introduced as a treatment for asthma. Ricardo Rojo recalls that he found Che overweight in mid-1961. When he asked him why, Guevara replied that it was the fault of the cortisone *15. Indeed, asthma specialists who have examined photos of him in those years detect the classic moon face and chubbiness of cortisone users. Overweight or not, Che's charm endured, as can be seen in a beguiling anecdote. Despite a trace of bad humor and fatigue due to work and illness, as well as his characteristic slovenliness, his face was beautifully rendered by a Cuban photographer who had the talent and luck to snap his picture by accident on a day of glory and mourning in Havana. Not for the first time, fortune helped create an iconic image of Che Guevara. The picture, taken by pure chance, traveled around the world. Made into a poster, it haunted the social imagination of an entire era. It hung in college dormitories and was borne aloft in demonstrations by millions of students. It recorded the Christ-like image of the living Che, eventually joining the equally Christ-like photo of his corpse in Valle Grande. The picture became emblematic because it was both starkly iconographic and completely spontaneous. Che happened to cross Alberto Corda's lens for a fleeting moment, on his way to someplace else. Corda describes the event. On the day after the explosion of the La Corbe, there was an improvised ceremony on the corner of 12th and 23rd. Fidel Castro presided, and gave a speech honoring the victims of the sabotage. The street was full of people, and flowers rained upon the caskets as they passed by. I was working as a news photographer for the Daily Revolution. I was slightly below the level of the dais, with a 9mm. Leica camera. I used my small telephoto lens and took all the people in the first row, Fidel, Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir. Che was not visible, he was standing behind the rostrum. But for a moment there was an empty space in the front row, and in the background the figure of Che appeared. He unexpectedly entered my viewfinder and I shot the photo horizontally. I immediately realized that the image of him was almost a portrait, with the clear sky behind him. I shifted the camera to a vertical position and shot a second photo. It all happened in less than 10 or 15 seconds. Che left and didn't appear again. It was a coincidence. 74. It was cold that day in Havana. Guevara was wearing a zippered plastic jacket, lent him by a Mexican friend. It was not his usual attire, and made him look slimmer than he was. The newspaper neglected to publish Corda's photograph. There were already enough pictures of the ceremony. 6 years later, the Italian publisher Giangiacomo Feltrinelli stopped in Havana on his way from Bolivia to Milan. He looked up Corda, searching for some pictures of Che. According to Corda, the Italian was convinced that Che would never leave Bolivia alive. Without paying a cent, he chose the 1960 photo of the La Corbe ceremony. Weeks later, when Guevara died, Feltrinelli produced the most thumbtacked poster in history. It was immediately taken up by the mourning students of Milan and brandished in angry demonstrations. It became the other half of an iconographic diptych. Freddy Alborta's picture of Che's corpse in the laundry room of Nuestra Señora de Malta robbed millions of young people of their idol. But Corda's photo returned to them a living Che, gaze fixed upon a distant horizon, hair in the wind, face clear against an open sky. Chapter 7. Socialism must live. It isn't worth dying beautifully. See. Guevara was not born to be a banker. On February 21, 1961, he was named Minister of Industries, which essentially meant taking over the entire Cuban economy. He would remain in the job until his departure from the island in early 1965. There he won his first great ideological economic battles, and there he suffered the defeats that eventually led him to seek other paths toward power and glory. Perhaps he knew that his time at the ministry was limited. The secretary who had worked with him since his time at La Habana, Manuel Manresa, recalled his words when he took the ministerial post: "We are going to spend 5 years here, and then we will go. When we're 5 years older, we'll still be able to do guerrilla warfare." During his 3 years at the ministry, he accumulated a series of victories. He put his seal on almost every aspect of the Cuban Revolution. His children were born, his books were written, and the seeds of his myth were gradually sown. His shift away from the National Bank more or less coincided with the most important and joyous moment of the revolution. The Bay of Pigs, or Playa Girón, as it is known in Cuba and Latin America, consecrated Cuba's victory against the Kennedy administration and the Miami conspirators. It also proved Guevara right. Between April 17 and 21, 1961, a small army and a large militia, rapidly armed by the USSR and masterfully directed by Fidel Castro and his lieutenants, put down a bold but absurd attempt, plotted by the White House and CIA, to overthrow the revolutionary regime. The expedition was defeated thanks to the regime's popularity and leadership, the exile's mistakes, and the indecision of John F. Kennedy, but also, in Che's view, thanks to Cuba's international alliances. Before the invasion, Che had again linked the island's defense to the Soviet nuclear umbrella. The imperialists know they cannot attack directly, that there are rockets with atomic warheads which can be deployed anywhere too. Just before the expedition, the veterans of the Sierra Maestra made a sharp ideological turn to the left. On April 16, the day before the attack, Fidel Castro made a fiery speech before a tense and angry crowd in Havana, proclaiming the socialist nature of the Cuban Revolution. The imminent invasion did not cause this shift, it merely hastened it. Since the previous October, the government had nationalized practically all the companies owned by the Cuban business community and U.S. interests, in two broad sweeps: 376 Cuban companies on October 13, and 166 U.S. properties on October 24. Che revealed the full intent and definitive nature of the process in a conversation with Julio Lobo, the richest and most powerful sugar producer in Cuba. Guevara summoned Lobo to the bank and said to him, "We are communists, and we cannot allow you to go on as you are, representing as you do the very essence of capitalism in Cuba." He told Lobo that he could either leave, or else join the revolution, in which case Che would make him Director General of the country's sugar industry. He would also lose his plantations, but retain the usufruct of his favorite mill. Lobo replied that he would think it over, and took the next flight to Miami. Strictly speaking, Che played a minor part in the Bay of Pigs episode and in confirming the regime's socialist character. But he played a major role in defining the course that shaped these events. His ideas inspired the resolutions adopted by the revolutionary leadership. His predictions all proved true during that spring filled with hope and optimism. 2 days before the Bay of Pigs, the Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first man in space. 3 months later, he would accompany Castro and Guevara in celebrating the anniversary of the Moncada assault. The future belonged to socialism. Everything seemed possible, and many of the decisions taken in subsequent years stemmed inevitably and understandably from the conceit of the Cuban leaders who had defeated imperialism. By mid-1963, their mistakes and recklessness would translate into shortages, internal division, and tensions with the USSR. But for over 2 years, Che Guevara had an opportunity rarely granted to a revolutionary and intellectual, to experiment freely with an entire economy, a society, and even, in a sense, with human nature. His place in the iconographic skies of the 20th century is due, above all, to his emphasis on the latter, his attempt at social engineering. It all began with the Bay of Pigs. The Eisenhower administration had been contriving to overthrow Castro by force since March 1960. The CIA recruited groups of Cuban exiles in Miami and trained them in various parts of Central America, especially Guatemala. This was no coincidence, since it was the scene of one of the agency's greatest victories in the Cold War, the overthrow of the Arbenz government 7 years earlier. Several operators in this new U.S. undertaking, including David Atlee Phillips, had participated in the 1954 coup. When John Kennedy succeeded Eisenhower on January 20, 1961, plans for the invasion were already far advanced and diplomatic relations already broken. The only thing missing was the green light from Washington. The plan was relatively simple, and ludicrous. It relied on a series of faulty and biased analyses asserting that the Cuban population, weary of the regime's terror and privations, would welcome a brave and prestigious expeditionary force. According to CIA informers, division and unrest prevailed within the rebel armed forces, they would not hesitate to rise against the government. The plan called for the freedom fighters to establish a beachhead near the Escambray Mountains where there was some armed opposition to the regime. There they would receive foreign, that is, United States, recognition and support, and deploy a massive propaganda campaign. This would suffice to topple the government, or at least involve it in a civil war which would quickly become internationalized. The plan never called for more than a limited U.S. commitment. The United States would organize the Miami plotters, arm and train them, and supply them with the ships needed to sail from Central America. It would also provide the planes required to destroy the meager Cuban Air Force before it got off the ground. But there would not be any direct or explicit involvement. The State Department opposed it, and Kennedy, despite his indecision, finally accepted the counsel of his diplomatic advisors. U.S. participation depended on the exiles setting up a provisional government, which would then call for assistance. Kennedy's misgivings led him to implement several changes in the plan. The landing point was shifted to the Bay of Pigs, in the Zapata Marsh, a strange choice, as it was Fidel Castro's favorite fishing spot, and the site of the meeting with Anastas Mikoyan described in the previous chapter. The regime had invested a great deal of money in vast, outlandish schemes to develop the area. The destitute peat and tar collectors, the marsh's only inhabitants, were among the favorite sons of the revolution, owing to their poverty and marginalization, and to Fidel's special affection. But neither the CIA nor the exiles knew this, or if they did not share their knowledge with Kennedy or his principal advisors. Point 4 Nor did they explain to the newcomer at the White House that, in choosing the Bay of Pigs, he had eliminated a key contingency plan for the invaders in case they were unable to hold their position on the coast. They could no longer seek protection in the Escambray Mountains, as Castro had done in the Sierra Maestra. Point 5 The new beachhead was miles away from the sheltering range, separated from it precisely by the impenetrable Zapata Swamp. On the U.S. side, the Bay of Pigs was a tragicomedy of errors. Reluctant to appear weak before the old cold warriors of the CIA and the Pentagon, Kennedy felt obliged to push ahead with the expedition. But he refused to provide it with the resources to succeed. The first air strike was launched from Nicaragua, and was immediately denounced at the United Nations by the Cuban foreign minister. Kennedy then postponed a second air strike, meant to destroy the Cuban Air Force on the ground, until the invaders' brigade had captured a landing strip near the Bay of Pigs, so he could plausibly claim that the marauding B-26 bombers had taken off from there. But the brigade was unable to secure the strip. Short of ammunition, it could not be resupplied because the ships anchored at sea could not approach the coast, defended as it was by the Cuban Air Force. The latter had not been destroyed, after all, because Kennedy did not authorize the second air strike. *1 The Bay of Pigs, as seen from Washington, was nothing but a series of misunderstandings. The CIA spurred Kennedy on, convincing him that the Cuban population would rise up in arms, and Kennedy in turn deceived his intelligence services. The operators in the field never believed that the President of the United States would stand by passively while an expeditionary force of almost 1,500 men, armed and trained by his own government, went down to defeat. But he did. From the Cuban viewpoint, the Bay of Pigs proved two things: the revolution's popular support, and Fidel Castro's political intuition. The Cuban leadership evidently knew about the bizarre landing before it happened. Its intelligence services had infiltrated the community of conspirators in Miami, and even the exiles concentrated in Guatemala. Cuba was ready to resist, and attempted to speed up arms deliveries from the socialist bloc. But the Soviet MiG-17s, tanks, and armored transports did not arrive quickly enough. Nor was there enough time to train a regular professional army. The rebel army consisted of only 25,000 men. Castro had no choice but to arm the population. He would never have done so had he not been certain of their loyalty and support. The resulting 200,000 militiamen played a central role in Cuba's victory. They allowed Castro to deploy lightly armed, mobile forces to all possible landing points, forming a huge early warning network. The militia's training was entrusted to the Department of Instruction of the rebel armed forces, headed by Che since 1960. His contribution to the victory was thus crucial. Without the militias, Castro's military strategy would not have been viable. Without Che, the militias would not have been reliable. As a U.S. historian has said, Castro had enough political instinct that when Kennedy firmly excluded the use of U.S. forces against Cuba, Castro believed him. He comprehended that the White House plan and the CIA blueprint it was based on was to duplicate the Guatemala operation of 1954. It would include an indirect invasion, a beachhead, and a provisional government, followed by foreign assistance and recognition. Castro realized that the invading force had to be crushed immediately. Before all this could happen, he would have to deploy all his forces at the invasion beachhead as quickly as possible. He also needed to make the best possible use of his tiny air force, 15 dilapidated B-26s, 3 training T-33s, and 6 Sea Furies, to sink or disperse the expedition's supply ships, thus cutting off its reinforcements, communications, ammunition, and the fuel for its amphibious vehicles. To a large extent, the Battle of the Bay of Pigs was won in the air. Of course, Castro also had a strategy in the event of a direct American invasion. Raúl Castro would be in charge of defending Orient Province, Juan Almeida the center of the island, and Escobedo Che Guevara Pina del Rio, Havana, and the Occidente Province as a whole. Thus, Che did not see combat at Playa Girón itself. Moreover, his sidearm accidentally went off when he dropped it a day before the battle, wounding him in the cheek, at the Consolación del Sur headquarters in Pina del Rio. He was forced to spend almost 24 hours in hospital, and was weakened for several days. In any event, Castro, convinced that Girón was the counter-revolutionary's principal theater of operations, concentrated all his forces there from the second day. Everything would be won or lost at the Bay of Pigs. As it turned out, Fidel won. The native Cubans lost 161 men, and the Miami exiles 107. But 1,189 invaders from the ill-fated 2,506 Brigade were taken prisoner. Castro would later send them back to Kennedy, in exchange for $52 million in food and medicines. Months later, Che Guevara thanked Kennedy's envoy to the Punta del Este conference for the Bay of Pigs fiasco. "Thanks to you," he said only partly in jest, "we were able to consolidate the revolution at a particularly difficult time." He was right. The Bay of Pigs allowed the regime to close ranks and tighten a few screws, mounting the formidable state security apparatus that would become the Committees for the Defense of the Revolution and the machinery of the Interior Ministry. In addition, from then on the government would quite justifiably be able to lambast all its opponents as U.S. agents or puppets. As the British ambassador informed the Foreign Office, Fidel Castro has managed in 1961 to lead his country well and truly into the communist camp against the wishes and instincts of the majority of people. This was a tour de force which, I believe, not even the prodigious Fidel Castro could have brought off had it not been for that blueprint for disaster, the April invasion, an operation which, as seen from here, made the Suez campaign look like a successful picnic. I doubt whether United States prestige has ever been lower in any country than it was here shortly after the invasion. 8. Between April 15 and 17, over 100,000 presumed conspirators against the regime were detained in Havana and taken to the Blanquita Theater, La Cabana Fortress, the Matanzas Baseball Stadium, and Principe Castle. Their leaders were shot immediately or shortly afterward. The shift toward greater rigidity, or dogmatism as it would later be called, became even more acute. As Che confided to the Soviet ambassador, Sergei Kudryavtsev, Cuba's counter-espionage agencies were going to repress the counter-revolutionaries in a decisive way, not allowing them to raise their head again as had happened before the attack. 9. The government formalized its alliance with the Popular Socialist Party, which rapidly took advantage of the situation to attempt a takeover of it, the new Integrated Revolutionary Organizations, ORIS, the nucleus of the new party. As the British ambassador noted, already an interlocking network of revolutionary committees, organizations, and movements such as the Committees of the Defense of the Revolution, rebel youth movements, revolutionary women societies, have spawned over the countryside, forming cells in factories, collective farms, army, militia, and trades unions. Such evidence as we have shows that they have been carrying out their functions with a great deal more resolution, order, and discipline than was ever expected of Cubans. Through them the government operates and organizes everything from the nationwide literacy campaign to village protest meetings, from the implementation of security measures against counter-revolutionaries to the distribution of ration tickets. Through them the government stays close to the people and knows what they are thinking. Through them again it is able to correct wrong thinking, stop dissatisfaction before it spreads, and use all just and unjust means of persuasion for the good of the cause. 10. Above all, the Bay of Pigs allowed the regime to reassert its economic and political course, and to face down the United States in the eyes of the rest of Latin America. Che was entrusted with two tasks in the latter regard. First, he headed the Cuban delegation to the Punta del Este conference in Uruguay. There Douglas Dillon, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, announced the details of the Alliance for Progress, which had been launched with great pomp on March 13, 1961. Che was quick to denounce the entire initiative. Strengthened by the Bay of Pigs, he castigated Dillon and the so-called Latin American Marshall Plan, as well as the weak and sycophantic governments of Latin America. Castro also asked Guevara to try to make contact with the U.S. administration, preferably through one of Kennedy's university-based, best and brightest young eggheads. Che accomplished both tasks with skill and assurance, though also with his characteristic hyperbole and intransigence. The Cuban government had resolved some time before to attend the conference. Che communicated the decision to Kudryavtsev on July 26, though he asked him to keep it secret. Cuba's intention, he said, was to highlight the differences between the U.S. aid program, to be unveiled by Kennedy's envoy, and Soviet assistance to Cuba. 11 Che's designation as head of the delegation followed the same rationale as in his previous missions abroad. He was the only high-level Cuban leader, aside from Castro himself, qualified to play an international role. Raúl Roa, the foreign minister, lacked the charisma for such missions. By now, Guevara had sized up perfectly the rationale of Washington's behavior. As he saw it, the Cuban Revolution was a major threat to U.S. interests in Latin America. The solution for the United States was to contain it by tolerating a lesser evil. The lesser evil involved transferring large amounts of resources to Latin America, while promoting limited social and political reforms to forestall any revolutionary aspirations within the Americas. As Che had foreseen almost a year before in his conversation with the Soviet ambassador in Havana, 12 the U.S. government's actual plan, derived from this strategy, was transparently obvious. Give priority help to Latin America, especially during the next 10 years, for improvement in health and education, reform of tax systems and administration, housing improvement, better and more equitable land utilization, construction of roads and other public facilities, establishment of productive enterprises, and for better distribution of income. Devote special attention to the improvement of rural areas and of living conditions of subsistence Indian and campesino groups. Urge and assist all countries to establish long-term, balanced development plans. 13. Che recognized that the U.S. strategy was ingenious, and accordingly designed an effective and far-reaching response. His plan reflected both the times and the prospects of the Cuban economy as he assessed them. This was the period when Nikita Khrushchev threatened to bury the Americans, and to surpass in 10 years their production of steel, then considered by the Soviets the paradigm of modern industry. The Kremlin's thesis of peaceful coexistence had unleashed a fierce competition between the two superpowers, especially in terms of economic performance. Thus Che's reasoning at Punta del Este. The most incontrovertible proof of Cuba's superiority over the other countries of Latin America, until they consummated their own revolutions, would be its economy. Thanks to the revolution, socialism, and Soviet assistance, the island would attain levels of development and well-being unknown in the rest of the region, despite U.S. aid. Che chose this area above all others because it was the most important for Marxists at the time, because it was his area of responsibility, and because it seemed the best way to solve the critical problems of Latin America. He arrived in Montevideo on August 4. He was received by a youthful crowd, huge in some accounts, disappointing in others, that escorted him to Punta del Este, a beach resort frequented by the oligarchy of the Plate River region. Normally shut down during the southern winter, it had been refurbished for the conference. Che's trip was like a triumphant return home. His family and friends from school and university came from Argentina to see him. One of them recalls the scene. He asked about his friends, though just the ones he was interested in, and the people he had loved, particularly Sheikina and her uncles 14. Once again, he traveled without Aleta. It was a chance for him to bask in his mother's love and youthful memories, and in the adulation of personal and political groupies of both sexes. In a secret memorandum that Richard Goodwin sent to John Kennedy after meeting Che at a party, he reported that when the latter arrived the women threw themselves at him. 15 His trip, then, had its social side, too, as he met with friends and family for long conversations in the hotels and casinos of the South Atlantic resort. Guevara's speech at the conference of the Inter-American Economic and Social Council addressed several important issues. First of all, he repeatedly